Testing. 1, 2, and 3. There we go. All right. Looks like we're good. How you doing, Rice Ball? Hold on, I'll use the bathroom and I will be right there. Give me a sec. Alrighty, how is our audio sounding? We're sounding good. Give me a moment to get shit set up, and we will be getting started. However, it is Friday night. It is March the 11th. It is time for Coast to Ghost. It is 9 p.m., so that means it's time. Geeky sir, how are you? Nuclear war is on the horizon. Do you have your iodine? And blue and yellow flags.
I don't have any flags, but I have instant ramen.
Instant ramen. Well, in the nuclear apocalypse, that may suffice. How's your week been, man?
It's been good. I just been sleeping a lot, you know.
Yeah, I've been trying to sleep more, but I've been, quite obviously failing at that. I had a guest planned for tonight to give what the normal person on the streets take on the Ukraine-Russia conflict is. But I have to reschedule that to next week. So, best case scenario, this thing's over in a week, right? And
Yeah. But you know what, Gus? I am happy. Baseball's back.
I heard. So the commissioner, well, not the commissioner, the players union and them, they actually worked things out, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
So
what was the big change? Because I know the holdup was luxury tax and other shit, right? Because baseball doesn't have a hard salary cap, right? Or because
I think stock cap or something. years.
Right, because I mean, we all grew up watching, the Yankees just do whatever they want with it for years. Like, oh, we could pay A-Rod, $260 million, and then everyone else, $1 billion too. Okay, so baseball. When is opening day planned?
Let me pull it up real quick.
Is it gonna be on time?
April 7th.
April 7th. Okay, so it's gonna be a little later, right? Because spring training, does it go for all of March?
Usually, I mean, I know it was going to look really bad if they couldn't agree to a new CBA if they didn't do it in time for Jackie Robinson Day.
Yeah, that would what is Jackie Robinson? April 2nd?
Somewhere around that time. I just know it's the 75th anniversary. So
now, is it the 70? So Jackie Robinson Day is on the day that Jackie broke the color barrier, right?
Yes.
Okay. No, that makes the most sense. Okay, so
is that like the sound barrier, except for baseball?
Exactly, Mountain Walk. Exactly. Yes. So we're getting baseball back because they decided that, hey, instead of us all losing money, we're gonna actually have a season, right, guys?
Yeah.
Right. And now
it was just today, right? They decided to negotiate, right?
No, they've been negotiating for months.
Yeah, well, they came to a thingy or an agreement, right?
Today.
They had an accord, yes.
And one of the big things that came out was now universal hitters is now a thing.
Universal hitters. So you're telling me the designated hitter is now in both leagues?
Yes.
My gosh.
Which
everything is broken.
Which all of a sudden Albert Pujols still has a job.
Well, okay, so what this means is both leagues have the designated hitter role, right?
Yes.
In a way, this is disappointing, but
yeah, and immediately after that, one of the big stars of Japanese baseball is now getting like a bunch of offers.
So this was the guy, right? He can't field for shit, but he's a really good hitter, right? I can't remember what his name was, but like he was kind of, if I recall, in the last few years, he's been kind of a guy they've been talking about, like, oh, he can make it in the majors. He's a good hitter. He's a solid hitter. Like a oh gosh, who the hell was the New York Yankee Japanese guy?
I'm not sure, but the guy that they're all looking at getting out is Seiya Suzuki. That's who they're talking about.
Well, now that he doesn't have to field.
Yeah, now they're saying he's going to get like Corey Seager money, which also now his value goes up too. Because Seager played shortstop, but the guy can hit bombers like nothing.
Yeah. I mean, Corey Seager, very good hitter, not a good fielder.
Yeah,
it's always amazed me that why was he playing shortstop?
I guess because they thought that was like the best place to put him, but also Kershaw has now just been announced to come back to the Dodgers again.
Oh wow! So did they pay him, or like because wasn't his contract kind of up or something, or?
Yeah, so he agreed to a 3-year deal.
3-year, tons of money. I mean, that seems reasonable. That's short term enough if he gets injured, and that's long term enough that he should have financial security through the end of his career. I think that's a win-win. Yeah. A win-win for like this stage of his career. Keep him as a Dodger. I think that's a good play for everyone involved.
Yeah.
Okay. So baseball is back.
Yep, and I think they're doing something different with the draft for the international players. I know, like, there's a lot more Dominicans. I know Venezuelans and Cubans have slowly been coming into America because of their political situation.
Now, as far as I'm familiar, the international market is weird, right? Because like, it's still like, is it still on allocation, or did they change the way the allocation works?
I have to read the full CBA. I have not read it. I just do the agree. And I've seen reports of like a lot of players have just been re-signing let's see what's going on. Let me pull it up with the Bleach
You
report.
kind of have an idea, right, of like how the international money situation works, right? You have like X amount, and you have to give it up for like draft picks or something, or if you like get a player that's too good or something.
Yeah, I know. Rookie contracts did go up.
Really? So what's the minimum wage now for if you're in the majors?
The minimum wage for a rookie contract, let me pull it up real quick, has now gone to $700,000.
Man, these guys gonna have to be working double shifts at grocery store with all the inflation going on. That's gonna be rough. Only $700,000. I mean, not that you can hold a regular job while you're playing baseball. It's like 100, even in the minors, like 150 games or shit. And you get
this is
physically fit, but they might be able to survive the coming inflation. Okay, so rookie salaries went up. I mean, good for them, I guess.
Yeah,
but
yeah, we're getting 116 games this year, I think. No,
wait,
162.
Oh, okay, so we're getting a full season too.
I think it's 182 games.
No, full season's been 162 games since the 60s, I think, because it was 156, and there was a big deal that when they broke the home run record for Babe Ruth, that it was a 162 game season rather than a 156 game season. But no, we've been 162 games for a while. I'm sure we had a shortened season or two because of the COVID. Okay. All right. Well, all things considered, that's good. Baseball should be back.
Yeah, get expanded playoffs too. I think they're saying. Let me see if it's 12 or 16 teams.
So like half the league now?
It is. Let's see. We are getting from 10 to 12 teams in the playoffs.
Okay, so instead of one game playoff, we're just having another. There's going to be another like playoff round as well, because we had the wild card matchups.
We still have the wild card matches, and then the top teams will get buys.
Okay, so the question is, there's still three divisions. There's still three divisions per league, right?
Yeah.
Central, West, and East. So is it the top two teams from each division?
Let me see. I think it's.
Or is it top team from each division and then wild card order?
So the top two division winners in each league is going to buy for the new wild card round. The worst division winner and the three wild card teams play in the best of three series.
The worst three teams play a bet. Okay, so that's good because you don't want it to be like, oh, you had one bad game and like you're out of here. That was kind of lame to watch. But it was just like,
yeah, but it also you got to remember the Kansas City Royals where they went to like 20 innings.
Sure.
Do you remember that playoff game?
Oh yeah, believe me, that was a good game. But it's like, it's nice, because like you can have up to 3 of those games, in a series, right? But yes, you're right. It will change the calculus for how they go about, right? It's not going to be like everyone is available for this one game, right? It's going to be like, okay, a lot of people are available for this game. Right. I don't know. I think changing to a 3-game series is good. But I agree with you that it's going to take away a little bit of the wild card factor of it.
Yeah, like I would even watch wild card games as a neutral sometimes. Like if well, it depends on the team. If it depends on the team, that might be a nice. If I've known they've been doing good scoring to box scores, I'd be like, oh, wild card game might be good after the Royals game.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the only way to get me to watch a Mets game that isn't, a playoff series or, a Royals game or a Reds game, it's like, oh, whoa, hold on, it's the wild card game. This one's for all the marbles, it's like win or nothing tomorrow. But yeah, no, I get you.
Or a Philly game and laugh at Bryce Harper when he loses eventually.
Yeah. Man, Bryce, you have never like that guy peaked. That guy is the perfect example of someone that just peaked. You know, he's like, I peaked senior year of high school and like has never come close to that amazing season that he had. You know, where he had like 10 WAR.
Yes, and then
like,
then watch his team, his old team that he
win it that
supposedly
year.
screws over. Yeah.
Well, he had the Nomar Garciaparra thing. If you remember in 2003, right? Nomar Garciaparra went to the Cubs, and then like the very next year it was like, and the Red Sox finally win the World Series. They gave Nomar like a ring for that too. But man, he must have been like, holy shit, one more year. I just had to stick out for one more year, and I would have been fine.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, I wonder if they did that with DeRozan when he left Toronto, and next you know they won the championship for the NBA. Because I know there was talks about him as soon as they won.
Yeah, I don't remember it being that amicable. I mean, they basically just upgraded from DeRozan to Kawhi Leonard. Like, it's like, oh wow, shocking
Yeah.
that they won.
Yeah,
They were already a
There's
really
reason why
good
he
young
was called
team.
the Dynasty Killer.
He went to the Spurs, I think, or something, right? Or
He was on the Spurs, then went to Toronto, and now he's in the Clippers. Now the Clippers are all injured, so I wouldn't be surprised if they don't make it to the playoffs this year, or barely
Yeah.
make it.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. Okay, so that's good to hear. Baseball's back. I know Mount Walk, you're jumping up and down from all the excitement of baseball talk. I know you're noted years-long love of baseball.
Yeah, well, I was used to be really into it when I was a kid, but
Well, I mean, you grew up around some pretty crazy times for the Mariners, right? With Randy Johnson, Ichiro Suzuki, Alex Rodriguez. I mean, like
Griffey Jr. Yeah,
Ken Griffey. Yeah, I know. I didn't even get to Ken Griffey Jr. Holy shit! Yeah, it's like
when he was actually playing and not injured. Yeah, like every fucking season. Like that was horrible.
Okay,
Yeah, and then there was
remember.
the home run race in the late '90s. I mean,
oh yeah, Mark
Oh,
McGuire,
Sosa,
Sammy
Vaughn.
Sosa.
Yep, that was really sweet. So it felt like there was a very
Nintendo had just bought the Mariners as well.
Yep. I mean, it was pretty exciting. But I mean, I never really paid a ton of attention to it, but I don't remember anything like this sort of, like them just not even being able to play at all, like with this current like. I mean, what was even the problem?
Actually, it's a labor dispute of some kind. Basically, you know, the owners want more money, the players want more money. Everyone wants more money. And this happened actually in the 90s, too. There was,
really?
actually,
It
like,
was the
90...
94 was the cancellation.
Yeah, I
Right?
think it was 94, because it was like, they lost, like, an entire season to it.
And people say that 94 season did kill a generation of fans. And ironically enough, that's when soccer started slowly getting big in the US as well, because that's the same year the World Cup was here in the US, and baseball wasn't there to compete against it.
Yep.
And
Right.
people contribute to that. Like, oh,
The Great
the
American
MLB
Pastime by Soccer Ball. Because could not figure out where to put the decimals on the contracts.
yeah. Speaking of which, surprisingly over the weekend, Charlotte, North Carolina had their first ever game, and they broke an all-time record. They had over 74,000 people playing. I mean, inside the stadium watching the game.
Okay, I was gonna say watching, because you said playing. I was like, wait, playing? Okay.
Yeah, I mean watching. Yes,
Okay.
which is the largest sports. Which is the
I was gonna say that'd be a
largest
chaotic
soccer
soccer game. When I feel like 100 people would be a chaotic soccer game. That's like schoolyard
Yeah.
shit.
tournament. Yeah, but sadly that was overshadowed because I don't know if people saw this on Twitter, but I was fighting with a lot of people because in Mexico, 17 people died in a soccer brawl over the weekend.
Holy
as well.
shit! Yeah, it's like a shock when one guy gets blasted in the parking lot by some asshole in baseball. These 17 people But they just like,
And-
look, English footballer brawls, you guys got nothing on us. We're gonna kill 17 people. Sounds like a
Exactly.
gang war.
Well, that's what they're thinking. They're wondering if cartel members have infiltrated supporter groups in Mexico.
I mean, that's one possibility. There's also the possibility that there's just, cartel members are soccer fans too. Like, I mean, and when, someone drunkenly, like, spills their drink on you, normally you'd, like, punch them in the face. Maybe they just fucking shot some people.
Well, they beat them all to death, and the Mexican government has...
Wait, really?
Yeah, the Mexican government also denying that no one's died. Supposedly, they're just saying that 25 people in the hospital, no one's died yet.
Well, that's a big variance, okay? 17 people dead.
But there's video of them getting beaten to the point where they would they would strip their jerseys off, take their wallets, and just keep kicking them while they're down, and just lay them on the floor, and kind of like that was their trophy that they ripped off their jersey. It got to the point where they were beating. I think they had dads telling their kids like, "Hey, take off the jersey because if not, they're gonna beat you," because they didn't care who it was anymore.
Wow.
Jeez. Yeah, that's
a little excessive.
Look, all I know is never let them see your back and take off your jersey. Fight to the end, right, Manwa?
Yeah. Just keep your jersey on. Keep your pride,
baby. You had people taking it off, hopefully that they wouldn't get hurt. They were running to the field, so the game never finished. And you had players from both teams like trying to calm down the fans, because the problem in Mexico is there's no cops in the stadium. They're all outside the stadium waiting for the brawls to start on the outside.
Wait. They have no cops at a soccer game where you've got a bunch of drunk young people full of testosterone, and half of them are about to be really fucking pissed?
Yeah, and...
this sounds like a recipe for disaster, if you ask me.
Yeah, so instead it's private security, but even private security was like...
Well, what's freaking Paul Blart gonna do when guys are beating people to death, okay? Like, I don't care how scary your security guy is. Like, I'm not gonna get my ass beat over this, right? Fuck that. I have no obligation to help these people. Wow, that's crazy. So 17. So okay. 17 people. What? How? But okay, so the Mexican government says no one died.
Yes, or officially.
The reports on the ground say 17 people are dead.
Yes.
There's appears to be a variance here that. But how?
Yeah, I could post some of the videos here, but they're pretty graphic to watch. So I'm not sure if you want to watch that kind of stuff.
I was thinking that, but keep those in reserve after we have to watch the My Little Pony trailer. We'll see if we need a palate cleanse.
We might also the state of play happened over the week, and I have not watched that either. But I did post that and suggest stories.
Yeah,
and it was focused on Japanese developers too.
But Elden Ring's already out. They don't need to make anything else.
Well, I've only heard one game out of that state of play, which I'm excited for, but I will keep that on reserve until we watch it.
Oh, okay, yeah, we will watch that for sure.
Yes.
Yeah,
so,
yes, Kalash, we are watching the trailer for the My Little Pony game. That's happening. I promised one of my viewers I would watch it. We'll make that judgment.
So I could look for the videos. The implications have been that they've actually stripped the team. The ownership group has been stripped of the team, and they're banned from all related activities for 5 years.
Wait! The ownership? They took the team from the ownership group?
Well, then we found out that the ownership group hasn't paid off the last owners yet because they were doing in payment plans.
Well, yeah. Like these aren't things you like most times you make a big ticket purchase, like a soccer ball team. Like, you're not like, yeah, you know, here's like $500 billion, you know, unless you're laundering money or some shit. Okay. So, wait, they stripped the ownership group, and the ownership group doesn't technically own the team, you're saying?
No, so they don't own they don't own the team because they were fully paid it. So they sent it back to the old ownership group. Now the old ownership group has to sell the team by the end of this year. If not, there's talks that they're going to just dissolve the team.
That's
That's
devastating, because, like, everyone knows they have to sell. Why would you pay a premium for that? You know, they're going to have to sell this at a loss and shit, because, like, oh, what are you going to do? Not sell the team and just lose all your money?
That is true. And also, you're taking a team away from a stadium and a state that really loves their team. So they're going to be really pissed.
What, are you telling me that Dodgers fans have been pissed they can't watch Dodgers games in LA because they can't get Frontier even? Come on, that doesn't happen. The Dodgers fans they've taken it on the chin, right? They're just like, yeah, whatever. What's the worst? You know, it's just my Dodgers, you know.
They just rant about DirecTV every 2 years when they drop the packages. When they can't get their sports package. But yeah, I mean, the equivalent would be, instead of the Clippers being in LA, they got sent to another organization. They got sent to another city, or even worse, they just dissolved the whole team when Sterling got busted.
Yes, they did. But, you know, in defense of the team, probably yelling the N-word and recordings is probably not something to do when you own an NBA team. You know,
no,
optics check.
That's how you make the money. Racists are a huge part of any sort of fandom. Like, so you need to say the N-word every time.
Or you could be like the Atlanta Hawks, and the general manager accidentally reads in the memo he has a little bit of African in him and gets fired because of that.
He has a little bit of African in him? Wait, what?
Oh, no. What is that? I don't know. I don't even know.
I don't know
what that means.
I am very confused.
No, I mean, so, they were. You remember Lil Dang? Goes right.
Little Dang.
No, Lil Dang. I can't pronounce it.
Oh, Luol Deng. Yes.
Luol Deng.
I remember my team paying his shitty contract.
Yes, I do too. Well, he was being scouted by the Hawks, and I think the general manager, the head scout, was reading the email that was sent to him, but he didn't know he was being recorded and didn't read the email ahead. And in the middle of the email, it says, "Yeah, he's got a little bit of African in him," and that's how he got fired. They later fired the scout like a couple days later because of that, but
shocking. That's wait. So he said Luol Deng has a little bit of African in him.
Yeah, it's like a praise on his playing game or something.
But Luol Deng is like, he's dark. I mean, like, right? Like. Not like he's like he's very dark. Like what do they mean? A little bit of African.
I guess the way he plays, you know.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah. So if you guys ever get emails from people, make sure you read them first before you say them out loud.
Yeah. Secretary, would you take this down for me? Maybe that would be much wiser. Okay.
So luckily, so that's one of the big news, and people were talking about because people are scared because in about 14 days the U.S. is supposed to go to Mexico to play a game.
Now this is the U.S. national team, I'm guessing.
Yes, the U.S. men's national team to qualify for the World Cup in Qatar.
Where slaves are building stadiums as we speak.
Slaves are building stadiums as they speak, and they just bury them inside there, I think, or they just drag them on, replace it with the next one. And if you're a worker in Qatar, you're never getting your passport back.
Oh, well,
I mean, yeah, it's literal. Like, I mean, it's beyond. It's maybe somewhere between wage slavery and actual slavery, but closer to literal slavery, it's not a very good thing. It's kind of I mean, we more or less support these regimes because
We give them
reasons.
money.
I mean, like, yeah, like we support them because like we need oil or some. I mean, I'm actually not really sure. Maybe I'm just a geopolitical noob, but I'm not exactly sure why we are so cozy with like outside of
Qatar,
like
Saudi
yeah,
Arabia, these
right,
these countries that
Well,
are
speaking of Saudi
starvation
Arabia,
bombing
well,
Yemen.
yeah,
Yeah, well,
yeah. This
speaking of
was
Saudi Arabia, they won't even give us more oil when Biden asked them. They ghosted him.
I mean,
Honestly, kind of a Chad move.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna have to pay $150 oils, but I can dunk on. I get to dunk
Yeah.
on people,
Yeah.
I'm not driving much right now because of my remote job, but I feel for you. I feel for the fucking wages that have to,
I mean, it's pretty insane. Like, I mean, just
Did you
like,
see
these-
did you guys see the average gas prices across all 50 states recently?
Yeah.
Did you
No.
see California is more expensive than Hawaii? A landlocked
no
island
way.
with absolutely
really?
no domestic oil production, right? Literally
Hawaii
every
has always been the most expensive state. Like, Oregon was actually pretty bad many
Oregon
years
is pretty
ago,
bad,
but,
yeah. But like
but
Hawaii, the
has
state where you
always
have to
been-
literally ship oil in on boats.
right, yeah.
And it's like, I
Yeah.
think California is like $1 more expensive, or maybe like 60 cents,
Wow.
because like the California average gas price was like $5.69 or something. It's just utterly,
Yeah,
That's-
utterly ridiculous. Like, just,
Yeah.
My state is like at $3.70 to $4 now, and the sad part is Oklahoma is the cheapest state, and even they're at $3.
I saw $7 gas at a freeway exit.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Same.
It was just,
that
I was
was,
just like, what the hell?
I mean, this is insane. Like, this is not. I mean,
We have high.
I mean,
I read someone said we have higher gas prices than the apocalypse predicted in I Am Legend.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is 100%
Yeah.
true.
it's so funny because it's like this is. I mean, talk about things not being sustainable because like this is the sort of thinking of basically everyone. Just like, oh, just think about the next 6 months or the next quarterly earnings report or the next year or couple years or whatever.
Well, like,
no one ever thinks in the next century, next 50 years. Like, you can't keep having this kind of insane rate of inflation or this insane price of like gas and energy. I mean, this is less than unsustainable. Like, you can't have a civilization this way. Like, this is absurd.
well,
Well,
the
the crazy
interesting
part is, go ahead,
ahead
Justin,
first.
now, my point. Oh, I was just gonna say that the Biden administration won't take. They're diverting blame from everywhere else but themselves.
Well, of course. Of course.
well, we didn't do this, okay? It just all of these things that we've been talking about are definitely going to happen. Like we didn't have any part in this; it just happened.
We didn't kill the Keystone Pipeline. That was racist.
Yeah,
white
we
supremacists.
didn't kill shale oil for years. We didn't
Yeah.
help them
Yeah.
finance their debt or provide we didn't provide them like a favorable environment to operate in, right? We told them we were going to shut down every single one of your hydraulic fracturing plants, right? We weren't saying that in our campaign. That doesn't make people, not invest money. And it's like, oh, well,
Wow.
we've got all these permits, And it's like, well, one, you guys are morons, right? Like, I've actually worked, on companies that do, like, oil and gas shit, like, if you do that, you fucking understand that, like, they don't, it's not just like, oh, I just stick a straw in the ground and all of a sudden I'm going to be getting I'm going to be getting tons of oil. It's like, no, these are years of, like, capital expenditures that you're putting on these fucking projects. And like, when oil is $50 a barrel and then negative for a week, like, guess what? They stop investing money. Why? Because they're gonna lose so much money doing that.
Right. This is something
Yeah.
where you need to do it on a large scale because that's the only way you can really sort of make up like all the high overhead costs. Right. You can't. This isn't something that scales down very well. You can't just like, oh, I'll extract a little bit of oil or something. Right. That's not exactly
Or
how this
open up the
works.
reserves or whatever.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's. I mean, these things are not very flexible or what's the word I'm looking for? They just don't really adjust very well to like these sort of massive changes over time. It takes
Volatile.
if you're. Yeah, exactly. Like any sort of volatility can be very harmful because like they can't adjust to demand on the fly.
Right. Like this isn't like talking about it like, oh look, $100 oil, everything just turns on. Like this is a multi-year fucking process. That's gonna take. It's gonna take years to get these these rigs back up and running. To get to get new shell, to get new employees hired, to get new people in the fields. Because like these shell companies, some of them can't even make money at below $60 oil. Right? They're underwater. Right? They're losing money if they drill a project. Right? They would lose money on every barrel they produce. And now it's like, oh, it's 150. They're gonna make so much money. Yeah, that's if the market conditions persist. Right. And like. Will they? Fuck if I know.
I don't think so because I think isn't there saying like a lot of these workers are on their way out into retirement, and the way we've raised the generation that was supposed to replace them want nothing to do with oil fields or go into that environment.
Well, oil fields are racist, so.
Yeah, they're even
no, wait a minute. Oil is black. I don't know about that.
Well, maybe it's reverse racism, but that's still racism. So,
Biden says turn the economy back on. Why economy no turn back on? I don't know, man. It's like, but this idea that it's just like, this is all the invasion of Ukraine. It's like, no, dude, there were several steps along the path to get here. All right, like.
Yeah, and by the way, don't tell me buy an electric car, LOL, ha ha ha. Stephen Colbert or even Jen Psaki.
Hey, poor people, go buy yourselves an electric sedan you can't afford with a battery that's skyrocketing in price. Yellow Lantern, sir, how are you?
Привет, все. Я был возрожден.
Dust voice.
This guy's a spy. I'm telling you, this guy's a spy. You didn't believe me, but I think this guy's a spy.
You think he's sus?
To quote Samuel Jackson, English motherfucker.
it's okay. How are you doing, Yellow Lantern? We haven't chatted in a while, but I hope you are great.
I've been revived.
You are revived? Oh, sweet.
Yes, yeah, or reborn or something, because the word rebirth in Russian is возрождение.
I see. So you've been rebirthed on Rebirth Island. They used the Nova gas to bring you back.
Wait, Rebirth Island.
Wait, hang on. Rebirth Island in real life doesn't exist anymore.
Right, because it's not an island, right? It's just like more land.
Yeah, a dry plateau surrounded by once was the 4th largest lake in the world.
Which is now.
Are we still on that fucking lake? Are we still gonna bring that lake up again?
No, just hey, I didn't bring it up. He did.
No, I know. I brought it up. Don't give him shit.
Last time I was here, the world people weren't banging the drums over World War III.
Oh, they were, but they just couldn't be as direct as they wanted to, right? Like there was all that talk, right? Like, oh, hey, Putin's definitely gonna invade. There's all these force build up on the border. It's definitely happening. And then after that, yes, then they announced the special operation right now, and now they're invading.
Yeah, well, I mean, also the new South Korean president wants to get even with Kim Jong Un, so we might go back to Korea pretty soon.
I read an interesting thing that every former leader of South Korea has been jailed.
You're right. Yeah, it's and they're on their 6th republic now. They've had
since the not the DPRK, the
DPRK is on People's Republic of North Korea. That's north.
That's north. That's what I'm trying to remember what the fuck it was during the war.
Republic of South Korea.
No,
okay.
That's the whole thing. Is both Koreas claim to be the legitimate government of the Korean Peninsula.
Yeah. I mean, one of them gave us K-pop, and the other one gave us Yeoming. So,
wait, who?
Yeah, I've had a sneaking suspicion that Korean culture was beta testing grounds for how much you can be psyoped into basically causing your birth rate to collapse.
Beta.
I mean, the invention of K-pop certainly weighs credibility to it.
Really? Do you think that makes Koreans not want to breed, or the years of alcoholism that ravaged their, culture?
Yeah, well,
I don't know. I don't know if you can say that anymore because a lot of foreigners are really into Koreans because of K-pop now.
Unfortunately,
I mean,
my
a
joke
lot of
is,
foreigners
yeah,
like
the president. So that new
No, I
president,
understand.
Like,
You're making a joke.
it's like he wakes up his campaign. Enough about women's rights. We got to talk about women's wrongs now.
That's right. Didn't he
believe-
say like he was campaigning against like
My favorite part.
I
It's
believe
like
that's Guatemala,
this
though.
Giga Chad, this hilarious meme where you can hear his campaign. It was misquote. Like they were telling, like, oh, he's gonna double the hours a week from 52 to 120, or he's gonna do this. It's like the Giga Chad genie is like, hello, welcome. You got 3 wishes. My first wish is to enact a world famine. Sir, my next wish, what? Double student debt. It's like that.
I'd be okay with doubling student debt because I don't have any.
Zero.
I'm on 0 as well too.
Yep. Zero
So,
student
anyways.
debt gang. What about you, Mountain Walk? Are you are you
Not
a
very much, actually.
paid off
Not
Chad?
very much.
Ah. Sorry,
No,
Mountain
I've
Walk. We're
I've
gonna.
actually been pretty
I'm not
responsible.
going to disclose
with
it,
that,
but
so.
doubling it wouldn't be the worst thing. But it still
It'd be
kind of
funny.
sucks.
It'd be extremely funny. So I'm obviously for it. Like I would lose a little bit, or I should say I'd lose a lot, right? Because doubling is a lot, but it'd still be really funny, and so I'm 100% for it.
Wait, but Biden
let's
didn't
just
give
a
you
little-
loan forgiveness?
Introduce a little chaos. That's all I want to do. Just a little bit. It's totally worth it. Are you kidding me? I can't wait. It's not just like, $10,000 or whatever for me. It's more like, $500 billion for all of the U.S. And that sounds.
I'm only burning
funny.
my share. In a way, I hate that is like the most accurate, accurate depiction of inflation. It really is, It's just like, what are you doing? Like, you made all this money. Yes, and now I'm going to make it disappear. Wait, you can't do that.
Like, you want to see the trick I could do with this pencil?
The magic trick.
It's gone.
I'm gonna make
I
this pencil.
I'm gonna have a question for you.
What's
If
up?
you don't mind me asking, when you graduated college or university,
Sure.
how much student debt did you have?
Well, I haven't graduated yet. I'm still in school at the moment, so I've
Okay,
just
but,
working
but
on.
how do you feel when people say like just cancel all student debt when you paid into it and you already know they're not giving you?
No. I haven't paid anything. I'm still in school, so
That's still
technically,
not. It's not accumulating
don't have
interest,
anything.
right?
Right. Yeah, well, yes and no. But for example, you can get this deferred indefinitely, depending on like what kind of jobs you take and what kind of loans you get and stuff. So it's a little bit trickier than that. Like
Basically, if you're
working in
poor, you can get it
low-income
delayed.
areas. No. Like if you work in low-income areas, like say as a teacher, you can get your student loans deferred indefinitely. So there are things like that. That sort of muddy the waters a little bit. Working in low-income housing areas or whatever, inner cities, that kind of stuff, out in the sticks in rural areas, that kind of stuff. So I mean, I wouldn't care if they canceled student debt or not. I mean, I didn't pay anything for it, right? Because I probably won't have to pay anything at all, depending. I mean, the way the things are going, like, the reason I even went back to school is like, things are getting insane. Like, there's a good chance I might not even have to pay anything at all, after getting my education because of like how absurd everything is getting. So
Are you telling me to go back to college so I can get an
No. No, I'm not saying you should do that. I was just looking at I was specifically through what I wanted to do. I was like, okay, I want to be a teacher. I want to do these kind of things. The context of that for me, the way the world was and is and it's going, right, the direction, especially the West. I was like, this actually makes sense. Like,
Wait,
I
you're gonna be a
probably-
teacher, Mountain Walk?
Yes, that's the plan.
Hey, we do need
Magic-
but to be fair, we do need teachers that aren't radically insane.
Yeah.
We need to cancel them out.
Malwalk,
So-
your
Right.
students will be the world's greatest Magic the Gathering players ever.
That's the plan. That's the plan.
Aren't you afraid?
Currency's gonna teach MTG. Yeah, exactly. Just what Ghost said. Yeah, exactly.
They will be unstoppable.
Yeah, that's the plan. I'm gonna incorporate like some autism, and it's gonna be perfect. It's gonna be the greatest thing of all time.
Well, it is.
Guys like to.
hilarious that-
So what
I'm
did you
listening.
want to? I feel like you guys have missed my takes on stuff. So last time I was here, nothing spectacular happened, but now there is. We got lots to talk about.
There's a little bit of stuff that happened, yeah.
We're at a 8-year-old war that was slightly frozen, thawed over, and finally, after years of near capitulation, the Russian Federation decides to intervene and should have probably done what it did in 2014.
What, just take
And,
both it and Crimea?
Well, here's the point. This is actually a point. The origins of the conflict not only go back to the geopolitical situation following the USSR's dissolution, but if did you guys read the speech or rewatch what Putin said? I mean, I gave some commentary in it with Ralph a bit on the kill stream about what.
Said he was fighting Nazis.
Well,
Yeah.
sort of, yes, but before he talked about that, it was actually he said about the history of the Ukraine itself is that the country, as well as many of the other Soviet republics that were more or less administrative artificial creations. Is that while there may have been distinct peoples and stuff, the Soviet process of kolonizatsiya and all sorts of these weird nation-building concepts were done to not for the actual sake of giving real self-determination, but for the purpose of maintaining communist hegemony. And something like the Ukrainianism was a political movement. That's not really a nationalistic, linguistical one. And most forms of nationalism were supported by outside powers opposed to the Russian Empire, like the Habsburgs, the German Empire, and even the Ottoman Empire, who had competition with the Russians in the Black Sea. But I digress. You know, the Habsburgs were the royal house.
You can have a weird face. A weird face. Really weird face.
Yeah, well, that line of Habsburgs, they went extinct, so the other line,
That's because they were
Right,
not
right.
very genetically diverse, right?
No,
Their
they just
family
didn't have
was it their
children.
family tree was a straight line, I think is the old joke.
Ugh. Yeah. No, it was they didn't have children. Like I can't remember the last Habsburg. It was like 19th century or something.
Were they even
didn't have
physically
children.
capable of having children in the end?
Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, they might have been legitimate blue bloods by that point. You know, no cousins.
but,
or whatever.
I guess just what country in the world that they live
Right. And there was a lot of weird concepts. So when I know the context of it as well. So when Putin talks about Nazism and stuff you have to realize that in Eastern European concept, Nazism is seen more as an anti-Slavic ideology, more not necessarily
Yep.
an anti-Semitic one of being its most notorious quantity. But, you know, I could go on and say that the Ukraine was a very weird place because the reason it had such anti-Soviet thing that the Germans took advantage of was due to the fact that Stalin, when he rose to power, not only did he cancel a lot of the kolonizatsiya and started Russifying a lot of places, he would purposely select non-Ukrainian non-Ukrainians types of people to run the administrative, especially the NKVD squad. So for the Ukrainian NKVD division,
So kind of like sending in like the Mongols in China to put down Tiananmen.
Yeah. So for the Polish NKVD, well, he kind of. So basically, yeah. I mean, it's a tactic for rulers to use outside people to come in and enforce your rule because you're less likely to have obeying soldiers if they're told to fire on people they know.
Yeah, you want people that don't look like them to police them. I get you.
So what Stalin did is he staffed the Ukrainian NKVD with Poles, Russians, and yes, with Jews, and all sorts of ethnic minorities within the Ukraine, and all these weird groups that are not well. And this was done with a purpose of, while this was going on with the Golomandor happening in the background too, which affected not just the Ukrainians, it affected the Russians, the Kazakhs, the Flemish, Crimean Tatars, and tons of others. I mean, you have to realize the Soviet Union was basically the first country not only to have death camps / gulags, but they also were the first to annihilate entire classes of people just as a class. It doesn't, this is what Ernest Nolte, they know called annihilation therapy. And Ernest Nolte, of course, is notable German history who called the period between 1914 to 1945 the Great European Civil Wars. And controversially, he claims that the reason that the atrocities by the German are by the Nazi regime against not just what
Gypsies,
Jewish people,
Jews, Romanians, all kinds of people.
he said it was an overreaction to Soviet atrocities because the Soviets tended to employ these people in the NKVD squads, into the commissars, in the show trials. Of course, many of these ethnicities, when they had no more use, would be purged themselves. Because that's the thing, the Soviet, it would be NKVD and many other of these apparatuses that enforced the terror state would rotate in and out, because one day there'd be Armenians in this, then it would be Azers, and be Georgians. It depended on what kind of ruling class. And of course, when everything finally falls apart, in World War II, yes, Ukraine. I mean, the Germans were taken aback by how much anti-Russian, anti-Jewish, and anti-Polish sentiment was in that, and it made for a lot of easy collaborators, as many of these wanted to settle the score with what they perceived to be their, the oppressive murderers. And this is why you saw elements of collaboration inside Ukraine. But there was, one of the figures that you'll see in Ukraine today that's sort of notorious on the Russian side, but is considered a national hero, is this gentleman by the name of Stepan Bandera. Have you heard of him before?
No.
Well, he was the leader of the Slava Ukraina, the Free Ukraine state, that was he collaborated with the Axis forces, and which resulted in, there were cases where, his forces did massacre a lot of Poles, a lot of Jews or Russians that were, considered enemy combatants, as revenge for what they did to the Ukraine in their minds.
I mean, what other people did, right?
Yeah, well, like I said, it's kind of a dirty, really kind of stuff is that the SS, the Einsatzgruppen, which I think were responsible for a lot of this, they had a lot of foreign volunteers. A lot of countries who basically wanted to settle the score. That they were responsible for a lot of the killings too. And besides the point. So the thing is, Ukraine itself was very schizophrenic because this was the same in the Russian Civil War, as neither side considered it to be a true national identity, and it had to be artificially constructed. During the Ukrainian World War II, you had Ukrainians that were siding with the Germans. You had ones that sided with the Soviets. You had Ukrainians that didn't side.
Apologies for my historical ignorance, but Ukraine's position during World War II, were they a USSR territory at this point? Because
they were a national republic. That's the point. That's the USSR, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics.
So they were allied with the USSR at the time, right? Or were they directly under? I'm just trying to understand the context of where they were at this time in history, right? Because I'm a little fuzzy on that.
They're basically forced to be aligned. That's
so what you're saying is they were like a puppet state, basically, right?
Well, yes and no. It's kind of weird. So this is what's so weird about the Soviet stuff is that, they're fine. This is, like I said, Soviet nationalism, all this stuff is extremely inconsistent throughout the time. And sometimes it would be stronger, sometimes it would be lower. It was extremely, extreme schizo stuff. And well, it's true, more Ukrainians fought with the Red Army, a lot of the separatist feeling of being of Slava Ukrainia wouldn't go away. And Stepan Bandera, I mean, his group did eventually fight against the Nazis too, but they also fought against the Soviets. So,
But when the initial push east or the push, or you know,
when,
the,
okay, so it depended on what stage of the war they were in. You know, they picked the winning, but there was still a lot of
okay, so
Ukrainian
basically
partisans.
once they were helping Germany when Germany was pushing into, you know, Stalingrad and whatnot, and then once, you know, they got pushed out of Stalingrad, it was like, you know what, we're gonna work with the Soviets now.
Alliance of convenience, I think.
Yeah.
But
Yes,
Okay.
and you have to point out is that the Ukrainian actually didn't settle down when the Red Army retook the area. There was actually an insurgency that occurred within the Ukraine in the 1950s onward.
Were they
for a
still
bit,
the
because-
Ukraine back then, or were they still Ukraine back then?
it's
Well, it
always
was
just
the
been
Ukrainian
Ukraine.
Soviet Socialist Republic.
Okay.
The U.
I just think it's very funny
US
that in,
SR.
like the lexicon, like it's now the Ukraine, you know, after. Like,
Yeah, or the spelling of Kiev has changed like twice.
Yeah.
okay.
So here's the point is, and so there's this, so when the Soviet Union finally falls, Ukraine is left politically still because the group, like I said, Ukraine, you know, I don't want to be too harsh and say it's a fake country, but the thing is, it's
and
a
we
very,
just got taken off the air.
yeah, oh, sorry.
We're fine.
I think the problem is that it's just Ukrainian nationalism is increasingly schizophrenic because it's been settled by so many people of various things. You know, one half of the country leans more towards Russia, the other the part in Galicia, they have their own identity. They lean towards the Polish, the Crimean Tatars, whatever's left of these groups that survived the purges and ethnic cleansing, and some came back. It's a borderland. I mean, that's what Ukraine means, and it comes from the word Ukraina.
A good example would be kind of like how in Spain you have the Balean people, or the Basque people, the Catalonians, the Galicia people, who all want to like be independent from Spain itself. They don't want to really be part of the Madrid. Spain would be like the best way of
That's the
comparing it.
Catalan separatists is the most active. I think Basque and Galicia are we just want to have our own language and some autonomy, and we'll be fine. I think
Did you just say we? Confirmed for Basque? Yellow Lantern is Basque confirmed? Is that
the
true?
funny thing is, I still kind of side with Franco in the war because the Basques made a bad alliance with the communists and stuff, and I think it's very likely that if they were actually the one that they surrendered, and they actually got spared a lot of the destruction besides like the bombing of Guernica, because
The bombing
getting
of
off the-
Guernica, that was during the Spanish Civil War, I presume?
yeah, and it was one that was heavily propagandized because, you know, it was actually for a while people thought thousands were just killed in this deliberate bombing, but
Well, like
it
the
came
firebombing
out later
of
that
Kyoto, or...
yeah, it came out later that Guernica was actually a military target, and that in the 30s bombing was pretty inaccurate,
Well,
and the reason for the
Yeah,
death toll
obviously.
you know, I mean, looking at all the
Yeah.
weddings we blew up in the Middle East, I would say it hasn't come too far.
That's a good point too. I never thought of it like
Did
that.
we hit a wedding? Oh, shit, was that today?
Good. That's what the US would say. Good.
Well,
I'm
I
so
mean,
Yeah,
to be
like,
fair,
say like it's not a war crime if you lose or something.
That's
Well,
right. That's
yeah,
right.
there's that.
well, that, and also like I love how Kamala Harris is calling Russia war criminals for bombing a hospital, but does she not remember that Barack Obama blew up like a couple Middle Eastern hospitals and was like, "What?
Where else are you gonna hide? They're bombing everywhere else.
Yes, and people forget that this is what the Allied forces normalized in the Second World War. I mean, I saw this. Did you guys see this weird propaganda thing where it was like they show this edited video of like, you know, Paris getting bombed by low-flying aircraft?
No.
Do you guys see?
I mean, to be fair, I could see Paris getting bombed because they have people from a certain region coming in there more often than not.
Yeah. I mean, even like cities like Brest, which were even under when they were under Axis control, they were bombed heavily too. You know, this was cities that were, you know, I'm digress, but the whole point is that, okay, where was I? So, yeah, we jumped around a bit. So
Sorry.
Ukraine becomes independent, and they're still undivided because, like I said, you know, Ukrainians and Russians, and well, Belarusians for that matter, are all almost identical in terms of, you know, ancestry.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, but I'll bring this up. I'm gonna ask you a little bit about the Belarusian involvement. Like, I think I understand it, but I want to get your take on that too. But sorry, continue.
Yeah, I mean, funny thing is, a lot of Russians don't like them very much. Just what I'll get to that point. So yeah, so Ukraine was divided. It still had the East-West divide. If you look at presidential elections in Ukraine, it's almost a clear-less. I mean, the president who won in 2010, I think his name is Timofeo Yanukovych.
Wasn't it Poroshenko? Oh no, Yanukovych. It was Yanukovych.
Yeah. He was, and the thing is, they had a color revolution in 2004, which elected this, I think, a lady who later got indicted for corruption, of course.
What is this,
And-
South Korea?
Yeah. I mean, people forget Ukraine was also not that free of a country even before this, because, I mean, when I talk about this guy named Zelensky, which I'll get to in a bit. So here's the thing: Ukraine has been, ironically, one of the poorest countries in Europe ever since the breakup. You know, even though they didn't have the problem of oligarchs basically looting the country like they did in Russia during the 1990s, it was, I mean, they still didn't really take care of themselves. They let a lot of factories go to waste. A lot of Ukrainians just left the country in total. They just go work in Central or Western Europe and come back. It was a bunch of just malaise. And, you know, when things started to turn around in Belarus and Russia, Ukraine substantially lagged. And this is because there's been a lot of very glowy stuff and suspicious things in the Ukraine as well.
Are you saying that? Oh, wait. Are you saying that there are bioweapons labs in Ukraine? That is racist and propaganda and conspiracy
Look,
theory
we
and
will get
Russian
to
lies.
the allegations of
Hang on, I'm not
U.S.
done.
bioweapons in the
And
Ukraine.
Don't look. I have more buzzwords I can use. This is racism.
We're almost
Again.
there, Matt Walk. We're almost there. We will get to the biolabs because
Okay.
I
Let me write
have
down
a
some
lot
more
of
buzzwords.
questions.
This is great. This gives me some time, so it's good.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so this is the point of so yeah, there's been a lot of the more smart have realized that a lot of this. So the thing starts happening in 2014. There's a color revolution again, and this was over. The straw was that the president who was elected, who was actually not really pro-Russian, was only moderately neutral. I mean, a lot of these former Soviet countries that even had large Russian populations and stuff have de-Russified a lot, but they've, you know, while maintaining some ties. And the big problem was that he was trying to attract investments in the country and trade deals. What happened was that Russia simply just offered him a better deal, so he said, you know what, I'll just cancel the one EU did, and I'll give Russia the investments. But the EUcrats and all the people in Brussels really hated this, and they would drum up a charge of corruption, of being a Russian puppet, and they hijacked the protests, which results in a full-scale coup, essentially. Yanukovych's his faction loses power, and he's forced to flee the country and seeks asylum, and then finally it leads to essentially a new form of government taking over, and the first thing they start to do is they basically start banning the Russian language. Essentially, you know, one thing I disagreed with.
That sounds
one
pretty
thing
base to me. I mean, like, it sounds
Well,
like
the
a really
problem
big
with
waste
this
to
is
have
that-
like the language everywhere. You know, like
The problem is
language
the Ukrainian.
barrier.
The problem is the Ukrainian language itself is constantly being changed and stuff, to the point where you have a lot of the Ukrainians themselves just speak Russian, and someone did a survey, like most Ukrainians had like Russian set to their default, on their keyboards and keypads and on their phones.
When you
But
say
it-
banned in the country, what does that mean? Like,
It means that it's not allowed to be taught in schools. If you cannot speak the Ukrainian language, you're been effectively denied services. Like you can't get a job. You'll be harassed by
wait,
these Ukrainian.
why should you be able to get a job if you can't speak the language of the country?
Well, the problem is because the language itself is constantly being changed and updated. And so, I mean, prior to this, the thing is, Russian was considered an official language, along with Ukrainian.
Right, but that was during when the Soviet Union was in charge, right? It's kind of
Well,
irrelevant.
it's different than say like in the U.S. where say like Spanish, right? The most common other language than English is never really officially supported. It was always English. That was like de facto and de jure. The main language was English. It's different than adding Spanish and having everyone have to learn Spanish, and people that are native Spanish speakers. Oh, you don't have to learn English. In fact, it's actively I don't want to say enforced, but like they sort of suppress English in some respects and promote Spanish.
I don't know if I
so-
now. I don't know if I've seen that myself, Mountain Walk. But
Sure.
I've seen a lot of people, that haven't, don't seem to be learning Spanish. It feels intended, but I don't think I've seen like the system itself encourage that. If that makes sense.
Right.
Well,
I mean, yes and no, but I would, for example, it's different than in Eastern Europe, where most of these people not only are they ethnic Russians or Slavic just in general, but they speak Russian, right? So it's a little bit of a different situation. Even though I think it is a good point you're bringing up, I think the context is very different. That of course, my opinion.
And the thing is, I mean, it's kind of a weird because, like, for example, in the former Yugoslavia, Croatian and Serbian, they're basically the same language. The only difference is the script they use. Croatian sticks with the Latin script, while Serbia uses the Cyrillic alphabet. But even the change of language of scripts is controversial for them. And, Bosnia uses a mix because Bosnia is two countries in itself. It has the Federation of Republika Srpska as well as the Bosniak population. But the point is, and not only this, but by effectively forcing people to switch their language, it created conditions for counter protests, and this is what happened in many of these cities. It happened in Kharkov, Odessa, and stuff, and the Ukrainian government cracked down brutally on this, and there were a
How
lot
did
of
they crack down?
Well, it was a lot of extrajudicial killings. There were beatings,
Whoa,
robberies.
whoa, wait. Extrajudicial killing.
Yeah, lynch mobs, essentially.
They sent lynch mobs.
Yeah, because people forget, Ukrainian nationalists, a lot of these groups you may hear, like Azov and stuff, they're funded by a lot of Ukrainian oligarchs, especially this one named Komisky.
Right, which he mentioned earlier, and he's been a big player in the sort of Zelensky's presidency, funding him, that whole thing. So, yeah, that's where a lot of this stuff comes from. It's not a grassroots
so
thing.
you're saying there's credible evidence that he sent people to murder people for speaking English?
He didn't maybe say it directly, but not speaking English. But what is going on is that they fund and support these groups that do violent stuff to civilians.
So you're saying it's
And-
like the equivalent of if you were funding like cartel death squads to go kill people
Yeah,
with
kind
state
of like
money,
that.
or not state money, with
Well,
dark money.
and the first instance of the worst, like this, is what happened in Odessa in the 2014 counter protest. So these Russian-speaking, they were upset, protesting the banning of their language, the marginalization, and Ukrainian regime supporters essentially assault them, they beat them, and so they decide to take shelter inside the stock exchange building. Well, Ukrainians decided to set the building on fire, and they barricaded them. And so this resulted in them either trying to escape, they would be shot, or they would die from being burned alive, and it killed
So you're-
40 to 50 people.
So you're saying they took the Ukrainian stock exchange hostage?
No, they fled to the trade union building. to barricade themselves to avoid being basically beaten to death by the mobs. And the mob decided to torch the building, which resulted in them either dying from being burned alive or being killed by the mob.
So the mob torched the Ukrainian stock exchange.
Yes, because they wanted to kill the Russian-speaking, protesters protesting the coup. That's just ethnic tensions were boiling over, and finally, like the Crimeans, who are mostly Russian ethnic, they said, "We're leaving. We do not want to be part of this government. It's illegitimate." And with some help from Russia, nudging, they
Now, do
effectively
you have like an
Russia.
article about like them torching the stock exchange? Like
I
from like
do
RT or
actually.
something?
I have the documents about all the like really screwed up shit that happened in Ukraine since 2014.
Because
And
I'd like to see that because like I've never heard of that.
well,
Yeah.
let me DM it to you
But
because
also,
That's
so
probably
a
that's
question
probably
for
the
you,
best to DM it. It's,
it's got like because the images I've seen, dude, it's burned bodies. It's later on you'll see civilians who've been killed by Ukrainian airstrikes. It's not pretty. There's also tons of people who are tortured by Azov and Nadirs and all these militias. It honestly, I mean, there's even one of the worst heartbreaking ones is when you come across a monument called the Alley of Angels, and it's for in the memory of all the kids who have been murdered essentially either by airstrikes on civilians or just straight up killed by these Ukrainian militias and all this stuff. There's like 200 kids I
are
know
you
that have been.
are you calling the military the militia, or are you calling like an
They're
actual militia
interchangeable at this
group?
point. Like it's
Well,
it,
but at the same time, this though, if you're a controlling government and you have dissidents and they're not following in line, that isn't it the right of the controlling power to eventually try to take out the dissidents, though?
Well, this is what justified, they would, I mean, both sides would call each other fascists or
but I'm just saying
neo-Nazis.
that's how the state does function, right?
Yeah,
Yes, but this was the point
I'm
of
not
the
saying it's
thing is
right.
that,
Obviously,
yeah.
if
We're not
it's
saying it's right,
immoral
but
to
we're
kill
saying
innocent
like,
people. I don't think anyone here is going, well, they totally had the right to kill. I'm saying that like they that's what they do, right?
well, yeah, because it's a civil war, essentially. I mean, that's what well, in some, now, there was some attempts for secession also, like, Kharkov was extremely pro-Russian they tried to form their own Kharkov's People's Republic or something, but that
Isn't
got burnt down
Kharkov like a
pretty.
type of liquor from Russia or something?
No, that's a city near the border in northeastern Ukraine, and it had a pretty high, but a lot of it was put down because, like I said, there were same beatings, killings, harassments during this period. So
but
finally,
it's a group of dissidents, though. If, like I said, if you're a controlling power, you're gonna try to keep your government back in check. I mean, it's the same reason why they were begging Trump to send the National Guard to the BLM protesters 2 summers ago, because
well, you have
or
to
when they returned to
realize
the White House.
those were state-sponsored riots because this is kind of a different because here's let's bring it back to the Ukraine because essentially the people felt that their government was illegitimate because it was basically overthrown. And these were the
But
areas
how was it overthrown,
that
though?
voted
Was it
for
overthrown by a
Yanukovych.
coup, or was it overthrown by an election? Because those are
It
two
was
big different
overthrown by a
things.
coup in 2014. I mean, that's exactly what happened. It was this is why they call it the Euromaidan color revolution. And in lexicon, color revolution means that these are top-down forces from outside the region.
It's what
Who have
George Soros does, and they literally, I mean, is exactly what it says. It's like they'll wear these colors to sort of identify themselves, so everyone kind of can see who is doing what or whatever. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Anyway, sorry.
And here's
sorry to interrupt.
So this is the point. So areas within most of the pro-Russian sentiment was in the areas for which that had voted for Timofeyo Yanukovych in 2010. And so with that in the things, two of the oblasts, the Donetsk and Lugansk ones, decided to officially secede from the Ukrainian state. And this is the war in the Donbass. This is
Now,
the initial.
what did they use as their claim to legitimacy to
Well, they
declare
just said
secession?
we're conceding,
But like when
this
you say
government is
we, what do you
illegitimate.
mean we? I mean like they're not
Yeah.
sovereign territories is what I'm trying to get at.
Well, they
Right,
would
like-
argue because this government is illegitimate and overthrew an elected president via, forces from the pro-West, pro-EU. We have decided to say, well, we no longer consent to
But
this
how did they?
authority in
Was
Kiev.
it legitimately a coup, or did they vote him out? And they're claiming that was a coup because they got voted out. That's
No,
the question. I'm asking.
This happened in the middle of Yanukovych's term. He wasn't elected. He was elected in 2010, and I think the Ukrainian constitution says it's like a 6-year presidential term or something, and so when he was overthrown,
I'm actually curious how he was overthrown.
he just basically the same. The elites, the anti-Russian pro-EU elites gained power, and they were able to
Wait, gained power how?
But how did they gain power? How did they
I'm
gain
trying to
power?
understand.
That's the part you're skipping. Yeah.
they gained power via help from the NGOs, from a lot of
how? Like I understand
The
like
answer
these
though, the answer is legitimately how they got, were they
because
voted
they
into
had
the
enough
Congress? Were
elite
they
support. They had enough oligarchs on their side. They had
So
enough.
they were elected, right?
But that, yeah. So they were
Just
elected.
being elected doesn't mean you're a good leader. I mean,
No one's obviously no one's making that argument, right? That like being
well,
elected
sure,
makes
but
you a
therein
good leader.
lies the point. Like,
But like what I'm
democratic
saying
systems are
is
easily manipulated.
the system was democracy, right? Officially, right? And they were
Yeah, which is people have known democracy is shit for like
it
2,500 years.
Malwalk, I'm just saying it doesn't
I know,
matter. But I'm just
yeah,
saying
we know, the Simpsons
so you're saying
joke
that
is
they
that
were
democracy
voted
doesn't
into
work.
power, right? And then they used the legitimate legal process to oust him, I guess.
They didn't. That's the point. But I'm
trying to understand what's the
But-
process they used to oust him. If you just say gain power,
Yeah,
They
illegally,
literally
I'm-
stormed the parliaments. They literally, in armed revolts, they got weapons and stuff from
I
the
wonder where
factions
they
of-
got those weapons from.
Yeah, exactly.
Big thing.
They literally,
I wonder-
all the things people thought January 6th was, that's exactly what happened in Ukraine. They violently stormed the central. They took over the parliaments. They were shooting they were shooting pro Yanukovych politicians. It was a legitimate overthrow of a government. It was a coup d'état.
And Yanukovych is in jail right now, right? I believe.
He fled. I mean, he's basically dead man if he was to stay there. I think he sought asylum he sought asylum in Russia because of that. Or he fled.
Because I know around the same time that's when Vitaly Klitschko became mayor of Kiev.
Yeah.
That was around.
And fun fact:
2014.
the mayor of Odessa after that was this Georgian, Zakhavili. He was the guy who was put into power in after Georgia had its own little civil war and eventual color revolution as well. And he was the guy who tried to take back South Odessa and Abkhazia from the sort of joint occupation both sides had to keep the peace. And that led to the 2008 war because he decided to, poke the bear and shoot at Russian peacekeeping soldiers and shell South Odessa and Abkhazia aggressively, which Russia just said, no.
Is there a
I'm not gonna-
non-aggressive way to shoot at people? Not to be a pedant, but
Yeah, you have warning
Hey,
shots.
you can keep it like
warning
border
shots
clashes
are
and stuff.
Yeah,
but
you mean the boogie
Yeah.
doctrine?
the boogie doctrine.
The
Yeah,
boogie
that's what. Yeah, that's
the
right. That's right.
hassle doctrine, as I like to call it.
yeah, okay.
By the way,
They aggressively shot at them. Like fortunately, I've never been shot at, but I've also never been shot at non-aggressively.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's true.
It's basically someone taking a swipe at you and they miss. It still counts as an aggressive action.
Oh yes. Someone shoots a bullet at me.
yeah.
I would 100% agree with you. That is a aggressive action. Full stop.
Yes, and that is why Boogie should have gone to jail, but he's not going to jail. He got probation.
I think he'd probably be.
Car, God damn it.
Kalashnikov, does Butters just come here to flex his historical knowledge of Eastern Europe on us plebs?
Yes.
Well, I'm not trying to flex, but I mean, it's just I guess nobody reads the history books.
He legitimately has it. I think he's got the heart of a teacher for sure.
He's definitely pretty knowledgeable about this stuff.
And so the point is, and so this leads to the first Donbass war. Basically, this was actual legit war. There's so many crazy footage of images. Like, Ukraine essentially airstrikes on Donetsk and Lugansk. They fight back. There are defections in the Ukrainian military. It's a very, very brief hot war for almost a year and a half until basically they call for peace and they sign something called the Minsk Protocols, which basically acts as a ceasefire between the separatists in the Donbass region as well as the
What are the
military.
terms of that ceasefire? Because I'm, not familiar with, what the results of that
Don't
ceasefire
shoot each other. Don't shoot each other.
I would presume
It's basically like the
ceasefire.
Korean. It's like the Korean conflict.
So the war is still officially happening, but we're gonna stop shooting.
Yes, it's a ceasefire essentially.
So basically, a political peace, but
it's like a temporary.
It attempts to de-escalate, and so this was signed in Minsk because Belarus basically was the mediator between Ukraine and Russia and the separatists. Because it was an open secret that Russia was kind of helping the separatists survive. In fact, if Ukraine, a few things had gone differently, it could have been possible that Ukraine would have either crushed the separatists in Donetsk and Lugansk, or if Russia decided to intervene militarily, they probably would have been able to secure their independence much quicker, because Ukraine's army was really not that strong. It was like they only had like 5,000 to 10,000 active combat troops that were ready.
Right. So what you're saying was that the Russian government was supporting the separatist movement there?
Yeah, covertly. Like, some were actually kind of upset that Putin. A lot of big criticism aimed at the Russian government by, the Russian nationalists and some more right-leaning, is that they didn't do enough to save. They could have actually crushed the Ukrainians, but I guess the problem with the opposite is that Russia didn't have an economy that was able to deal with the sanctions at that point. Kremez says, during a ceasefire, the only shots that can be used are fired are the ones that are verbal. Yeah.
Or just do drinking games. Who can out drink the other with those kind of shots?
Yeah, they're both Slavs. That'd take too long. That would be awesome.
It's like that one, you've seen that footage when there was like a border crisis between Belarus and Poland. And the Polish guy goes, "Good morning, my neighbor." The guy's like, "Hey, fuck you." It's like, "Yes, fuck you too."
Yeah. I mean, you could say the same with Pakistan and India, where
Didn't India just fire a fucking rocket into Pakistan the other day?
Yeah, they said it was
sorry for
by mistake.
Yeah, a fucking fucking India. What the hell, man? Be cool for 5 seconds. The world's on fire.
Nah, no one cares about that area of the world.
I mean, it's so funny.
The problem is China might get involved because they have claims to Kashmir as well. So
China is extending or solidifying or strengthening its relationship with Pakistan. Of course, right? It only makes sense.
Well, that's all part of Belt and Road and whatnot, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And it is
their
sort
economic
of
pathway to the west.
Right. It's also sort of to counter India's relationship with America, although it's not very strong, right? Not like, for example, Japan and America's relationship, which is Japan basically just sort of does whatever America does, mostly, So,
pretty much.
To be fair, I would take a bunch of high-end fruit-producing farmers than a bunch of people who can't keep your street clean and basically poison the whole river and are one of the biggest environmental polluters of all time. But we don't talk about that because they're minorities.
I also want to make Clash Gas made a good point about this sort of language game that they're doing. You were talking about like the Ukraine, or the way that they like Kyiv. Oh, it's pronounced Kyiv. It's not Kiev. It's Kyiv now. Or they do these sort of things like to get these terms to stick in your head, to sort of make you look at them in a new light. So it is a lot of sort of language game, kind of propaganda sort of stuff going on with that.
I understand.
Which is really important to remember. It's so transparent that it's like, I mean, obviously smart people will just be like, this is so retarded. I see what you're doing. It's so dumb. But dummies will fall for it.
It was a recent too. I mean, we spelled Kiev the more Russian way, the K-I-E and a V. But they tried to kind of switch it to more Ukrainian sounding with K-Y-I-B.
It's so weird. Like people like pretentious, stupid midwits will be like, "Oh yes, it's Kiev. Yeah, that's right." But it's like, it's so like when they do this stuff, it's so obvious. Like, because I mean, this kind of thing isn't even like sneaky or whatever. It's just like, give me a fucking break, right? Like, Clash is like that. It's. I mean, this is Edward Bernays kind of, early 20th century propaganda BS, and so it's important to see this, so.
Or to dumb it down, it's the equivalent of somebody announcing they just changed their pronouns, and all the headlines immediately switch it to their quote-unquote new pronouns in like the next couple minutes, and all the articles are written differently because of it. It's kind of like that.
We got a memory hold of that information.
Yeah, so back to the language. So for a while there's a ceasefire for about a few years, but there was always, occasional breaks.
69 years.
The assassination of several separatist leaders, including this one notable guy who was called Givi, a Georgian who volunteered to fight for the Donbass. And
wait, hold up, they assassinated their leaders?
Yeah, there've been
like
numerous
Bitcoin assassins?
Did they deserve it?
No, Battlewalk.
Yeah.
Battlewalk, you're supposed to be the Christian here, okay? You're supposed to be the one who...
There's footage of these people, too. Like, there's this guy, he basically, there's a famous video of him basically talking with a reporter, and all of a sudden a rocket, drops near the position, it explodes, and everyone, runs inside for shelter.
These people were at war, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a legitimate shooting war, too.
Right, I was, there are casualties, right?
Yeah, but there's just, surreal footage of this, too.
No, I understand there's footage of it, but,
the flag of the Novorossiya, essentially what they called themselves, it looks suspiciously like a Confederate battle flag. And it was based off, apparently they said it was based off the Russian naval jack, which also uses the St. Andrew's cross. They just used the red, white, and blue colors because, hey, it's Novorossiya, New Russia, because that's what the area was historically called. And so...
But, I mean, so you're saying that the person was doing a media appearance, and then they hit him with a rocket during a media appearance?
No, he didn't get hit, but it landed.
He's barely getting hit with a shoe, so that's all I'm gonna say.
Chanka, I believe.
Yeah. No, what happened was, this video clip, GB was giving an interview, and so what happens is, all of a sudden you hear an explosion, a rocket lands near the position, and then everyone's running inside to get shelter. He just looks nonchalant. He smokes a cigarette. He's I've seen it. He's guys, come back outside. Look at this. Look at these fragments and stuff. Look at it. This is what we have to face in a daily day. And he just picks one up, shows it off. It's it's still pretty hot. It's the most surreal kind of experience, but this is warfare for some. There are people who will just break, can't handle it, and there'll be people who just have no fear of death.
But I mean, if they've got your position zeroed in,
that's the thing, the problem with this is that there was not that many good radar detection systems. And of course, over the years, Ukraine as well as... So yeah, let me just tell you about the opinion. So yeah, there are a lot of these weird schizo-Ukrainians that rock the Third Reich aesthetics, like the Sonarad, the SS. The reason is because they are funded by a lot of oligarchs, is because they're basically tolerated because there's no other real fanatical support for the Ukrainian nation outside of these people. And ironically enough, yes,
so
some of these...
You're saying that the 90% of the population outside of Crimea that voted to not be part of Russia are all just lying?
Well, it's not. It's like I said, Ukrainian nationalism is extremely schizophrenic.
Well, I mean,
And
what's your source for that?
Yeah, is it
Well,
schizophrenic
this-
according to you because you're pro-Russian, or just schizophrenic in general because that's the
well,
universally agreed opinion?
factions, like it depends. Like I said, more Western Ukraine has the least to do with Russia. The western parts don't. The central one gets a little bit of a mix. The eastern part is more on the side of, and we have two breakaway republics that they try
But I mean,
to
like
join
the only,
Russia, but-
the only like public opinion data we really have about this is their election they had to whether or not they were going to rejoin the Soviet Union. They were going to rejoin Russia.
They never had a referendum on that.
Never a referendum. Like
They had a referendum on if they wanted to leave the Soviet Union, and the least popular position, like the place that was least supportive of it was Crimea, of course.
correct.
So
Well, like-
here's the opinion. So this is how I'm gonna let me bring this all together, like because it is impossible to quantify public opinion now, but we just
I mean-
take it to actions of.
It
Other
was probably
people, like-
difficult back then to quantify public
Yeah.
opinion. To be
But
fair,
here's the point about when we talk about this stuff. The point is, so one of the purposes of Putin attacking the government is that he says that Ukraine is not really a sovereign country. And when you look at
I mean,
a lot
he's
of the
invading them. That kind of makes sense for him to say
Yeah.
that. I mean,
It kind of makes sense, and also people think he wants to reunite the Soviet Union, so it doesn't really
it's
help.
kind of funny that he
narrative.
does. I mean, if you the speech he denounces the Bolsheviks and the Lenin, he actually kind of notes the irony is that Ukraine has toppled statues of several communist leaders and Ukrainians, especially the statues of Lenin. And he said, ironic considering they were the
to
guys
be
who
fair,
literally
too.
created the nation.
You think
You know.
Lenin might have been a nice guy? You think it might have been just misunderstood? Just like a misunderstood good guy? You guys?
Yep.
That's-
Which is
mean-
funny because, a lot of Russian has they started to slowly denounce the Bolsheviks and Lenin, but they haven't gotten that far.
I mean,
They won't give
starving
him a proper
starving
burial,
will
though.
do that to you.
Yeah, I mean,
You
I'm
know-
pretty sure no one thinks the communist regime was good. I mean, Stalin was certainly more pragmatic than ideological, like Trotsky.
Yeah, I
or
won't say that.
Bolshevik.
I'm not disagreeing with you there. I mean,
Oh, sure, yeah.
that's
I
the
was
point.
mostly
Like,
just
it-
just
it's just
shitposting. Mostly.
you kind of have to give and take with your trying to build a continuity between the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union, and the Russian Federation. If you're just a guy from, just
Yeah. Yeah.
you have to kind of build that sort of continuity, and that's the only way you can do that without thinking too much about what was the best and what was the worst parts.
Right.
And so it kind of says, and so he goes on to say a lot of the trade deals, the gas supplies, in a way, but prior to this, you have to realize, I think there was a lot of really more militantly fanatical, pro like annexing entire Ukraine that I think Putin kind of held back a little bit in years
I mean,
prior
I
to the
wouldn't.
war.
I wouldn't be
He's
surprised.
certainly more
but-
measured than people give him credit for. Like,
Yeah, like 'cause here's the thing, like
He's not a cartoon
he's not
villain,
trying to
obviously.
be
No one,
a
no,
dumbass,
no one on
but-
this panel thinks he's some cartoon villain. Obviously,
not
that
even
he's-
close. No,
He's
no.
nowhere near as
Yeah,
cool as he's made out in the media.
I mean, I've been watching a lot of Tucker, right, recently, the last couple weeks, and he's been commenting on this. And of course, his main thing, because he is a more mainstream personality, or again, maybe he
Well,
actually
no, I
believes
think
this.
Tucker's thing is that he's riding the populism train, and there is no popular support for a conflict in Eastern Europe or a hot war.
Right. Well, he is. Well, the thing is, he opposes it, but still sort of vilifies Putin. Like, says he's evil, or he's
I
going
don't think he
too
says
far.
he's
but-
evil. I think he just says like he's like
Well, he's not saying he's like the worst thing of all time.
Right,
He's
right,
just
right.
saying, he's a bad man. He's doing bad, but he's not like some sort of mustache man incarnate or reincarnate.
I think most of us
Which
like
is true,
most of the stuff
but-
he said about him has been pretty milquetoast. Just like he's not a good guy, but he's like we're not gonna go to war over this shit.
I mean, I would
Yeah,
say
also,
he.
you think
Oh,
I think
you go.
also like declaring, saying you want to go to war with Russia is basically almost political suicide at this point. But
Well,
also,
I mean,
how much of it
like,
is also sponsorship? Is sponsorship?
what congressmen are
I mean,
against it? Like, what, Tulsi Gabbard's,
well, Tulsi's not in. Tulsi's not even in Congress anymore, though.
she isn't? Really?
No, she's retired.
Oh,
She got
really?
out.
Dang, she's a cutie, too. All right, about to
She
get my
was.
Tulsi GF. Hawaiian GF coming up.
So let me let's get back on topic a bit. So that's the point is, so when you see, and when the elections are held again, you have this guy by the name of Zelensky making the presidential run successfully. And here's the thing about a lot of stuff, surrounding stuff, Zelensky. I mean, he's a weird comedian guy, and you have to realize his show that he had a movie called Servant of the People, where he was playing the president of Ukraine before
Basically
he
made that movie Robin Williams made a few years ago, but they made it reality. So you're saying he
No,
was
Robin
psyoped
Williams,
into the presidency?
The movie that Robin Williams made was just Robin Williams playing in a movie. This was actually funded by this.
Yeah, he's got
Kolinsky?
his oligarch.
the oligarch.
Yeah,
I guess
was
he
a
could have actually
Ukrainian
be like
oligarch.
if Morgan Freeman
Yeah.
actually became president.
Well, everyone would love if Morgan Freeman was president. That'd be fine. So
the point about this is that his rise is pretty prominent, and you have to the structure of the Ukrainian government just seemed very, very much not what I would expect if I felt like the ruling class represented me, or like was more. There was a lot of parts of it were things, because and a lot of people pointed out is that a lot of politicians here and stuff had a lot of investments in energy companies and gas. As a matter of fact,
No.
you don't say. Is that true? Is that true?
Shock.
I mean, also as well. I mean, I guess it is surprising that Ukraine will elect celebrities to the office when they have one of the greatest heavyweight boxers as the mayor of Kiev right now. So
Me, I'm the mayor of Kiev and also a heavyweight boxer. Everyone knows that.
Well, I know you're heavyweight, but are you a boxer?
I'm a big boy these days. Big boy, 200 pounds.
For
Sexy. How? For you.
Sorry.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. I'm just spurring it out.
It would be very painful mountain walk. For you. Sorry, where were we? We were talking about Zelensky. So the Boy Scout that's the Boy Scout that's being propped up in the media as a brave dude, and still has not fled the country yet, even though supposedly it's gonna fall any day now.
yeah, supposedly probably the next time person of the year. Let's be real.
I mean, wasn't Stalin a person of the year? I mean, he probably only killed more people than any other person outside of maybe.
I'm
Genghis
still
Khan
waiting
or
for Mohammed bin Salman to be person of the year after the starvation bombing campaign he's waged against Yemen these past years. Sorry, but okay. So all right, so Zelensky, where we're at?
yeah. So he's really a clown, and a lot of this big.
Wait. A comedian is a clown? Hold up.
Yeah, but he's an unserious one, and there's tons of weird videos of him. Like there's this one where he's dancing in like a weird drag thing with like the spandex. That's a real.
But you've
He
never
played on a
dressed up in a
show.
tutu when your dad got mad at you?
You've never tried on spandex to go running? It's actually not.
Yeah,
that
but
bad.
it looked like it was just really. And yeah, as Mount Walker was said, he was bankrolled by an Ukrainian oligarch who paid for stuff. And
I
this
mean,
oligarch
isn't everyone
mission of
big in
robbing all
Ukrainian politics backed by some major oligarch of some kind?
Well,
sure,
but
let's be
that's the
serious.
problem. I mean, that's the problem, though, is because they all have the same sort of ideals, which are, of course, bad for Ukraine, but maybe good for the West in some sort of way.
Well,
But,
I mean, they did apply for EU membership after the invasion happened.
But what does that even mean? Like, strategically and politically to be an EU member state? Aren't you just kind of bound to like their rules and shit?
Well, yeah, but
You basically just trade you trade your vassal status with Russia to vassal status to Germany and the U.S.
Well, sure, but it's not about Ukraine in particular, but also their relationship with Russia. Clearly, that it's not like just what is important for Ukraine or not. It's
No, but like the other aspect of that is though, like there's no like the EU is not obligated to protect its member states, right? Because isn't Albania like invading its neighbor right now?
But the thing is, here's the point about Russian contention is that, we promised the Russians that we would not expand the borders of NATO.
Yeah, but they forgot we're the dominant global hegemon, and we can make the rules and change them as we see fit.
But
Ukraine is also joining NATO as well.
And the thing is, there was actually a point, in the said, Putin asked President Clinton, hey, maybe I want to join NATO. What do you guys think about that? And they were kind of taken aback because so many of the department, the United States has a lot of Cold War leftovers, and so much of the State Department and apparatus is designed to continuously fight the Cold War and not recognize that it should have ended in 1991. It should have maybe just started to say, let's scale back.
Ended in 1991.
I mean, you had Mitt Romney 10 years ago go on live television say Russia's still the biggest foe, and Obama dunked on him and cost him the election, and now people are saying,
let's be honest, Mitt Romney cost himself that election in many other ways long before that.
Well, I don't particularly trust, Utah is I don't have
Utah is one of those weird states where it's reliably
it's populated by the Mormons, and I can't really describe the Mormons without basically breaking TOS, so I won't go there.
Mormons are a weird bunch. I think we can all agree on that. They're nice people. I think they're very nice people.
There's a gentleman in my sphere by the name of Ryan Turnipseed. He's the guy who does stuff. If you ever ask his opinion on the Mormons, the dude will basically start Fed posting, let's just say.
You ever met a nice Mormon gal? They want to take you
I met some. I know some Mormons individually, but I would say, as a
the
group,
Mormon church, the political
stuff.
Mormon church structure is very unusual.
And, see Mormon involvement in the CIA, FBI.
Wait, Evan McMuffin? No, he would never.
Yeah, well, that's...
He's also running for senator, by the way.
There's a lot of stuff that's pretty... I'm just not going to get into because...
That's understandable.
But back to my point. So the problem here is that, not only was it felt like Ukraine was stuff, there was a lot of just money laundering schemes that were coming out of this country, and several, it could be argued that Russiagate was kind of formulated in places like Ukraine, because a lot of anti Putin oligarchs made their home there, and they decide,
would you rather live? Where would you rather live? You want to be in Russia? Where?
The funny thing is, so the way in which Putin dealt with the oligarchs when he came to power was that he sat like the 7 big ones, and a lot of them say, "Here, listen, I know you've looted my country, and I could probably make sure none of you leave this room alive, but I got a deal with you. You can stay out of politics, keep some of your money, but promise never to, pillage or loot my country, and I won't come after you. You take this deal, we're good." And some of them did. The ones that didn't got prosecuted. Or they just decided to flee and they take their money and investments elsewhere. And so while there are there are Russian oligarchs and stuff, they almost have no political influence in Russia. As a matter of fact, one of them that just got sanctioned had his yacht taken from him. That was the oligarch that bought back James Watson's Nobel Prize for Science.
Because he said a naughty thing. Oh boy, he said a naughty thing.
He had a brief moment of Jared Taylorism.
Yeah, he said a little HBD, and that's a naughty thing. So
you're telling me he had red pill Tourette's?
Yeah, that's right. That's a good way to put it. And you can't do that in America.
James Watson was not only banished from, he was destitute, he was so poor, he had to sell that Nobel Prize for Science just so he could maybe get a little bit of money. And this Russian billionaire took a pity on him and essentially bought it back for him. And I get to the economic trade sanctions and stuff. So when you have this years approaching, I think the conflict started to become inevitable because in 2021 there was the start of the buildup because Zelensky, despite running on a peace candidate, he decides, you know what, I'm going to make statements. Let's take back Crimea. Let's crush the Donbass separatists, which, of course, started to, you see, build up on both sides. There was some interesting tensions. This was the first meetup. And you have to realize, is Ukraine really a free country compared to a lot of its neighbors? No, not really. Zelensky may have governed as an anti-war stuff, but again, Ukraine has shut down a lot of opposition news channels. The opposition leader in parliament was essentially under permanent house arrest. There's been, like I said, these Ukrainian nationalist militias have beaten up political opponents, or if they hear someone, it's like language patrol stuff that they beat people up for not speaking Ukrainian.
Okay. So you're saying they have their own little Sharia police that go around?
Yeah, basically their version of BLM and Antifa, state-sanctioned militias ethnic militias that go around enforcing the view of this. And
so brown shirts basically running around and.
Yeah, they're the same. And well, Ukraine obviously, it is kind of funny. It goes back to point. Why would these, oligarchs, some of whom are Jewish, why would they fund these neo-Nazi battalions with these weird things? It's not necessarily because they're we think Nazis as in the German type.
Well, I mean, I just think that's how power generally operates in that way, right? When it doesn't have control, it will use whatever methods available to maintain control, right?
Well, the point is in the Eastern European context, neo-Nazism is anti-Slavic, more or less, and in Ukraine's case, it's a specific type of Slav.
Aren't Ukrainians Slavic?
Well, yeah, but it's against the other type of Slav, you know what I mean?
Like what, Poles?
So they're anti-Russian. They've just swapped out the prejudice, the outgroup that they blame for the...
No, I understand that, but what about Poles?
They don't like them either.
Okay.
But so Poland is because, a lot of the borders changed. Ukraine acquired territory from Poland, and there's all that. And the thing is, a lot of these guys, it's funny is that they actually they look at Israel as the model for the perfect ethno-state, which is, it's interesting. And there's been a lot of, there are actually some of these members of these so-called neo-Nazi battalions that do have some Jews in them as well. And while some of them, of course, are tensioned, I mean, Azov members, they have harassed some Jews, they have destroyed a few Holocaust memorials, but they do tend to be clamped down upon because they're it's front towards enemy. Russia is the evil one here, not necessarily the Jews.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Russia is invading their country.
Yes, this was all prior to the invasion.
No, I get that, but today, it's a pretty easy.
I mean, of course,
it's a pretty easy alliance to make.
To
look, I may not like you or politically agree with you or anything about you, but at the end of the day, there are enemy troops on our soil, taking territory, and people are dying. You think of what was the pact between Stalin and Hitler in World War II, right? They're differing political ideologies united in authoritarianism, but they're like, yeah, but we're gonna go deal with Western Europe, and you're gonna go consolidate West and East, right?
Yeah, and the point about this is that Ukrainian nationalism, like I said, extremely schizophrenic, and all this things. And like I said, this is, it's a very schizo conflict. You have communists on both sides fighting. You have these weird factions, czarist stuff. I mean,
the communists haven't found, something they don't want to insert themselves into.
The Communist Party of Ukraine that existed, and it was banned for being too Russian. while in the Donetsk and maybe Lugansk People's Republics, the Communist Party there was banned from being too Ukrainian. These are, like I said, these politics are extremely schizo.
Well, I mean, there's the, what do you call it? There's difference, right? There's like an ethnic breakdown versus a ideological breakdown, right? Some people are more ethnically driven, some people are more ideologically
no doubt
driven.
a communist. It's same thing in the Russia. Like the second most popular party behind the ruling United Russia is the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, and which is, although considered to the left of the, is still way to the right of the Republicans in the U.S. And
Right.
the third party
It's still
behind
pretty
them is
nationalist. It's
Yeah, they're
pretty
basically-
nationalist. Yeah.
and the party behind them is the LDPR, Liberal Democratic Party of Russia, which is way to the right of Putin's party on many issues.
No, wait a minute.
It's actually-
Russia is a democracy officially, right? Not whether or not that
Officially.
functions
In name,
like
at
that,
least.
right?
Yeah.
Like it's in name, and the system by which it operates currently is democracy, right?
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. What? Why? So there's a Democratic Party, that just pushed or Democratic reform? I'm not understanding.
It's a funny, the LDPR. It's the guy. They're headed by a guy named Zhirinovsky, which is he got out of a coma induced by COVID. Bless his soul. But he is like one of the funniest, most entertaining Russian political commentators you will ever meet. Like you've done an episode like the Russians with Attitude guys did a whole episode on him, and he's like the political, it's like a political compass meme where you can put all his takes on various parts of the spectrum and have them all be.
Really?
His name is
That's funny.
Zhirinovsky. I think that's his
funny.
name.
Okay.
It's a hilarious but back to the point. So we have the situation where it starts to deteriorate, where you have Zelensky despite running on the anti-war peace candidate, he starts becoming increasingly bellicose, and there's a lot of things like the oligarch that got him into power. He's actually been banned in the U.S. He's that corrupt. He's so corrupt that he ripped off
I feel like
other
he should fit right
oligarchs
in.
Belarus and Russia. That's how bad he was.
I feel like he would fit right in, though.
Yeah, but I
if you
think,
think about how much
there's
money
kind
has
of
been
an honor.
laundered, and between Ukrainian energy companies and whatnot.
Yeah, but I think at that point it became. I think it just was a little too obvious, and everyone could see how. So, and that's the point leads us back. There's a lot of why does the president's son here he got $50,000 in kickbacks from being on a board of an energy company?
Well, because he's a junkie that can't hold down a job. I mean, it's fail
When
upwards.
that story was censored, obviously. I mean, asking about any sort of connections usually gets you impeached, and reporting on the story literally gets you censored in the press.
Right. Well, I
it's-
mean, the state has captured the corporations. I mean, this is what happens.
Or is it the other way around?
It's both. Confusing, but it's both.
Yeah, it's probably both and.
Yeah,
it's
that's
the
the
answer, unfortunately, is yes. I think yes, and
I mean, I've said before, the power of the non-ruling elite to create consensus and manufacture consent, as well as have narrative control, is the most powerful force you have. I mean, you heard me earlier.
I think having the IRS and various things that can destroy businesses completely, I'll take that over anything, any of those powers.
So here's the point: is that at this point, I warned that if anything bad would happen, it's possible that in a war, Ukraine could basically lose pretty much everything east of the Dnieper and lose annexation over that. But looking at the terms of the war so far, this is what Russia's terms are for Ukraine if they do decide to sue for peace and end the fighting. The first demand is the recognition of Crimea as Russian territory, as well as the independence of the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics. As
Why
well
would
as
they do
having
that, though?
Well, these are his stipulations.
No, I understand, and obviously he has to do that. Politically,
Yeah.
he has to make these demands. But why would Ukraine do this?
Well, this would be hypothetically if there was a peace deal they both signed, or there was, a surrender. These would be the terms of the surrender, which it depends on which way the wind blows on this fighting. And the next one would be the sort of demilitarization and stuff, and the denazification essentially.
I
No
feel
more
like
anti-Russian.
they've kind of destroyed their case for demilitarizing Ukraine.
What he means by that is having like no offensive weapons, like promise to never have nukes, no intercontinental ballistic missiles, no medium range, because that's the biggest fear of like having NATO on their doorstep. Not only would that cut off their access to the Black Sea, but the potential for a hostile power to be on the doorstep with, you know,
Yeah,
the
that all
is,
sounds fine from a Russian perspective, but from a Ukrainian perspective, there is a hostile power on their doorstep. 100%. There's an existential threat literally next door, correct?
well, it could be. That's the point. Is that Russia said no, we're not going to lose, because from that angle, a potential invasion, it literally is. Russia can actually be defeated if the proper route is taken from the Ukraine as a launching point. That's the point why Russia objected to NATO expanding and stuff.
No, I understand all that, but, like, they have no reason to demilitarize, like, at all.
Well, that's the point of demilitarization. Basically, the point is like never to have a type of weaponry that could threaten the Russian Federation from across the border, like the one that could strike missiles in Moscow and St. Petersburg and Yekaterina and these big cities, as well as reach over the Ural Mountains. That's the point of demilitarization.
Yeah, but, like, their country's literally being invaded by this country that you're saying, oh, it's asking them to demilitarize, like,
Not for nothing.
now have
this
nothing to
means
defend
that
yourself.
Surrender or the terms of negotiations that Russia's insisting upon.
I know, but, like,
Should
he's
be-
basically asking them
Yeah.
to give up their guns. To put this in
I mean,
simpler
no.
terms.
If they're killing your people, like they're killing ethnic Russians, like I mean, what would you be like, oh yeah, you can keep doing that or whatever?
Yeah, they're killing
Oh,
ethnic Ukrainians, too. Like, I don't understand. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean-
Ukrainians, like we said, is kind of a made-up sort of ethnicity. Like these people aren't really like genetically; they're basically the same as Russians.
that's not
like, ethnic
necessarily
Russians.
true at all.
I mean, well, the Kievan Rus, like 1,000 years ago. I mean, these are the same people as Russians at this time. There's really no.
Ukraine is made up of
between
more than just Russians, right? There are people from Polish, more Polish descent, people, there's plenty of
them.
different
I mean,
ethnicities.
sure, there's ethnic admixture
probably
from other
Serbians,
Slavs, but like they're all Slavs, right? So like, there's not very much.
I don't think
difference
everyone
between
sees
them.
it that way, though. That's the problem.
So the point.
It doesn't
here's
matter
the
what
point,
people
is that-
see it as.
No.
It's
Yeah, it
what
does!
reality
It
is.
absolutely does! There are battalions murdering people
There
for
you go.
being
The
Slavs! Yes,
point
it
is-
does matter!
The point behind
It
the
does matter. And also on top of that
denazification.
too, a lot of Slavs don't get along. So
Not really.
this whole argument that
point
says,
is,
like,
guys,
oh, they're
here's
just
the-
Slavs.
The point, this leads into the denazification stuff. This doesn't mean like suddenly they have to basically go through denazification the way the West did, which spiraled into the civilization of suicide. It just means no anti-Russian policies. So that's what he means. Like no more
But
Azov.
why the
no
hell would
more this.
anybody sign for that if they think Putin's going to invade again? And
Yeah, like, this is my point. Like, the whole concept of, like, you know, like, just demilitarize, you'll be safe after, like, it's like someone beats you up and you scared them off because you brandished a weapon, and it's like, well, look, here's how this goes better next time. Next time, you don't have the weapon to brandish, and I won't attack you for having the weapon to brandish, or potentially having a weapon to brandish, right?
yeah, and on top of that too, let's say they do de-arm and they're not like shooting Russians in Ukraine. They'll just stab them or beat them more violently than
And here's some.
like,
Well,
quickly killing
this
them.
point is like I mean, all bets are off at this point. Ukrainians' leadership, they will not surrender despite an increasingly bleak situation.
Why would they?
Like, I want a
Yeah.
peaceful settlement soon. I mean, the worst case scenario, there's really no formal resolution to the conflict, and civilians are left in limbo after the Russian victory. Potentially.
Assuming you're assuming.
Yeah, most people are not, there could be some kind of partition, which, compared to the last thing, do you want like an Afghanistan-style weak puppet state doomed to be a conflict zone for the next several decades with an insurgency?
or be a
Russia
weak
don't
puppet
want
state of
that
Russians
because-
either, right?
Well, I mean, Russia doesn't want that because of the.
But I mean, that's what it
experience
will
of
be. If
the
they
Soviet
if they
Afghan War.
completely disarm, they will effectively be a puppet state of Russia.
Well, or it could be a partition. That's the
no,
point.
no. It doesn't matter what
No,
the partition
no.
or the end result is. Like they will be a puppet state of the Soviet Union at that point.
They're not, but they're not part of the Soviet.
No. But it doesn't matter if they are or not part of it. Like they will effectively be a puppet state of them, right? Like they have no weapons to defend themselves. They have no way to like deal with their own autonomy. Like they are completely dependent on the Russians, because the Russian can unmake them in a second.
Well, that's what the price they pay, I guess. I don't
For
really
what?
know.
What price?
No.
Wait a minute.
What
Wait a minute. That's the
shit
price
is
they
it?
pay for
Like-
being invaded? That just
No,
Well, what
again, you're acting like
do?
they
I mean, the
didn't do
country
anything.
itself has been sovereign.
I'm acting like they didn't do
Or you're
anything.
just clearly biased. Yeah.
No,
Like,
we're
what do you
talking
mean?
about
Like they're being invaded? Like the
ethnic
price they
cleansing
pay
of
for
Russians,
not having
like
those
the
weapons?
the eastern regions of the Ukraine wanting to be like yeah, we all speak Russian, we are ethnically Russian, that's what we are. They're like, actually no, you aren't, and yeah,
Well,
here's
no,
some
they're
Nazis
not.
to
They're
oppress
part
you.
of Ukraine's sovereign territory.
Oh, so I mean, if this is the democracy, you should have some sort of like ability to break off, right? Like, isn't
No.
this exactly? Oh,
No, that's
really?
pretty much a
I'm-
uniquely American thing. Like no, most
Oh, okay.
most don't.
Oh, really? That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, sure.
I mean, the Soviet Union collapsed, didn't it?
Correct.
All 50 republics declared independence from the Soviet Union because, the Soviet government essentially was collapsing, and there was no point in being part of a union that nobody felt was beneficial or defended the system. But the point is, this is a mess. Like I said, I feel bad
Oh,
for
yeah.
all the, the civilians in the crowd, but like this conflict was a result of
Apparently not.
John. So there's a guy by the name of John Mearsheimer. You've probably heard of him, right? He basically puts a lot of blame on this conflict for the U.S. pushing the Ukrainian government to be so aggressive, for not coming to see the perspective of the wanting Ukraine to be a neutral status, not joining either the CSGO, which is like the security agreement between Russia and former Soviet states, as well as not being part of NATO, which was the other side. And by pushing this, the Ukrainian government essentially loses its sovereignty because, like I said, a lot of Western-backed powers started looting the country in the same manner that Russia was looted in the 1990s.
But
And many
I would
ordinary
argue they've just made
Ukrainians
their
do
best
this.
case for being a NATO state. Putin just did it for them.
Yeah, and on top of that too, they're probably going to get EU probably rights, and they'll probably fast track that EU application if they just applied for it. Unlike the other countries that applied in Eastern Europe.
This is insane, though. Like this is the problem. The encroachment of the West upon these former Soviet satellite states. This is the issue. Russia's been holding off on this shit for like 30 years, and they kept saying, "Hey, don't do this. Don't expand NATO. Don't do all these other things."
Yeah, but they don't
And
have that
what did the
ability to
US
do that. Like,
The U.S. doesn't have control over its own actions. What is it? a
no,
fucking-
we absolutely have control over our own actions.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
What
I'm
does
saying
us-
Russia doesn't have the ability to do that.
Are you
doesn't
sure
have the
now?
ability to what? Ability
Yes.
to what?
Yes, I am
Well,
sure of that.
You guys realize the EU is not some pan-European project. It's basically the same kind of. Because this is the point. Being
just a
part of the
global
local
homework,
American
man. That's
empire
all it
means
is.
these states are vassals.
Yeah, but
of-
also. Yeah,
That's the
I
point,
know
it's
it's
like-
a vassal state, but also like they want. I think Ukraine really wants that same EU currency and the public bailout that they give. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
They
there are
bailed out
benefits
Ireland,
to being in
they
the
bailed out
EU
Greece.
that you can loot. You can loot their currency without having a fully functioning and stable economy. I mean,
yeah.
Dude,
On top of that
is
too, even if you're an EU state with an EU passport, you can freely move around and work anywhere that belongs to the EU country.
Well, the point is, the treaty. Yeah, the thing is, what I said about NATO. NATO should have been dissolved when the Cold War ended. There was no reason for that to continue existing, and ultimately,
Why?
the U.S.
Wait,
has been
why
footing the
that?
bill.
Because
U.S.
it-
why?
NATO was formed explicitly to oppose the USSR and the countries.
You're
of, like,
saying
the war
there's
top-
no other power in the world comparable?
Not
In
well.
that area.
NATO was specifically, it's a geographical threat, right? So the Soviet Union being right next door to Europe. That was the point. That was the point. It doesn't need
Yeah,
to
but now-
exist after
But
Russia,
now there's
you
the
know.
Chinese.
Yeah, there's the Chinese. There's
We've
the-
always been at
It's
we've
a
always
great
been at war with
organization.
Eurasia,
What do you
Mountwalk.
not
Come on.
understand? Like, this is
Mountwalk,
China
we've
near the
always been at
Atlantic?
war with Eurasia. What's wrong with
Oh
you?
no! Just kill me! Just kill me!
Yeah, and on top of
Always
it,
1984.
don't forget that there's also like the Middle East. The Middle East is technically in that around that area. So
Right, these
If,
are around the areas where the Soviet, the old, again, like Kazakhstan, so the Soviet satellite states, where they existed. Yeah, sure, they existed there too. This is why we allied with the Taliban in Afghanistan. That's why, there was a stupid fucking Rambo movie. I mean, same sort of thing.
Go support that brave mujahideen, boys.
Yeah. It's just stupid. I mean, we don't do these things because we're supporting the good guys or whatever. It's so. I mean, or even we don't even have any good logical reasons for doing any shit that we do. Yeah, it's a mess. I mean, everything has been about containing Russia, even after it's been clear for the last 25 plus years that Russia is not the same thing as the Soviet Union. Like, the USSR was a atheist, secular, communist state that's completely insane, and Russia
Oh,
is
they had a
basically
god,
sort of
Mountwalk. They did have a god.
yeah,
yeah, Marx or Lenin or something. Yeah, I'm sure. But,
yeah. And thankfully, Trotsky didn't get that power because if Trotsky did, they would have been way worse.
yeah, I mean,
Well, the
there's a
problem is-
reason why the Bolsheviks were purged. I think for this is not something radical to say, but the reason that Stalin took power and why he's able to maintain power is because he's more pragmatic and ideological. And the Bolsheviks were completely insane, unhinged. I mean, even during Stalin's reign, you still had crazy shit like the Lysenkoism and stuff like that, which is more
Well,
or less
look,
like
it's
warmed
gonna
over
work, Mountwalk. I
morphine.
talked to Todd Howard, and he says it just works. Okay. Todd has assured
Wow,
me.
you've been out for a while.
Todd assures me that it just works.
It just works. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But
So
This is the point: is that it's an anachronism by
sure, that's a good way to put it.
And the thing is, it would collapse because the U.S. has been essentially bankrolling most of Europe's military spending. People don't know
Right.
this.
no, I mean,
And
I think
Well,
people
the
know
this is
reason
this.
why-
something, this is
That's pretty
something
open.
Trump brought up. Trump brought this, like, not only about like the European defense spending in general, but also NATO as well, where we are, I mean, bankrolling most of this, and there's no reason for us to, right? Because, well, Russia isn't on our border, like, just because we have these insane goals of trying to maintain and create, or I should say mostly just maintain, a unipolar world where America's at the top and everyone's our vassal states. I mean, this is impossible when there are other states with as much natural resources as we have, as well as less insane, more pragmatic ideologies, and many, many times more than the number of people we have. Again, look at China or Russia, right, for that matter.
So you're
I mean,
arguing that
it's just
China's
not.
ideology is pragmatic.
Of course, absolutely. Like, compared to something like Mao or any sort of traditional communist kind of thing, it's sort of like a pragmatic, like, pseudo-nationalist kind of pan-Chinese sort of thing. And again, same thing with Russia, where it's like it is a somewhat multicultural society because people in Siberia have a lot of Asian sort of
So,
admixture.
Let me ask you
Kazakhs,
something, Mountwalk.
Chechens. Sure.
If something went against the interests of the ruling party of China but was beneficial for the people of China, which do you think they would choose?
Who would choose? The ruling party typically, because they are pragmatic, they would choose what's best for the country. But I mean, they do a lot of things are only sort of beneficial for the party itself. Like, again, no criticism of like the Chinese Communist Party, right? Because that's obviously beneficial for the party. It's not beneficial for the people, but what's the effect? Oh, you get to live in a stable country that doesn't hate its own people, but you can't criticize the ruling power. But because they are pragmatic, understand, have some sort of sense of noblesse oblige, that they can't shit on the people completely,
So-
and do try to create a functioning state. I mean, is
So
that the worst case?
what you're saying
Interesting.
is that like
Interesting.
being told the amount of children you can have is a worthy price to pay.
I mean, again,
Yeah,
this is
or
something they've
free
loosened up on
censorship.
You know,
this.
being told that you
insane
have to be
one-child
forced to abort
policy.
your children if you have too many, that's a price you're willing to pay.
It's the decades
Or
old
leave-
policy that's
No,
being
so-
relaxed.
Or leave them in a forest.
You know,
Like I said, I don't
and have-
particularly
like-
like the Chinese too much as well. I mean, they've had periods where they become strong, then weak. They are united, then they break apart. What China is doing now is they're trying to react to failed policies of the past, as well as to the
Right.
Anglo-American sort of tag team of the woke turbo Americana with the globalist American
are
empire.
they?
I don't think it will work
they
that
not?
well.
Yes, obviously. Why wouldn't they?
No, I
How
asked,
could they
are
get-
they though?
Huh?
I don't really see that.
See them reacting to what the Anglo establishment, so what Western Europe and America does.
Not
What do you
really.
mean?
Here's the point, Ghost. Let me give you an example what I mean by this stuff. I mean, I've been re-examining America. I did a thread about, it's kind of funny how, for example, Islam kind of disappeared off the political discourse that much in America.
Thank
But,
God.
well, the thing is, you kind of have to reevaluate the political, you have to realize is that, a lot of the neocons and stuff were, a lot of these weird conservative Inc., Douglas Murray types were exceptionally incensed at the migrant crisis because they thought the Europe was going to become, essentially
The Europe? Are we the Europe?
Islamicized.
Is it the Europe now?
Well, the European continent and civilization would essentially go the way of Oswald Spengler's, the sunset of the civilization. They're very adamant about seeing the
What does
demographics
that mean,
there,
though?
but
I don't think
you have to
most people know what
realize
that means.
America's economy at this point, before all the pandemic stuff, it was less free than China's. It basically was, in a way, and American demographics problems were actually way worse in Europe.
Hold on. Less free?
Oh,
Yes.
we were
What is
having like
Civil
one of the
Rights
best
Act?
economies.
What is the New Deal? America. This is when Mulbuck says America is a communist country, he's talking about the fact that legally, as well as speakingly, the weak are designed to rule over the strong, and the outgroup is venerated via social engineering and top-down central planning of the economy, and that's exactly what America has been, especially since the 1930s, when the New Deal comes in. I mean, Roosevelt inaugurated a managerial revolution that essentially creates the top-down conditions.
Sure, yeah, it's a pseudo-socialism. I mean, in a lot of ways. Yeah.
I don't think anyone here is going to defend
the funny
the New
thing
Deal.
is, it's
as-
an anti-fascist one.
Yeah.
That's the ideology
Is it,
that
though?
drives the New Deal. It is.
How
this
is it
is-
anti-fascist though? Like Roosevelt
Part of
completely,
the big myth,
Roosevelt
the
completely
foundational
turned the
myth.
United States into a fascist country during World War II. Like absolutely.
Well, no.
Like there's
the
no doubt in my
anti-
mind. We were a fascist country during World War II. Absolutely in
I mean-
function. We were 100% fascist.
Yeah, I think you could say that in some respects, at least like with our understanding of who we were as a nation and stuff, at least like sort of spiritually or philosophically. But after World War II, especially, we became that was our foundational myth was World War II. Like, that's how, like,
And this
how
is where
every-
so Paul Gottfried, he wrote a book on fascism as well as a sequel, Anti-Fascism, looking at the career of the concept of what's called fascism and the course of the crusade of anti-fascism. He points out is that what others in my sphere, like Thomas 777, Academic Agent, and all these, is that they realize anti-fascism is essentially an ideology that needs enemies to sustain itself. And
I would
thus,
argue fascism needs enemies to sustain itself as well.
well, fascism
It has
was a
a-
reaction to communism.
No, I would
what-
actually
yeah.
argue. Like I mean, like
Anti-fascism
I don't. All the
is
fascist
reactive.
states have great
Strike.
enemies that, like
Well,
it's
I
just the
would
way they
say-
function.
I would say fascism has a positive statement about what a country should be, whereas like anti-fascism is very, very specifically just against fascism, and that's its whole reason of being. It's just against fascism. It doesn't say like, oh, this is how your state should be. I mean, this is the same thing sort of with liberalism and stuff, where it always needs more enemies. It's like a shark. It dies if it stops swimming. So this is why there is no to use sort of like game
But I'm just
theory
saying,
kind of stuff.
I feel like all the fascist states out there just have the same function too. They say, oh, they have
there are
endless
no
enemies.
Well, here's
I'm talking about historically. They've always just
But
had
this is
the
enemies.
point of what
like that's been like
the
their
Nuremberg
entire
trials did.
No, but I'm saying like the fascist states themselves, historically, they've always united around enemies. That's how they've always rallied people and gotten them behind it. It's just, hey,
Well,
your problems are not your own. They're other
is a
people.
you
Everyone
see, my
else is causing
definition
your
of fascism-
problems. You are a beautiful snowflake that doesn't cause your own problems. It's someone else.
Well, I am. Thank you.
That's what
Well,
I'm saying. Like
well,
that's how they
so-
function.
There's a point that was made in the book Faces of Janus. The way we're trying to understand fascism has been warped because we've all basically been using Marxist terminology. We've been
Right.
using the terminology of a distorted intellectual tradition as well as an ideology that's designed to essentially allow the unworthy, the weak, the evil in society to capitalize and gain power, and then stuff like communism and Marxism and stuff, they're just the justifications and rationalizations for ethnic score settling, for taking power, and essentially inverting reality. The point of this is that
I mean, the whole
anti-fascism-
point of like communism and socialism, these are sort of theorized or laid out as like, oh, these are just the natural outgrowths of society, like the civilizational endpoint. The sort of idea of Whig history, like, oh, we're all just progressing to a better state. These are natural things, whereas fascism, oh, this is unnatural and evil thing, right? So it's that's a pretty good way to how they sort of
Who's
view
arguing that?
Marxists, socialists, communists, all
And
of these people.
like I said, communism. One of the strongest arguments you can make against it, without dealing with the economics, which is just a ripoff of the Emerson Dickerson School of Economics, is you point out is that one of the stages, the ultimate end stage, is the idea of having like a dictatorship of the masses. This is impossible if you've studied how power works via elite
But I mean,
theory.
that's not how communism has ever functioned. Right? It's always been.
No, but
Oh,
it's,
sure.
it,
Yeah.
this is like
It's
one of the
always been,
stated goals.
strongmen, Stalin, you think you think of like all the famous, communist leaders, right? Who have they been, right? Like it hasn't been like,
You
oh, it was
appeal
a
to-
council.
They appeal to the idea of like the will of the people, or
And even in
you
China,
know,
right? They have like the party, but even then, it's everyone no one thinks it's like they're running the show.
That's
Everyone
the
thinks
point,
it's
is
Xi
that
Jinping,
You will never be able to have real communism because the stated goals are impossible. Because the idea of like the masses being sovereign, the dictatorship of the proletariat, this is not possible if you study power and subscribe to elite theory by the Italian school by like Prieto and Moscata, because they point out it's always an
Moscata a
elite
type of wine?
minority that. Yeah, it's
That's
not
Moscato.
wine. There was a guy by the name of Rodriguez de Moscato. They were pointing out is that if you judge this by this, it's impossible for communism to ever work because communism states that you need a dictatorship of the masses, whereas they say the masses can never be sovereign. There's no such thing as a democracy in a sense. If you study the Machiavellians, because a organized minority, that society will always have that, versus an organized minority always beats a disorganized majority in every case because they have the power. And the point of this is, so I'm getting off topic. So the point of anti-fascism is that it's used as an ideology.
What would you call the
to say
Taliban?
The Taliban are just, a religious fanatic. They were a
Not
student
really.
movement. The Taliban were a student movement that
But
were
the
actions
Taliban
of
are just like a group of tribes, basically, right? Like they're an alliance of tribes, basically.
Well, it was a
Yeah,
student
that
movement. That's what
follow
the
Wahhabi,
Mujahideen was. I mean, Mujahideen is literally a jihadi warrior. That's what it means in what's the language? Daria? Pashtun?
Pashtun, I think.
Pashtun,
Pashtun.
yeah.
And yeah, it's a Pashtun because here's the thing, like Afghanistan, like yeah, it's an Afghan could be one of several in a tribe. The same thing with Kazakh. Same
But I
thing
mean,
with
you'd argue most Afghans don't identify as being from the country Afghanistan. Most of them identify with like their tribal heritage, right?
I mean, as far as I know, it's more tribal than it's not like the sort of national identity is like a sort of liberal kind of thing from Western Europe.
yeah,
It grew out of
liberalism.
that.
I mean, nationalism itself comes out of liberal thinking in a way. But we're getting off topic. So the point of anti-fascism is that it's essentially some joke. It's a modernist way of saying you're a communist internationalist, but you're using modernist language tricks to hide that. But the point about this is that anti-fascism is the name of the crusade that's designed to stamp out every form of tradition, every form of difference and uniqueness in favor of grinding it down and leveling everything until everything is essentially gray goo and globalized. This is why
that's a tradition in itself.
That's what anti-fascism has come to become. It's no longer fighting an enemy that's been dead for over 75 years.
Right.
And the point
there are no.
make, like,
Yeah, you're right.
the point that academic
I would
agent and
disagree
Tom
with. I disagree
point
with
out
that
is
completely.
Yeah, because
purpose
we've been
of
supporting the
Fascism is
Nazis
alive
in
and
Ukraine.
No, not even that. Fascism is alive and well. Like, what are you talking about?
No, it's been dead for over.
It's absolutely alive and well. The state
But
coordinating
here's
with
the-
corporations.
that's-
What are you talking about?
the point.
It's-
You're dealing with therapeutic managerialism.
No,
This
it's
is what becomes
fascism.
capitalism.
Mussolini
No,
himself.
managerialism.
Mussolini himself says there's no distinction between corporatism and fascism.
Right, but
Well,
they,
when the
in
fascists talked about
essence,
corporatism,
but
they were
don't-
basically referring to the guild system. They were trying to return to tradition.
No,
and
Mussolini was
establish guilds.
Mussolini saying there is no reasonable distinction between
Yeah,
fascism
yeah,
and
but-
corporatism.
Yeah.
maybe
It's the
in
same
essence,
thing.
but they don't follow the same sort of fascist ideology. For example, corporations
what?
are supposed to be harnessed for the good of the nation.
They are harnessed for the good of the nation.
No, for the
Yes,
ruling
they
elite,
are.
for the
Absolutely.
oligarchs.
They are
The
harnessed
oligarch-
absolutely for the good of the
yeah,
nation.
Then why do we have $7 gas?
Why do we have
Come on,
$7
that's-
gas? Because the president
Well,
shut down
well,
oil
that's
and
good
gas.
for us.
The president shut down
That's
oil
fine.
and gas
Let me point out,
projects throughout
so-
the country and created conditions by which no one could operate. Yes, very easily.
Yeah, that's for the good of the country. Yeah, just fucking kill it. You're being obtuse.
He's not a corporation. He is the
No, it's
state.
Well, you guys have to realize we're dealing with different definitions, and it doesn't necessarily match up. But this is my main point I'm trying to say. Effectively speaking, Nuremberg was not about punishing the crimes of Nazi Germany in World War II. Which could there
It
ever be
was.
objective justice? Well, that's on its surface. But could there be any objective
Well, I mean, that's
justice?
what it
because
officially
one of the
was.
people
I mean-
judging was
Yeah,
a
officially was
genocidal
to do
power
that
as
and to
well.
make-
We won the
And
war
to make
for
sure this never happens again.
But it can totally happen again. That's the whole point.
Did it?
People are more than happy to try to, annihilate a whole class of people, and it happened several times after World War II.
Yes, I
But the point is
understand
that-
the Serbians and the Rwandan genocides, but
Yeah, well,
the
that's
goal was to we
the
was to
purpose
weaken a
of
specific
this
state.
mythologizing and use of Antifa is that they're effectively saying that it's a criminal conspiracy to have a right-wing country. The right wing in America and Western Europe was basically banned, informally too. They could not pull it because the way the arguments being made at that trial, whether you agree, was that this wasn't the responsibility of the German Third Reich regime responsible for this. They were trying to say it was Christianity was responsible for this. It was European civilization that had the seeds.
I do
That's
not
the
agree with
point
that
is they're trying to make.
100% at all. I think that is a completely false statement because technically Hitler was not religious though. So
No, but
there's
that's
no
not the
way you
point. They
could
didn't,
blame Christianity. You
That's-
can't blame Christianity for Nazism though.
No, but that's what it's become. This is what the denazification eventually became. It wasn't just about this. Is that it's been used to basically banish Western civilization. It's been used to banish the right. This is why,
But with that logic though, if you're saying Christianity is right wing, why do we have the president still going to the national prayer breakfast every year?
because progressivism hollows out your religion and wears it like a skin suit, making a mockery of
So it's
everything
not
that's done.
real religion. That wasn't real Christianity.
Well, no,
No, I
I mean, there
think
is.
America
Sounds
has
kinda
been
like a code.
practicing- I think America has replaced Christianity with a therapeutics managerial deism.
Yeah,
That-
I mean,
Well,
there-
that was
we actually.
kind of known.
I'm just gonna say real quick that Christians aren't supposed to be relativists. Like, we have ideas about what is real, what is false. Like, we don't believe everything is relative. So yeah, there is real Christianity, there's fake Christianity. Just because someone says,
Okay.
"Oh yeah, this is Christian,"
How
and it
many
believes like a
fake
bunch of
Christians are there? I'm just curious.
I
How
mean,
many
there's
what?
a lot of. You
How
have
many-
to accept a lot of different things. For
But how many
example,
fake Christians are there?
I don't know.
I hate to say it, but look at what is excused for behavior in, say, the African American churches and communities. There's tons of antisocial behavior that is promoted, and
Sure.
effectively speaking, their churches are essentially political machines for the inner party, Democratic,
Wait,
candidates.
regular churches aren't political machines?
Well, that's the problem with the idea of separation of church and state. I think it's impossible because politics is essentially religion
outgrowth
applied
of
to matters
culture.
of government.
Now listen here, Andrew. It's downstream of culture.
Well, no, it is an outgrowth of culture because it's not like these things sprout spontaneously. They come from people, right? They come from our beliefs, right? These aren't just sort of
religion
things that
does
just
come from people.
like a
I
democracy
agree with
doesn't
that.
just bloom on plants, right? It comes from people, from persons, and their ideas about the world and metaphysics and everything else. Like, if you believe everyone is exactly completely
I
equal, then
disagree with that completely, Mount Walk. I believe
sure.
the majority of people don't even know what the word metaphysics means or care.
No, that's 100% true, and it doesn't really matter that most people don't know what that means, because like if you have a society where it's ran by people that understand what's going on, that are invested in the functioning of that society, right? Where the top 10% most competent people, or most non-evil people or something, they're able to run the society for the benefit of all, because like rising
So
tide.
you just need like a few oligarchs at the top to run society for everyone?
Yes,
Not-
the circulation of elites must happen.
Okay.
You
No,
know.
I get that. I get that.
The circulation, there has to be a society that is, and yes, it would have to basically be called undemocratic and maybe even autocratic. But
Sure, yeah.
something has to be done. I mean, there's people, liberty does not spring in a vacuum.
But no,
In
why
fact,
would the
it
other
comes from
90% agree to be ruled by those 10%? Like, what's their case? What that?
Well, I mean, you have to have their best interest at heart, obviously, just like from
Okay,
a
well,
sort of-
let's say they've got their best interests at heart for 10 years. What happens when you swap out the elites and they're not as good as the last ones?
Well, where the buck stops. That's what, like, for say with monarchy, right? Like, there have certainly been bad kings.
Okay, and then
queens stuff.
there's bad kings and a whole bunch of people
It's all
get
about the
killed.
incentives, Ghost. And
The
that's
incentives.
the point, is that democratizing a lot of institutions creates a lot of perverse incentives to obscure power and to increasingly ignore the needs of people, because you bring in so much voting, it basically devolves into a head count. And you can convince the majority of people,
But wouldn't it be wiser
something
just to
that's really
control
bad.
the voting process?
because that's the point. Like I said, are the people really sovereign? Because and one of the interesting points, like, what if democracy is ruled by public opinion? If you manipulate public opinion, you can essentially control the people on a whim.
But like everyone
even if-
manipulates public opinion. That's just how people act,
Yeah.
right? Like
No, you
Yeah,
can.
no,
Have a
but like
narrative
everyone,
control is essential
everyone
to
manipulates
maintaining
public opinion, right? Like when I make a nice greeting to someone, or if I try to be polite to them, I'm trying to manipulate their opinion. It may be benign, but like you can't argue I'm not trying to manipulate their opinion, right?
Well, you're basically
Sure,
that's how
yeah.
power works. That's
No,
how
I'm just talking about how humans function, you know? Like, hey, how you doing? Good day.
Realize
Like,
friend-enemy distinction never goes away. The best rule in power in politics is to reward your friends and punish your enemies. Those who do not heed by this distinction will always lose. And here's the point about what I'm saying is that we're essentially living in a managerial system where the right wing is constantly being tarred by the shadow of Mr. Mustache Man, because we're told
I
the
mean,
things
he
that
killed
he's
a
done.
lot of Euros. I mean, like,
Yeah,
Well,
I
it's
mean,
not
you know,
bad, but-
there are. I have dead family members because of it. And I'm not even Jewish, okay? Like,
well, that's the point. Is that was it a terrible thing? Yes. Was it
Yes.
the most amazing thing ever done? It's not. You cannot
Not even
position this
close.
as the most evil
On a
thing.
mass scale level, probably.
You can't.
Well, not really. I mean,
I
if
mean,
we're
like,
looking at like
it was like
the
on an industrial
Mongols-
level. I mean, like, yeah.
not even close.
And
The Mongols
I would
did it
say
on
kills
industrial
per
level.
year. I would say, yeah, it was like record timing.
The Soviets did it on an even higher scale, and
Yeah.
China basically caused
I mean-
so much death from their idiotic Great Leap Forwards and famines. But
Yeah.
the point is, you have to be dispassionate and dislodge the idea, like using, because before Hitler was made the ultimate boogeyman, it was Napoleon, by the way, and it lingered even a little bit after World War II. I mean, General Zhukov was arrested for accused of bringing up Bonapartism, not Hitlerism or something, not being a Nazi. So that's how gradually it started to shift. Like, every society is trying to get a new evil. We're using political figures instead of
It's okay,
say,
man. Hell, Todd was just Lotus. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah. So the point is we're making is that the foundational myths are based on a war that is seen as the good one that saved stuff. In reality, it didn't really. It actually just it allowed Europe to basically be conquered by outside powers. The Soviet Union gets half of Europe and expands its influence in the Middle East and Asia. The U.S. does the same thing and starts to export its version of. Because that's the thing. The Cold War was between two versions of leftism. One on the more, one on an alliance with capitalist businesses, progressives, and Trotskyites, social engineers versus Stalinist autocrats. The right wing was effectively banned in most cases, unless there was an ally. That's the whole point. That's really what the Cold War. I mean, it was very much real. It was a battle of communism, but also internally as well as externally within the factions within the country. Like, the U.S. has a red empire, blue empire. Being in a cold civil war from being more and more democratic, and the Soviet Union also had to play off allies. That's the point. And so we have this stuff in Ukraine. Like, this was a war that was coming in, when the tragedy of power politics. Now, it's funny, John Mearsheimer is getting canceled because he warned that such actions by the U.S. is pushing Ukraine towards a war.
Well,
that's not what
I would agree completely if this information that I heard is true, right? You did hear that allegedly the United States State Department told the Chinese government that they were intending to put Ukraine in NATO.
Yeah,
Which,
and some other stuff, like, for
if that's
example,
the case, then absolutely it would claim
was
responsibility. Now,
the special military operation launched by Russia in light of the idea that Ukraine was planning to attack?
Understand, you could say that they goaded them into it, but that still does not alleviate Russia from responsibility for creating a humanitarian crisis, right?
No, I'm not. I
Okay.
can criticize plenty of Russia's actions. I can stuff,
Sure.
but I can't be. I'm not going to take the side of the Ukrainian government either, because
Why not?
it honestly very much. Well, because it basically provoked a war. It basically did everything in their power to escalate the situation, and it tried to put its trust in people like the U.S., which is increasingly looking like an unreliable and promise-breaking power. The same thing with NATO. I mean, Hungary and Poland just got sanctioned by the EU and NATO for trying to uphold their laws, and Poland just had a fiasco where they maybe wanted to sell jets to Ukraine, and the State
Now,
Department.
hold on. That was not Polish that wanted to sell jets to Ukraine. That was Tony Blinken pulling stuff out of his ass.
Yeah, admit it.
I think the Polish actions since make it very abundantly clear that that was not a Polish idea. That was the U.S. State Department, literally just making shit up.
Are you saying the U.S. State Department literally makes stuff up?
Yes.
Unbelievable. Okay, that's true. I just checked the facts, and that's true. That's actually true.
Yeah, effectively, they wanted to give like an avenue for Polish to start World War III, and so wisely the Polish government just said, "Well, if you guys will replace our jets, do what you want. It's not on us."
Mm-hmm. And
Um,
it's just the problem is I can't help but thinking of the terms describing the U.S. at some points. Like I used to joke about that term. We were called the Great Satan and Empire of Lies. And I look back and I'm like thinking, holy crap, maybe we are the baddies. Maybe the country that we called our home really wasn't our country in the first place, and whose leaders and elites have basically turned it into a shopping mall and don't treat, they actively encourage hatred of the core population. I mean, it's undeniable.
Ukrainians?
Well, no, I'm talking about the U.S.
Oh, sorry, I was going off the State of the Union because it seemed like we were.
I mean, what kind of State of the Union emphasizes the flag of a foreign country more than their own? And it's like they treat the Ukraine as an American state, which that's the thing. Most of Europe is under the spell of the United States in terms of vassalage and suzerainty. And that's had a
I think.
That's my point. You saying something, Mountain Walk?
No, was I? Was I
Well,
trying to say
you're
something?
blinking a bit. My point is like this war was totally avoidable, and like I said, the jokes aside, this thing is like I do feel bad for the Ukrainian and Russian people going through this because it was a war that was just pushed way too far and it caused the reaction that it did. It was a conflict that could have been avoidable several times and could have avoided a bloodshed.
But you're saying that Vladimir Putin had no choice but to invade.
Well,
I mean,
it was out of
like if
control.
someone keeps pushing you, like there's only so much you can.
Thomas 777 had a theory that that Putin was basically told by his counselor, he is accountable to a group of elites in Russia who are not oligarchs, but they're into the security apparatus. They still to him like,
Wait,
you better do something now, or you're not going to be president. Like, I think that's what they kind of said to him is like, we need to reverse the situation that's going on in the Donbass and Crimea.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. So he's accountable to a bunch of unelected dudes, and they're not oligarchs. So it's what?
Yeah, Russian oligarchs don't actually have that much influence. It's more the security state guys, and the FSB, the military, and some of the other
FSB
departments.
basically being the KGB, so Russian
Right,
version of CIA.
right. No, I get that, but like, what does it matter what you call them?
Not
Well,
really.
in the
but-
U.S.,
I'm just saying, like, they're an
example-
unelected group of bureaucrats that you're beholden to. Like, I don't see like.
Well, they're appointed by
democracy
Putin,
shit,
right? But it's
But they're appointed through whatever. Like,
but the thing is, they're basically like the nobles and lords of old ages. I mean, the
the
bad king can be
security
thrown-
officials are the nobles.
You
I
could
mean,
basically
more or
argue-
less, yeah.
because here's the point: is like they said, like
You could argue the oligarchs are the nobles by that logic.
no, they're not.
Why not?
Because most oligarchs don't have political influence in Russia.
What?
As a matter of fact, because a lot of them are just anti-Putin.
But they
because
used
of
to
the-
have influence, right? When they were.
but not anymore. This is
Yeah,
But
they were
okay,
running
but
that.
like when they had influence, you could very much argue that they were like nobles, right?
not really.
Why
because
not?
They looted their country. They looted their country.
Nobles
They,
never looted their country ever.
they wouldn't be called nobles if they would.
I mean,
So
the
no
problem is,
nobles
like,
anywhere loot their country ever.
No, I mean it's the idea is that like who like the people that are running your country are, right? Versus like the unelected bureaucrats, whether they be oligarchs or some other shadowy government within the government. You don't know who they are. They are not accountable. You can't vote them out.
But they
Whereas,
know
like,
who
in
all
a
the
monarchy-
oligarchs are. They do. They know their
Who they
names.
are.
No, the
Putin
people
knew
know
who
who
they
their
were.
names
And
are.
he felt
What are you talking about? That Putin would only Putin knows who their names. No, people know who their fucking names are. These are rich and
matter. Who
powerful
else did
people.
it?
They have
Who else
super
did it?
yachts everywhere. What?
Who ousted the
Sure.
oligarchs? Was it Putin or was it the people? It didn't matter what the people thought. The people's country was looted by the oligarchs in
Did
the
the people
90s,
elect
and then
Vladimir
Putin dealt with
Putin?
them.
Did the people elect Vladimir Putin?
Sure,
Yes,
yeah.
The people
He
dealt
was
with the
elected.
oligarchs.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. They
Not
chose a
directly.
strong man to deal with the oligarchs.
Sure, we chose Trump to deal with the oligarchs, and how'd that fucking work out for us?
Well, the
Yeah,
American
exactly.
system is a bit more stable, unfortunately.
No, it's a bit more shit. And it's Western, and it's like everyone's buying into the ideas, these enlightened ideals of the liberalism and all this other crap, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. Like, everyone already buys this crap. Putin
So-
doesn't believe that. It's,
Yeah. I think the point of us
I think
is
you're
that,
romanticizing
you know,
Putin.
No,
Not
I have
really.
a
I
pragmatic view of Putin, and this is because this is exactly what he did. He's not doing this. He's like a less evil Stalin in some respects, where Stalin was like, Bolshevism doesn't work. You know, this is insane. Let's create a more functioning society, even if it is like totalitarian or whatever, right? Like, it is significantly better than Bolshevism, even though it's not good. Putin is just another step away from that, where it's like, okay, let's see if we can get this thing to work, not through communism, maybe I'm a strong man or whatever, but like, let's see if we can have a functioning society, stop the oligarchs from looting our own country, do what's best for the Russian people. I mean, that's sort of what we have. You can see a pretty clear path from, you know, like the 1930s to now.
Okay,
Like,
so shutting people off from anything that anything in the world, and getting, you know, having all their investments frozen overseas, and, you know, having them like that's all good, right?
Don't be a shitty oligarch. I guess actions, you know, there come with consequences. Like, well, I mean, what are you expecting? I'm not gonna cry for someone that makes millions of dollars. It's like, oh wow, the
it's not
government-
about the people that make millions of dollars, okay? There are like everyday people that have had their entire retirements and everything they've saved for completely wiped out. Their entire
the
functioning of their
citizens?
life. Yes! The Russian stock market cutting in half. People that invested in local businesses, all right, or needed to function in the global economy for their business to work, have been completely wiped out and had their livelihoods destroyed. Okay?
Oh, so Russia sanctioned its own people, or was that the West?
Yes,
Or
they
was that
did.
the West?
100% they did.
Well, the thing is,
They
the
absolutely
idea of
sanctioned their own people by invading a neighbor state unprovoked. Yes.
unprovoked.
Yes,
They did that
unprovoked.
Why they were going to do
We've
it?
said this 100 times. This is
Absolutely
not
unprovoked.
This is insane. We've literally told you. This
Absolutely
like 3 or 4 times.
unprovoked. 100%.
Okay, does Ukraine violating the Minsk protocols by
The Minsk
literally-
protocols. What does Russia have to do with the Minsk protocols?
Russia signed it, and Ukraine also signed it too. They all were supposed to uphold it. They would agree not to have They would agree to a ceasefire. Ukraine was shelling Donbass for weeks before Russia intervened, and they were killing civilians again. They were one of the
According to
heads
whose
said that-
claims?
Well, this by the DNR. They were both shelling each
Okay,
other.
so the people openly trying to secede from their government are claiming civilians are being shelled.
Yes, there's been documented proof of this. I've got the photographs of the bodies of people who died from airstrikes.
This is
These
just
are
like the
civilians,
Syrian
not
gas
like-
attacks.
No, I mean, this is actual proof. In fact, one of the journalists was killed by the airstrike as well, that I caught documenting this stuff.
Okay, so you believe all the stories about the Syrian gas attacks, right?
No, I don't.
Okay,
That was-
so you don't believe those, but you believe these. You have no amount of skepticism about these stories.
I mean, if we're just gonna use heuristics, like, I don't believe anything the West says. Like,
Okay.
Just
So
on face.
basically, you only believe the stories you want to believe, and so I'm supposed to trust you on that basis,
It's
right?
just a heuristic. It's just heuristic. It's not like a hard and fast rule.
Like,
why
what
would
incentive
why
do
would
we have to believe the West with
Yeah.
all the stuff they lied about COVID?
I mean, you can literally. I mean, the Gulf of Tonkin, right? Like, I mean, you can go back so far. Just be like, oh yeah, Spanish-American Civil War. Like,
No, I understand all of that, but I also look at all of these things with skepticism because everyone has an angle that benefits themselves, and I don't
Well, sure,
believe.
but that would
I don't
mean
just
you
believe
wouldn't
that
take
magically
any
they're
position.
going to be a good partner in this. and honest about
Right.
it.
Sure,
They have
but by
no
that
they have
logic,
no
you
incentive
wouldn't
to be
take-
honest.
Again, if you're going to be skeptical of everything, you.
But if
wouldn't
you're
take
what I'm
any
saying though,
position.
what I'm saying is, Mountlock, if you're someone trying to become an independent state, the best way to delegitimize the force you're trying to find independence from is to claim they're committing atrocities. Is that wrong or true?
Sure. No,
Like, isn't that the
right, yeah.
that's the fastest
You guys
way?
realize this is an 8-year-long war that has been going on, and it was made to stop.
Yes, people
by a
don't like to give
ceasefire.
up their territory.
Once these fires were broken, Russia's like, well, since you're not following the Minsk, you're attacking all these people, I'm going to invade you. This is what Vietnam did to Cambodia, by the way. Cambodia was literally massacring. It was committing
Yeah, but
genocide
Cambodia
against its
was
own people.
also providing cover for forces to get into their country and cause havoc. Like, it's not that simple, right? Like,
Well,
the
Vietnam-
trail was a real thing. Like, that's not just Western propaganda. They were sending reinforcements
I'm talking
and
about
arms
the
through it.
Cambodian-Vietnamese war. Vietnam invaded Cambodia after the original Vietnam War had concluded some time after that. And there was the same reaction too. They decried it as it didn't provoke, but then when evidence came out that the Khmer Rouge regime they literally killed off 25% of their own population because they were, so ideologically committed to the Leninist Marxist end goal. People started to realize, and what was really embarrassing is that a lot of powers supported Cambodia because of that. They didn't know about the Khmer Rouge doing all these atrocities until much later, and that's the thing. I feel like that's kind of a similar situation. I mean, Vietnam did leave eventually. They knocked out, and eventually the monarchy came back, or the kind of government civil, but it's a situation that people forget.
Why did we get involved, right, with Vietnam, right? It's like the Gulf of Tonkin. It's like, oh man, they're destroying our ships. Oh boy, It turns out, oh, that's BS too.
Well, yeah, that
maybe
didn't
they're not actually throwing babies out of incubators. Maybe Saddam actually doesn't have weapons of mass destruction. Maybe Assad isn't, gassing civilians. And oh wow, they're using white phosphorus in Yemen. Oh, who cares? We don't give a shit.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Fuck the Yemenis.
believe me, I'm skeptical of that information, right?
Well, sure, right. I think that's fine. I'm not saying it's bad to be skeptical.
I'm not
just
saying that information is untrue, but there are a lot of incentives to make that information true, is what I'm getting at.
This, for example, Ukraine and what they've been doing around these Soviet satellite states since the breakup of the USSR. This is something that the globalists have been talking about. I mean, obviously, Ukraine is a very big state, a very large military, economically very important. They grow a lot of wheat there, right? As well as, again, all these other states around, or for example, Afghanistan, which was never, as far as I know, I don't think it was a part of the Soviet Union. But again, why were we involved?
Had a communist-aligned government that was propped up by the Soviet Union in their war.
Yeah, and so, again, all of these other states, like, why are all these crazy things happening around the Soviet Union? Do you think that this is not a grassroots thing? This is something the West not only has been talking about, especially since, like, Stalin came into power and sort of rejected all of the insane sort of Marxist-Leninist kind of teachings or whatever, because obviously they're insane, they don't work, right? This is just stupid. And so that's, after they, all these Trotskyites get, deported, and now they're in the U.S. And, oh, now we're against the Soviet Union. Very strange. I wonder how that works. And wow, all of these, former, Soviet states are broken up after the Soviet Union falls. Like, oh, wow, how does that happen? Oh, it's just natural.
We will get to that in 15 minutes. Okay, we'll watch the state of play in 15 minutes, and the My Little Pony trailer I was bullied into watching.
Anyways, I just want to say these things are not grassroots movements. These are things that have been talked about in books or whatever. I mean, it's the same sort of thing like before the Iraq War, where you have all this intelligence that is sort of this stovepiped intelligence that we, isn't verified or whatever, and all these other reports about like Saddam and all this other crap, and it's all BS. It's all BS. We find out, and it's like, oh wow, it's so weird that all these things happened. It's like, oh, it just must be random. It's like, there are actual documents detailing these things. Like none of this stuff comes out from nowhere. This stuff has been talked about for
I understand
many
all that,
decades.
Mount Walk. I have a perfectly functioning understanding of that.
Like,
But
think about the Afghan papers that were released that showed the United States basically had no clue what they were fighting. They let a lot of war crimes slip. Like they gave, for example, the CIA gave Viagra to like a lot of these warlords to help them continue doing bachabazi, despite that stuff being
Ugh.
cracked. Yeah, don't Google that if you know what that is.
no, I know.
And all this, helping trying to settle disputes between villages that didn't work, stuff. And the primary purpose is
digging
that
the well between two places so that force them to
the
get
Ukrainian
along,
government has kind of bragged about what they wanted to do to Donbass. Like there was a speech by the president that was installed after the coup. He's like, "We're going to make sure that their children, will not longer have parents. They'll never get pensions. They'll be starved out. We'll massacre them." There's a lot of Fed posty language.
Do you have that quote exactly?
Yeah, roughly translated. I mean, he definitely
Obviously,
talked about.
I don't understand Russian or Ukrainian, but I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, well, that's his thing, and that's the point I want to make. Because here's the thing, Russia actually is not really surrounded by friendly countries that much. I mean, if I was going to talk about Belarus and Kazakhstan and how there was basically revolts and attempted color revolutions in both countries.
Well, I think I can provide some feedback on what's happening in Kazakhstan, right? They're getting food riots. They're getting food riots. This is same thing that happened during the Arab Spring, right?
Well, no,
there was a big democratic
that,
uprising, but it was about food prices.
No, it wasn't actually. It was about energy prices because the government essentially said we can no longer keep the price of gasoline fixed or the fuel because its price controls are causing our economy to go bad. We need to get out of the way and allow the prices to rise naturally instead of being kept artificially low. That caused protests because energy costs doubled. And Kazakhstan eventually, they actually backed off. They reinstituted the price control to keep it low, but certain elements within the country, believe it or not, I think there's a lot of British influence in that country that kind of helps.
Oh, come on. Britain wasn't in charge of Egypt.
I'm not talking about Egypt. I'm talking
No,
about...
Yeah, they were.
No, I know that. It's just
okay.
I'm joking because the British didn't have any influence in the Middle East.
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah, they had tons of influence in it. I know.
Well,
You tricked me. You tricked me.
Yeah. So there was a attempted top down because a lot of these protesters suddenly they get unmarked cars with machine guns. They start looting the country. They start shooting at security forces. It's intense unrest. A lot of people are getting killed. And, Kazakh Tokayev is essentially forced to... He actually sacks the previous country's leader and elites faction because they're accusing them of saying, did you help instigate
hold
these
on.
riots?
What does sack mean?
He sacked them.
Actually
Basically
fired.
Like,
fired.
okay, fired him. Because I'm like, sack to me sounds like you sacked a city.
There's two meanings for it, I guess,
But okay. No,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
dismissed. I mean, Nazarbayev, his clan falls from power. Tokayev cements, but you get pressed like CSGO troops come in to keep the peace.
CSGO. What is the CSGO?
That's the
Honest, right?
security treaty that exists,
Is
between
that the
Russia,
Slavic, the
Armenia, Kazakhstan.
Pan-Slavic Russian peace thing, kind of
it's a pact.
modern day
It's a
Warsaw
security
Pact or whatever?
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that kind of my conspiracy theory on that was that there's been a lot of ISIS cells that were transported to Kazakhstan after they were no longer used to the CIA and all these others that helped prop up the Islamic State. So they get defeated, they're sent to Kazakhstan, and with the help of Turkey trying to institute a pan-Turkic, a lot of these were activated, which has resulted in them essentially causing a near civil war level of unrest. And Tokayev had no choice but to crack down hard and get some outside help from Belarus, Russia, Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, and other CSGO troop countries.
CSGO countries, damn it.
CSGO,
Sorry.
CSTO. That's
TO,
correct.
TO. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, really? It's not like a CS 1.0 or 1.6?
Yeah,
or...
not that
1.6. I don't know. I'm actually
So,
source
here's
gang.
The point I'm
Sorry.
making is that Russia actually, compared to the U.S., one thing they don't do is they don't do soft power. They have neglected a lot of their countries culturally, and there's a lot of ethnic Russians not that just live
Saying
not
they
only in
don't do
Belarus.
soft power.
Yeah, they don't do the nudging. They don't use the control of information like the U.S. does. They don't market products like Netflix, McDonald's, jeans, Coca-Cola. This was one of the most successful weapons they used against the Soviet Union, because these cultural artifacts and stuff, they represented a kind of life that was different from being in a Soviet Union and under communist rule. Nowadays, we use it to basically spread pause, which you know what the pause is, right?
Yeah.
So
I
you're
think everyone does.
you're saying that people would like things from a culture that's not starving.
Initially, yes, but now we're essentially exporting a toxic culture of degeneracy and anti-natalist and just various civilizational rot we've been
That's a
exporting.
good way to put it. Yeah.
We're trying to, for example, racial identity in the United States is an extreme negative for a lot of groups. For white, it leads to self-loathing, being blamed for all the problems. For blacks, it's a negative identity based on resentfulness and victimology, which in these two extreme cases, for whites, you get ethnic masochism, and for blacks, you get ethno-narcissism, as well as
Wait, but
permitted...
you just said it was negative.
Yeah, they're based on, there's no positive reevaluation of themselves, that either, it's either they blame someone else for the problems or they hate themselves.
But I mean,
That
like,
form
if
of
you think about
identity.
their heritage-wise, right? A lot of African Americans came to this country, right?
How many are? It's kind of funny.
but like,
She brings up a point that how many of these people who claim to be like black or so, like how many of them are really descendants of American slaves, and some are just actually descendants from Africa.
Sure, but immigration from those
Jamaican,
countries, immigration from those countries didn't really open up until more recently, right?
Well, and the point is, some would.
No, I
be
mean,
kinda
like, I would
shocked to
say
see that
a decent majority.
how many,
are. I mean, like,
the average, the average African American has like 12 to 27% European DNA. How many of them were descendants of slaveholders themselves? And how many
there's
were
a decent
they
amount.
came from?
but
Yeah.
you
Same thing with
understand,
immigrants
right?
from
That
Africa.
like, you understand, right? There's a cultural component, right, where the biggest part of their identity is, their it is specifically that skin color rather than other components of it, right? Like, but
Yes, but
and the
problem
reason
is
why
United
they had such a
States is
diluted
trying
view
to-
of that originally is because, it's not like they came here from a thriving culture, as like, hey, I was from this country and now I'm coming to this country. Like, most of them don't even really understand their cultural heritage because it's been erased.
Yes and no, but the problem is the United States is imposing an artificial one that just basically reduces people to economic units at best, or
Right.
just bio-Leninist coalition members that are used to attack a disfavored majority.
Right. I mean, there's a lot
Hispanics?
of
Well, even the term
no,
Hispanic was created artificially too.
yeah, like in the 50s
How
and
is that
60s. I
artificial?
think. Well, no, because you're grouping different peoples together. For example, I mean, obviously there's some people are Spanish, some people are Portuguese, right? And then again, you include the different
But
genotypical
Malawak.
differences. What's that?
Manawak, Portuguese aren't Hispanic though.
No, but the U.S. Census is actually so weird. It's that they're counted as Hispanic. So European Spaniards and Portuguese, they're counted as Hispanic for some reason in the census.
They're not.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
obviously
a weird
they're
trick
different
that
people.
they use
Yeah.
to fudge.
No, I'm saying they're not. They fall under Latino.
Well, they're Mediterranean.
I mean, again, this is another sort of umbrella group that these people are. They aren't the same. They don't speak the same freaking language. Like, I mean, again, you can have different amounts of like European heritage versus like American Indian sort of heritage, not North American, but like Mesoamerican or South American. You know, these are all completely different people. Like people from the Amazon are different from people that live in the Andes, right? I mean, Incans or whatever.
Incan descendants,
like,
Mayan descendants. Yeah, there's. quite a
yeah,
bit of diversity
they're
there.
yeah, like they're not the same. They don't have the same history. I mean, there might be some like mythological parallels, but they're not the same people at all. Like in grouping these people all, I mean, this is like sort of saying all Europeans are the same. But that's, I mean, anyone with the brain knows that that's not the case, especially if you are. Quote,
I will
unquote,
not accept
European.
a single med in my country. Okay.
No meds, yeah, no meds allowed. I mean, you can like kind
Now
of
walk.
like,
I'm gonna med post. Sorry.
I mean, in some ways, it's useful. It's like, oh yeah, you know, like Mayans and Aztecs, sort of like descended people have more in common than someone from like Germany or whatever, or someone from China. But like these people are different, right? They don't have exactly the same culture. I mean,
Well, the point I'm getting at is that they have distinct cultures and heritage and histories
Sure.
about them, right?
Yeah, and we could say, oh, narcissism, small differences or whatever, but they are different and in ways that these people see as important, and which, well, that in itself is important. You could say, oh, well, this is dumb or whatever, but it's real to them, and they act upon these differences because these are sort of basal things, but they are important in their own way. So, I think that's important to keep in mind. I've said important about 1 million times, so I think the word doesn't mean anything.
Mount Walk,
anymore,
is it
so.
important?
Just kill me. Just kill me.
Is it distinct and distinguished and?
Oh no,
It's
just
okay.
kill me.
As long as I
Just
no
die.
longer have to hear the Hegelian dialect for the 50 billionth time, you're okay.
I just
Sorry.
Just kill me.
I just had a Kantbot joke. I just remembered.
Oh no, here we go.
It's like, imagine Kantbot parachuting into. Well, let me find it. Kantbot. I had a hilarious. He parachutes into Ukraine. Define Donetsk. Define Lugansk. Define Kiev and Rus. Do you know what a Minsk even means? No, you don't. This is a psyop. You're all stupid. Go away.
Oh boy. Yeah, I think people get too high on their own supply. Like, I mean, there's got to be a balance.
Mount
between
Walk,
things,
I'm not
like-
done sniffing my own farts. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are. Yeah, it's very. It's
There is
complicated,
ustle
but-
terminology there, as I get that,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
funny to diffuse it
Yeah,
down. to
yeah.
just shit
Yeah,
posting.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. Some people are just take it too far in one way. It's just like.
So anyway, back to my point on this. Believe it or not, before this, so there's a reason that Russia has to kind of prop up people like Lukashenko and Tokayev, because it turns out Russia has not done any soft power. They've done nothing to kind of help any sort of pro-Russian sentiments in either Belarus or Kazakhstan, because there really is no pro-Russian force in either country. So they're kind of forced to support moderately anti-Russian, or at least pro-national forces there, because if the second, like, Lukashenko or Tokayev leave, the regimes fall, hardcore anti-Russian forces take over. This is actually true in Belarus, very much. Like, Lukashenko, jovial dude who's basically a dictator, but he's basically made
But he's a
Russia-
dictator with a smile.
Yeah, it's a funny point. I'd imagine if I ever meet him, I'm gonna actually ask. I'm gonna say, what's
Thank you for the
say,
on-fires.
ask me, what's a weird pin you've got? You're wearing an American flag, but I don't see the 50 stars and stripes. Why does it have 13 stars and in some kind of crisscross fashion? It's a long story, Mr. Lukashenko. A very long story.
I believe Lukashenko is informed enough to know.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is they cut ties with the U.S. diplomatically. They took down the American flag embassy, and I'm like, here, I got this flag. You want to try it on? It'll be the flag you probably all think it is. It's like, is it the Novorossiya flag? Yeah, it kind of looks like it.
Kind of looks like it.
Yeah, it'd be hilarious if a lot of these countries start trolling the U.S. and because they trolled Belarus with the first Belarusian flag that was like a white, red, white stripe before they
Mhm.
switched back to the decommunized Belarusian SSR flag. But back to what I was saying, they really, a lot of Russians don't like Belarusians that much because it is another artificially created country that with an identity that was constructed. And Lukashenko has forced Russians into a lot of unfavorable trade deals, and a lot of Belarusians they set up shop. They own these stores and factories, but they take the dividends back home to Belarus. And the Russians kind of dislike putting up with it, but like I said, they kind of have to be forced to support Lukashenko because there is no pro-Russian force in Ukraine, in Belarus. Lukashenko is the only one that will tolerate Russian presence in the Union state because the second he falls, like I said, hardcore anti-Russian factions take over, and you have the same situation as you did in Ukraine.
Okay.
So that's the point why Russia needs to have its borders secure with these countries and sign security and trade deals, even if it doesn't really benefit them that much. Because in Kazakhstan, the Russian situation is even worse because, Russians don't have political rights essentially in Kazakhstan. They've been gradually leaving the country, even though they were the ones mostly settled there because, Kazakh.
What's wrong with not having political rights in a country?
Well, they're not like. They're
'Cause I
such
mean,
a
like
second class.
I've lived in a country where I didn't have any political rights, and honestly, it wasn't that bad.
Well, in
Like I couldn't
Kazakhstan,
vote. I was a non-citizen.
Russian-speaking
I was
populations
I was a legal I was a
north.
legal permanent resident. I mean, it wasn't too bad.
But the point is like Russians don't have any. There's no faction within Kazakhstan that gives them any favors. And so they're kind of left to their own. They're not officially second class citizens, but they don't really get any benefits from the Kazakh political class because, like I said, hardcore
And they
Kazakh
can go back
nationalists
to
are
Russia then.
very.
Yeah, I mean,
What?
can't they return to Russia? Aren't they ethnically Russian?
They have been returning to Russia. But Kazakhstan doesn't want to lose the brain drain, so they try to be nice with the settlements. I mean, there was this instance, for example, when
Wait. Are you saying that in order to retain those citizens, they are trying to reach out to them and advocate for them to stay?
well, Kazakhstan doesn't want the brain drain, at least not the more civic nationalist minded, because there are hardcore Islamist factions and tribes.
This sounds
as well
to me like
as
a problem that's
not-
solving itself slowly.
Well, I mean, like I said, Kazakh is another. Like, the thing with a lot of these borders, they look like gerrymandered congressional districts, but they were made to be ethno-nationalist republics. But it didn't really work out in a lot of areas. They either
Are
had
you
to-
telling me that people drew lines on maps that didn't work out? That has never happened, right?
Yeah,
Mount Walk?
this is just stupid Soviet planning at its finest. The
But,
point is, it's kind of interesting, Tokayev is trying to be civic too. I mean, there was an instance last summer of videos from like Kazakh nationalists beating up people for not speaking Kazakh or using Kazakh with the Cyrillic script where they're phasing it out for a Latin script because of the whole, it's a Turkic language that, Turkey's been using influence to kind of say like Pan-Turkism is where they all use the Latin script now for it instead of something like Cyrillic or even the more ancient Arabic scripts. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So yeah, so there was these videos coming out of Kazakhs who were speaking Russian or just Russian citizens being beaten up by these. Even he had to comment and say, "Don't beat people up with stuff. There's no need. Russian is one of the languages officially in our constitution. There shouldn't be any social penalties if they learn. I mean, we like them to learn Kazakh, but don't beat people up if they don't know how to speak it and they only know Russian."
That seems like
and
a
it was
reasonable request.
Yeah, and it was such embarrassing. I think the nationalists would have to flee the country because, when the president says you're going too far, you're essentially kind of a social pariah.
Yeah, usually.
Well, yeah. So I don't know how this war is going to end. I mean, I hope it's going to cause a refugee situation. I know it's, depending. I mean, to be honest, I think the Donbass people are the more likely to do a lot of really, war crimes because they remember all the years of being shelled by Ukraine, of losing family members from Azov battalions, these nationalist militias that did a lot of really screwed up shit. Like, there's videos of them. Like they've executed civilians. They've done harassments. They've even killed politicians who have they've either surrendered to Russian troops, or one of them was on the negotiating board with the Ukraine-Russian negotiations, trying to find a cease of hostilities. They killed him. They killed a few mayors, and
Oh, jeez. Sorry.
Like the Azov, these people are not. What does this say about the Ukrainian government if they're willing to try to get, as many civilians killed with stuff like trying to encourage them to attack military convoys with Molotov cocktails, which results in them essentially getting blown to smithereens.
I mean, they
Or, like,
believe in
trying
their
to-
sovereignty and
Yeah, I mean,
aren't
I
really
would
happy with it being
For example-
violated by a foreign power.
The government is essentially trying to turn civilians into partisans, which, depending on your view, could either be considered unlawful combatants. Therefore, it's technically a war crime. But at the same time, you have to realize, for example, Kiev government decided a good idea to start handing out random AKs to civilians and to all this, thinking they could defend themselves. What's actually been happening is that it's resulted in gangs being empowered, and suddenly people are just shooting each other, claiming that this person is a Russian spy, when in reality it could just be somebody willing to settle the score over disputes, or just to do. This has happened repeatedly in the city, people, and this is.
But I mean, I feel like they would have just stabbed that person eventually.
But yeah, but essentially, what kind of government is essentially telling, is essentially allowing the situation to descend into chaos? I mean, that's the problem of just randomly handing out weapons. I mean, the same thing happened in the Spanish Civil War. The Republican government, decided to disband the army because they thought it would defect mostly to the nationalists. And they started handing out weapons to these various trade unions, these workers, these various factions, and a lot of times they fought with each other instead of against the nationalists.
I mean, can you even imagine giving like guns to any sort of like, city-dwelling liberals? I mean, these people have no idea how to even fire.
Luckily,
a gun,
in
don't even
America,
the
I know
parts
they'd
of
be
a gun.
scared. They'd be too scared of them to do anything.
I mean, these people are incompetent. They would not. I mean, this is a danger not only to like other people, right, but to themselves. I mean, it's the height of irresponsibility. There's a reason why they train, military personnel, like troops and stuff. Like, I mean, this is insane. This is a self-destructive behavior. You think, yes, we're going to defend ourselves, and we're all these, freedom fighters and guerrillas and stuff. But that's not. I mean, these are the people that would shoot themselves in the foot because they don't even know what they're doing. These are people that would point the barrel of a rifle at people that they're talking to because they're not even thinking about what they're doing. They have no sort of sense of like situational awareness, right? These are not smart people. These are not trained military personnel. So yeah, it's not a good idea. So yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, this is the problem of trying to turn. Some people just can't be cut out for this, and the big problem you see with a lot of conservatives is that they're blindly supporting, thinking guns will always just bring revolution. That's not the case. Where were the guns brought out for the COVID lockdowns? Where was the revolt? Guns
They
are
were
a false
bought
security
out.
blanket.
Well, I mean, the bigger thing about the COVID issue was that people didn't suffer enough to get us to a violent revolution. Like, it wasn't enough. Like,
Well, there
people
was that coup.
people
There
were
was a-
comfortable and well off enough that it didn't matter. Things did not get bad enough to the point of violent revolution.
you can still do your Netflix and chill, So yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
Which I joke, oh my gosh, they're
Pretty
not gonna
much.
have fast
Oh,
food, Netflix,
fuck!
all this stuff. you know, they keep taking away all this weird crap. Suddenly, Russians are going to start become the most stable and well-adjusted people on the planet at this
Yeah.
rate. That's kind of. This is actually funny. A lot of sanctions are backfiring. Not only is it causing, not only are this anti-Russian, hatred of like this being normalized again on citizens who have nothing to do with the conflict, but also you're seeing, sanctions don't work. Essentially, they often rally
so?
people towards because we've been sanctions on Iran, on North Korea, on all these cities, because the intention is essentially waging economic warfare in order to break the country and try to get them
So
to
we should
overthrow the leader.
we should throw bombs at this country.
I mean,
Well-
neither of these are good. These can both be. This isn't a dialectical.
No, I
thing.
understand,
Like, these can
but-
both be bad.
But you understand.
and they're both bad. They
But you
don't work.
understand, right? Like that. There's. The
mean,
West
putting
can. The
sanctions-
West cannot make it be known that you can just invade a country and take them over right on their doorstep, right? Like they can't
point
have that be a
is,
thing.
But why,
And if my
why do we
choice
have-
is that nukes are going to be in the air or we decimate their economy and destroy their livelihood, sorry, I'm
So-
choosing that 100% of the time.
right, the
purpose-
presupposition though is like,
Alleged-
why is America this sort of worldwide guard dog? Like, America wants to maintain this unipolarity, but this is not a sort of natural sort of situation. The more natural thing would be countries or different large groups of people vying for power against each other. This is not a natural situation, and us trying to maintain it at the expense of our allies, obviously our allies, but especially the people that oppose us. I mean, this is bad for everyone except for America, and it's not even Americans that benefit from this. It's the oligarchs, this sort of top 1% of people that are, I mean, without putting too fine a point on it, they're evil and or stupid. So none of this
Unfortunately,
is good for
they're both.
anybody.
I don't think it's an or situation.
Yeah, that's probably, yeah, I mean, maybe some of them are smart, but yeah, a lot of them
Some
are
of them, I'm
obviously
sure,
dumb.
are good
Yeah.
people.
So,
kidding.
yeah, some of them even are good people. Yeah, good point. I mean, we shouldn't be trying to police the world about these things. This is not in our, like, I mean, you can have normal diplomatic relations with people, but, like, the question is, why are these countries doing
But
these
is
things?
invading a country a normal diplomatic relationship?
Well, that's obviously after diplomacy. I mean, why didn't Russia invade Ukraine in 2014, right? After the Euromaidan
they did.
and all this stuff.
They did.
They invaded the
Yes,
Ukraine.
they sent a bunch of their soldiers in and started a color revolution in Crimea and annexed Crimea. They
No,
did invade.
there was no color revolutions. What the West does. These are people that
They
I mean, for
absolutely
example-
did. They sent Russian soldiers into Crimea and conquered it.
Right.
Like they fucking
They
did. Like what are you talking
They
about?
annexed Crimea because Crimea wanted to become like a
Yes,
part
and
of
they
Russia.
sent in a bunch of soldiers to make sure it would happen.
Sure, yeah, it's what the people.
Okay,
wanted,
so
and
they
Russia's
they
like,
already
yeah,
invaded
these-
Ukraine.
These are parts that were not only because Ukraine itself is not a normal sort of state. This is a kind of artificial state.
I
Like, a
know
lot
you've
of
said
these-
this like 50 times, but they already
Yeah,
invaded
yeah,
Ukraine.
So that's what we said. The point is like we're dealing with a country that's not sovereign, that has had
Is
its
it?
government.
Yes,
Is
the
Ukraine's
Euromaidan 2014. Like this is.
It's
this
not
is, I mean,
sovereign?
color revolutions. Yeah, who do you think supported all this stuff? I
They
mean,
did
all
a
the stuff
color
with Biden-
revolution in Ukraine.
Twice.
No.
In fact, a documentary that kind of puts both sides of perspective on it just got
Yes,
pulled from
Oliver
YouTube.
Stone, Ukraine on Fire. Yes, highly recommend.
That's
Yeah,
good.
which-
That's a good thing.
Which I'm coming leaning down towards the Ukrainian's government is probably illegitimate. Most
in your
doesn't
opinion.
justify necessarily everything Russia does in response, but like I said, I'm not going to take the side of the Ukrainian because basically you're
So
batting
okay,
for the same
Ukrainian
system
people
that
should
wants
be
you dead.
dying.
I mean, just look at what
Ukrainian
Richard
people
Spencer-
should die until they submit, right?
Well, Ukrainians are basically just Russians, especially almost these.
No,
people are
they're a bunch of
ethnically Russian.
admixture of Slavs, not just Russians. What?
I mean, especially the people in East Ukraine are basically indistinguishable. I mean, they're the same thing as actual Russians. Like There's no difference.
And you're telling me they have a homeland too they can go back to?
Yeah, where they live. I mean, I imagine these people, their families trace back, 1,000+ years, right, to where they grew up at. I mean,
The Russians
that's
that they
not
put
unusual.
into Ukraine as part of
Ukraine-
the USSR,
Ukraine is-
as part of the USSR migrations into these countries, those people have 1,000-year roots in Ukraine.
You got to understand the Ukraine Russia thing is a distinction without a difference, right? These are the same peoples.
So the
genetically,
Soviet Union never
culturally,
sent
linguistically.
in Russian people into countries that were under the purview umbrella of the Soviet Union.
Well, the Soviet Union, some of the states, like for example, in the Central Asian states, were not obviously Slavic. A lot of them had, Mongol, for example, they were part of the Golden Horde, centuries ago, right? So they're in Eastern Siberia and the Central Asian states. Again, these people were not completely Russian or were completely different people in general, but that doesn't mean that's like, especially Western Russia, right? And obviously in the areas of Ukraine, these were all like Rus, right? These were, more or less like quote unquote Scandinavian peoples, Germanic peoples, whatever you want to call them, that were
Vikings,
speaking
yeah.
the same language. Huh?
Vikings, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean,
I've
they
seen
were,
Vinland
you know,
Saga.
Something up too. When someone was discussing, so there was a back and forth between people like BAP and some of the others on the right about, is it okay
I'm sorry,
to support
BAP?
Bronze Age
Age
pervert?
pervert.
Okay. I've just never heard this.
He's a
I
Twitter
use BAP
personality.
because saying the name out loud is a little awkward for me. But
Yeah.
he's pointed out is that this is Europe is a European is basically still a colonized American rulage, but he's pointing out contrasting like Soviet, the Soviet satellite states, not including countries in the Soviet Union, didn't replace their populations on a mass scale. I mean, it was still a totalitarian dictatorship of various, subsidiaries, but what America has been doing to the West and itself is wholesale replacement of its populations and just a general rot of their cultures. And the problem is there's no way to recover from it after a certain point outside of either expulsion of one group or the other or annihilation.
Wait. Hold on. You kind of fast forwarded through a lot of things there. Hold on. Slow down for a sec. You fast forwarded through a lot of shit right there. You're saying it cannot be reversed.
No, past a certain point, the decline is terminal.
So you're saying that there was no possible way that the Russians would have done the same thing?
They could have, but they chose not to.
Given enough time, right?
As a matter of fact, Russians helped the Polish ethnically cleanse the Germans from their lands in, East Prussia, as well as the new boundaries of the states. People forget about that
I wonder
too.
why they did though.
What?
I said I wonder why they did that though.
Well, I mean, Victor's justice and all that stuff.
Well, no, I mean
Germany was essentially split into
force
two
out the
countries.
Hun and replace it with more Slavs. Yeah, makes sense.
So the point I'm making here is that, outside of a few exceptions of moving populations around under Stalin and things, did the Soviet Union force a lot of these satellite states of itself to give up, to do what the West is doing now, allowing migrants, allowing non-Europeans to replace the European population in Seoul in several areas? Because that's what happens.
Souls?
That's what's happening in.
Sorry, to replace the souls?
Replace the population, essentially.
Oh,
You
you said souls. I thought, really?
Well, I mean, cultural souls. Yeah, there's no soul to it.
soul.
It means it like in a metaphorical sense, like the soul of a people, not
So
like a
metaphorically,
literally, like,
not actually.
not Full Metal Alchemist stuff. No.
Okay, just making sure.
What I'm getting
Just
at
making
is
sure
that,
we're not dealing with some like crazy cool voodoo here.
I prefer Europe to reclaim being an independent force, one that's not necessarily under either Soviet/Russian or American/ globalist American empire.
Yeah, that's not
Fast-
happening.
Maybe.
Well, they better
I mean,
fix that.
this could be the trigger for that kind of thing, especially because, like, America's like, oh yeah, you have to, you need to boycott all these Russian energy companies because, they're evil, right? But Europe's like, everyone's going to die by freezing to death in the winter if we do that. So we can't even have a civilization without energy, right? I mean, that's sort of the big thing about industrial society in the last 100+ years. I mean, they're between a rock and a hard place. Like, if there's anything that other than like pointing a gun at every single European in the world, saying choose, this is about the next worst thing. So they don't have a choice. They're going to have to choose to get the energy from Russia because
Not necessarily. Because if they choose the energy from Russia, they'll get cut off from the West. The West can then impose that on them.
I mean, right, but getting cut off from the West is the lesser of the two evils.
Is it?
Or excuse me, choosing Russian energy is a lesser of two evils, right? Because they'll still be alive. They might be cut off from the West or whatever economically or something. But you can cut off Russia. I don't know if you can cut off Europe. I mean, they're an enormous sort of economic bloc, right? They're about as big as the United States itself if you take all of the Europe and the EU together. So I'm not sure the U.S. can even act unilaterally.
Well, that's assuming that Europe will act as a uniform bloc.
I mean, what are they supposed to do? Like, I mean, Germany, the biggest player in Europe, absolutely has to have Russian natural gas and oil. But I'm not sure exactly what the sort of energy profile of a lot of these other countries, but I know a lot of them have been denuclearizing, for lack of a better word, getting rid of their old nuclear power plants. France specifically, obviously Germany as well.
Wait, you're telling me they have a ready-made solution to this, and they're not doing it?
Yeah, nuclear has always been a better solution than, it's far more energy dense than
No, it is.
natural
It's a much
gas or
better
oil.
solution, but
Yeah.
tell me they couldn't restart that up?
Well, obviously, other than the red tape, when we were talking about...
These are artificial restrictions that can be lessened.
That's true. That's
Like,
true.
like,
These can
like-
be ignored. Yeah. But it's
these
not,
can
it's not just,
can change, right? Like, that's
Sure.
not something that's like
100%.
immovable. There's not like
Oh, yeah.
I am Zeus of the.
Sure.
I am Zeus of the
No.
nuclear power plant, and anyone who does not follow these rules will not be like. These are things that can be changed in time of crisis. I mean,
no, 100%. Yeah, these can definitely be changed. Like, red tape is only red tape until it doesn't need to be, right? So you can ignore this stuff 100%. Like, if it's that important, there are the hard limitations I'm talking about is like you can't flip a switch on these reactors, as far as I understand.
yeah.
Like,
Oh no. There is
Yeah.
time to get it up to speed. I'm not, but.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that there is a little bit less trouble getting some existing reactors up to speed, right? Like, because there's not as much.
Right.
There's not, you don't have to build a whole new, setup. Like, you've got
Which would
everything set
take
up.
like a decade or something,
yeah.
right? If you had to deal with that red tape, and just the construction time in general would obviously just takes time.
Yeah.
So
I'm not saying this is something. It's just we put up some solar panels and we're gold. No, this is things that they will take years of time and they'll take a lot of work and effort to get it up and running.
Correct.
But it's doable.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If there was any,
It's not a binary
desire
choice,
for it.
basically.
Sure.
That's what I'm
There's
getting
just no appetite for it at the moment because the people that are running these are like, they either think that their nuclear reactors are evil and they're bad or something, like some weird.
Well, I mean, their problem is that nuclear power solves the climate problem.
Oh, sure. Well, yeah, that too. I mean, yeah.
If climate change was a serious issue, we'd have nuclear power plants in every state.
Oh yeah.
And
100%.
And of course, what about
100%.
The amount of fuel or whatnot? We would just be building nuclear power plants left and right, and we'd be literally glowing.
We'd be glowing. Yeah, that's right.
We'd be glowing like a pregnant woman. Okay.
be glowing 100%, dude. We would definitely
So
be
let me
glowing.
kind of bring this a little. The thing is, we're dealing with, and the thing, U.S. foreign policy is becoming increasingly deranged. We're trying to sanction India now because they buy Russian military stuff for their,
Wait. We
their
weren't deranged invading several like sovereign nations either. Like,
yeah, but now we're living in a pantsuit kind of occupied government. So imagine, being occupied by all these weird looking people, these theater kids, a matriarchal longhouse, as someone like that would rage against. But yeah, it's just
matriarchal longhouse.
yeah,
Like, yes, it's sort of combining metaphors, but yeah. And think about sort of a matriarchal society. Think of the Longhouse as sort of a Native American. Well, in the northwestern part of the U.S., they
I
had
think the Native
longhouses.
American tribes were matriarchal. I thought they were like traditional tribal.
Some of them were that they all had different sort of things. Like some of the ideas for democracy were sort of like the Iroquois kind of league and stuff. But we're getting off topic. But the idea is you're sort of combining all of these.
We have never
very
gotten
bad
off
things.
topic ever, not even once.
Not even one. Never happened. Never happened. So
it's not true. It's false. It's fact check. It's false.
Total
it
fabrication.
never happened.
Yeah, but the point of the longhouse, what Mountain Walk is saying is that it's a feeling of malaise. Like, society doesn't have use for a good man anymore. It's the feeling of dragging, of being too comfortable in life. It's grating on the human soul, essentially. That's what it feels like
What
living in
is
the
the
longhouse.
human soul?
The experience of life.
That's true. I would say modern life. that's
Yeah.
100% true.
No, I'm just asking, what is the soul?
The soul is the energy life force that basically powers the body, and once the body dies,
So it's electricity?
Think of like you could say it's the soul isn't the same thing as the mind, but it's sort of you could think of like the essence, not maybe. I mean, if we're talking about like philosophically, like essence and nature are sort of
I'm
different
just talking
things.
about like actually. Like, 'cause
I mean,
I'm not really
Yeah.
sure what you mean.
if we're
when you say
speaking
that.
metaphorically, it's just like the essence of what it is to be a person, right? Like your soul, like the soul of a person or the soul of a people, sort of this shared sort of ideas and beliefs or whatever that come from that group of people. It's kind of like a genetic thing in some respects, but that's just sort of speaking metaphorically, not specifically like souls come from genes or whatever, because that's not true, because the soul is like a sort of transcendental thing where genes are just this material thing, obviously. So speaking sort of loosely, right? Just like metaphorically.
Okay.
Yes.
Me-
This is stuff like, the concept is in the meta. This is stuff that cannot be quantified, essentially, as easily as, say, the effects of statistics or like things you don't. By the time you do, it's like it sets into you. We're
Yeah.
referring to. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Ghost, like
I don't
mean,
really
you've
know what you
always
mean,
talked about
but
ghost implies the existence of a soul. Implies a spirit of somebody who has
in most
passed away,
cultural
but their
in most
energy-
cultural contexts, yeah, ghost does imply the existence of some sort of supernatural energy or something that dictates the body, right?
Yeah. And the signs of a ghost are like, unexplained noises, things being moved, the sensation of feeling cold, or sort of a spicy energy that you feel like staticky.
Spicy.
Yeah, well, I mean icy. I meant to
Icy.
say
Oh,
icy.
icy. I thought they said spice. I was like, dang.
Yeah. I mean, if
Spicy.
it's an Italian ghost, it's like, that's the spicy meatball.
Meatball.
Well, yeah, so we would see this kind of, transcendental feeling of like a nation, if it loses its core identity, it doesn't have a way to, call itself the same thing. Like France, without the French people, isn't France anymore. It's something else.
I mean,
you
it's
know,
still the entity that is France.
it wouldn't be called France though. It wouldn't be.
But I
I
mean,
mean,
like, by designation, it's the space of land called France, right?
but it won't be called France anymore. Its inhabitants will rename. Its new inhabitants, its people that are not French, will rename it to something else. And it happens to, Königsberg used to be the pride of the town of East Prussia. Now it's called Kaliningrad because the Russians took over the place and turned it into part of the oblast of the Russian Federation.
I see.
Like,
But-
yes.
But I mean, even if they're not from France, what if possibly these people might, it is French, it depends. And if they're people that don't have like an identity of their own, I mean, probably assume the dominant one, right?
Well, and the problem in America is that the dominant one has been eradicated in a way. You
Native
know,
Americans?
no, Anglo Americans. They're the ones who created America as we know it. And the problem is the reason why there's no assimilation that could take place anymore, not just by the negative effects of mass immigration, as well as, compartmentalization of life, the dragging out of modernity with its lack of meaning, the kind of Sturgeon nihilism. The point is, like, if these people have nothing to assimilate, they'll just assimilate into that kind of cultural longhouse. This feeling of being sucked into a paused black hole.
A positive black hole?
Paused, a black hole that's just, it's being like, light can't escape a black hole. It's just like it's a place where cultures go to die, and they get sucked in and they just disappear. That's the point. And yeah, well, I think I've exhausted all my energy on the Russia stuff and all the geopolitical implications.
So you're
It's been a
saying
long-
Russia is justified in invading Ukraine, if I'm understanding this correct?
Well, it wasn't unprovoked. It was
That wasn't
it was
the
the
question.
final. It was
I mean, if
a
it was a act of self-defense, like, I'd be here probably agreeing with you.
well, in the Russian mind, Ukraine was aggressing and it was planning to attack the Donbass regions, which would have resulted in a humanitarian catastrophe. And not only that, it would signal that NATO, the Ukraine is essentially ready to
but-
join NATO. And
But isn't Russia invading causing a humanitarian catastrophe anyways?
well, it would happen either way. I mean, Ukraine essentially
What do you
wiping
think?
out both. Ukraine wiping out the last the remnants of the separatists holdouts in Donetsk and Lugansk would have, because there's roughly 4 million people that live there. There was a good chance that not only would several thousands be killed, they would all flee to Russia because of humanitarian thing.
Wait. Hang on, real quick. Weren't we supposed to watch the thingy? Watch
We are
the
going-
thingy
we are
like
gonna
Yeah,
watch it.
I will.
100 years ago?
I'm gonna actually head off.
Well, Yellow
What-
Lantern, where can the... Well, actually, hold on. Geeky, have one last question for him?
No, I just said that either way, like by Russia invading, create a crisis anyway. So
Yeah,
Can't
I mean
really-
the inflation stuff is not necessarily caused by the real rate is like 20% at this point, as we all know, because
Lucky.
the way that the inflation is counted, it's designed to hide the impact of other variables. Like unofficially,
CPI is not a good measure. It includes many things that are not a traditional basket of good purchases. Therefore, like, you don't purchase your TV or your tablet every week. It should be just like milk, beef, butter, shit that you have to get, every other week or so, right? Like, we understand this, right? We understand why CPI is such a distorted measure and should obviously not be
Right.
used to measure the financial
Yeah.
health, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm George Kennan Pell. This entire conflict is a result of decades of comically bad U.S. foreign policy it is see that recklessly endangered whole nations. In a way, I think Thomas 77 pointed out a hilarious. Um, I Someone pointed out a good quote from him is like, let me see if I can find. So they'll threaten your country with a horrific bombing campaign, then send a clown in a pantsuit to negotiate. It's the equivalent of Caligula naming his horse a senator. The point is to humiliate and confuse you. That's essentially what U.S. foreign policy has been for the um last
Eh,
few decades.
yeah, except Caligula having his horse as a senator is pretty based, honestly. Like that's pretty base. That's a good flex. I like that. It's pretty insane,
Well,
but
because it's
I
like you're
like it.
supposed to go along with it. He wants people to believe the nonsense, so he has an army to control.
I believe a horse is better or equal to at least the average citizen. So I think that's actually an improvement. Plus, you can ride a horse. So
True.
You know, in most cases, I would give the horse a chance
Anyways,
to govern.
I guess it's just too hobby. Yeah, I haven't really talked. I mean, the events of the world have thrown all my little side hobbies in for a wrench, so I couldn't do anything much outside of just maybe watch some old shows.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would actually recommend if you get a chance, check out Super Crooks. It's by Studio Bones and Mark Miller, the writer of Kick-Ass. He worked with a manga artist, and they made it an anime out of it. It was pretty good, pretty entertaining.
Yeah. I would have
It's
wanted,
it's an
don't get me started
ironic
on
take
favorite
on
comic book
superheroes, but
history.
not to like the degree that like The Boys or others. Like it doesn't like exceed
Punch Man took,
absurdia. Sorry.
or One Punch Man took take on
Yeah,
superheroes as
it's
well.
Mm.
yeah, it's
Well,
kind of it's not really that level. It's a different kind of take on it, but it's not like a completely postmodern ironic take. It's kind of just like a very kind of
yeah,
ironic
I've
take.
I'm still thinking about what I could do for bonus episodes and other appearances on podcast. Like, I still am friends with a lot of the crew of the kill stream, even though I know they've gone their separate ways. Like, I don't hate anyone involved. But if I do these episodes, I'll just do it strictly as a business thing, as a manner to be professional. Like, I'm not
I
gonna
don't
say
think you
anything.
can though, because I haven't said anything and I got blocked by Twitter by him.
Yeah, well, I was out sick, so I couldn't interact with anybody.
That was probably for the best, unfortunately.
yeah.
But yeah, no, I hate seeing all this. No matter what happens, Yellow Lantern, you're a good friend of mine, and I value your input, and I really enjoy these conversations. No matter what happens, okay? I'm on. No
Yeah.
matter what, if you're getting along with Ralph, that's fine with me. I have no issue with your relationship with Ralph. If you're fighting with Ralph, I have no issue with that. You're my friend. I value you, man. So
Well,
just
I'm,
know
Yeah,
I'm
that.
not
absolutely.
feuding with anybody because,
No, I
like I
know.
said,
I know you're not feuding with anyone, but it seems very easy to get drawn into feuds lately. Unfortunately, for even the kindest of people, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
So
right.
what I'm telling you is though, I'm on your side. You're my buddy, and whatever
Yeah,
choices you
like I
make,
said,
they're your
I'm a country with
choices.
diplomatic. It's like I'm a country with diplomatic relations between two that are slugging it out right now. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, you're kind of just like, hey, look, I'm not. I'll try to get along with all of you. Okay, can we just get along? All right. Fuck. That's
Yes.
where I want to be. I want everyone to get along, but no matter what, you're my buddy.
Yeah, and I won't. Like I said, like I will have no reason. None of these people have ever treated me badly, and I have no reason to to say anything bad about them. So I'm just, a normal guy to them. Well,
Yeah.
abnormal, I guess, depending because all the stuff I talk about and know, but it's a very yes. So I just need to come up with some more stuff. I mean, I haven't really thought about all these fictional stories I think about. Even though I did watch some shows again. You still Ghost, remember when you said to watch Railgun over Index? I think you were right.
Really,
And
I
I've
don't
read
remember recommending Railgun over Index. Like
that was up like several months ago. I watched one of your
well,
streams. I mentioned I saw an episode of it and I wanted your opinion. You said to watch the Toaro, the Railgun one because it's a little bit better, and well, it's better in general because it's not a.
It's interesting and differently focused, I think. I don't know. It's I don't know. Toma just isn't too compelling a protagonist, so it's kind of nice that they separate that role between Misaka and her friends a bit better. And I do like a lot of I like some of the stuff
I've
they get to
heard
with
that.
Accelerator in the Railgun arc, as well. But I think the latest
Well,
seasons of Index have been they're kind of all over the place.
yeah. Well, the problem with as people said, the problem is this is only the first act of the entire series. This is they split up the like this is Old Testament, this is New Testament, this is Genesis Testament, and the show only covers the Old Testament part of the story. The new stuff, because the problem is the third season of Index was poorly received. It wasn't a good adaptation at all, and which
Yeah,
kind
I
of
think its problem is it crosses over too much with like the main series, and like it gets. If I
well, I'm
recall,
talking the main series itself was received poorly.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
At least the third season,
That's the
and
one with like all the
critics said it was
princesses
rushed.
and the stuff in Russia and shit and all that.
Yeah, hard to knock on wood. This arc is literally called World War III.
I know.
But yeah, I heard it gets the manga. The story gets more better in the novels and stuff. But
I don't think there's a threat of it ending. It's popular enough both in
yeah, but I don't.
published
What
form.
studio could adapt it? Because there was a lot of negative feedback from the JC staff. Because the problem with JC staff is that they were trying. They only had experience with the slice of life stuff,
It's
and
kind
I
of
don't think.
slice of life at the start, but yeah, then it's. But yeah, no, it doesn't
Yeah,
stay that way.
it's just not the right casting and not the right studio to do it. But I could think of a few others that could do because I've seen some of the stuff that goes on later in the story. It gets really crazy, and it's kind of absurd the concepts they bring in. Like it'd be hard to press to say. It'll be a while maybe before any new adaptations of arcs are taking place because this show has a lot of it's not only higher barrier to entry with the spin-offs, it's just really convoluted too.
Oh
And
my
it's a
gosh,
series
so
that's
much
been
so.
going
I
on since
love it.
2004.
Is it really? The original Index is 2004? Fuck.
Yes.
20
Then
years now.
Railgun started in 2007.
Yes. That before or after is I don't remember, but yeah, no, I think there'll be more of it. I mean, they've been doing it long enough, and it's popular and long running. But when is the next bonus episode to be expected, Yo Lantern? When can they find you, and where on Twitter can they find you?
Well, the good news is Killstream.tv is coming back. Um, that took a while for the new terms to be signed and to reroute the site, so there's no risk of any sort of security breaches anymore.
But I would still be cautious if you're going to sign up for it.
Yes, obviously, I would be careful too. I'd be super cautious.
Yeah, be super
Just
cautious of your
just in
own
case.
identity.
Yeah, I think I'll talk about doing something that, and maybe I'll talk about the war a bit, what led to it. I'll talk about some other stuff. I mean, I might be on other people's shows too, because I think I'm still well liked enough to not cause too much controversy going on shows between people who no longer see eye to eye with each other.
I sincerely hope that is the
I,
case.
Well, like I said, I'll keep it professional. I won't bring up either any incidents prior or just what happened. Like I said, I'm a mediating party. I'm a country with diplomatic relations between two belligerent factions.
You're not here to burn down Gettysburg or not Gettysburg, but they burned down. Fuck. Oh god. Sorry. Civil War
Yeah, so I'm
knowledge
not
is
here
nowhere
to
near.
cause trouble, basically.
No, and I think you handle this maturely. You handle this always maturely and responsibly. I hope that I hope that is understood by all involved. But yes, Yellow Lantern 7 on Twitter as well. You can catch him. He'll inform you on various historical and esoteric and topics that you didn't even know you need to know about, whether it's Eastern European history or the Yellow Lanterns and Green Lantern history. He knows it all.
Yeah, don't get me started on where DC Comics is now. I mean, what do you if you guys gonna plan on see that Batman movie that came out?
I've heard good things, surprisingly. I'm actually going to go see it.
Same.
I know, but it's like 3 hours long.
Oh, really? I actually like long movies. I'm the
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
guy who watched Watchmen and was like, can we do another hour? Zach, can we do another hour?
I mean, I kind of wanted Far From Home to be longer as well.
Yeah, Far From Home was good too. Very shocked.
Right, and but I don't feel very good about this economy either. You said maybe we would see a correction in 3 to 5 years. Are you sure we're gonna see that in 3 to 5 months instead?
This may have been accelerated with this. Definitely not something I accounted for. I don't know. There are a lot of interesting things to look at. A lot has been said about this being a third Bretton's Wood, right? Creating a new kind of like, effectively that Russia will create a new Bretton's Wood based off currency backed by commodities, and that this will upset the traditional global financial order. Personally, I think, parallel financial systems is a good thing overall, just, from a freedom perspective. But as far as things go, yeah, the recession may be quicker based on how much did they just pass? Didn't they just pass that spending bill, Geeky?
Yeah, like
Yes,
$15,
they just
$15 billion dollars.
Yeah, $1.5 trillion or something. I mean, I didn't expect it not to pass, but effectively, the Ukrainian funding gave it absolute coverage to pass tons and tons of shit that, they would have politically had to cover against, but now, they just got political carte blanche to just, we're just doing it because it's an immediate crisis. Yeah, the usual shit, like anytime their crisis powers claimed, invoked, or whatnot, it they're seeking to make it permanent. So, yeah, no, we may have condensed our timeline for a massive correction or recession. But yet again, I don't know. I don't know where QE ends because we're still not at the end of it. We're still winding down this road. Wherever it ends, probably not good.
Are we
Plan
gonna see
accordingly.
riots from food prices and energy?
There's a distinct possibility, but I don't think that happens. I don't think that happens, but we're getting uncomfortably close to levels where it could. But yeah, fertilizer being cut off, energy prices, reaching, Iraq war prices. No, these are not good things for everyday consumers. Especially with declining incomes now, with inflation well exceeding any wage growth. And then, at the same time trying to force all these workers back into the office. Like, this is not a good combination. People are not going to be happy. And, there will be civil unrest. I don't know if there'll be food riots, but there will be distinct civil unrest, probably.
Woohoo!
Yeah, I
mean,
know. Spoilers, guys.
Yes, and I mean, who knows? What if they try to pull some shenanigans with further elections? Is this gonna just,
I would not be shocked at all, but
I mean, one scenario, what if they decide to try to impolitely use some clauses in constitutions to disqualify elected Republican or any officials because they may have voted favorably or against, what happened on January 6th? Because then all of a sudden you have a government that, suddenly it becomes like a reconstruction government that claims like dual governments and which one's legitimate or not. And this has happened several times. This happened a lot in reconstruction.
yeah, no, that would not be good at all. And it's distinct possibility they would push towards that in the event of losing power, but I don't know. I don't see that happening this time, but then again, I did not see this invasion of Ukraine, so who knows what could happen. Well,
Well,
the reason I don't see it happening is that I don't really see them angling towards that. You know, they're kind of like slow walking into what should be an electoral drubbing. You know, they're not really like I don't know. This could all change easily. Any events could alter the course of this in the next 8 months very easily too.
yeah. What if gas prices reach double digits, though? Is that revolution tier?
It's bad, very bad. But I mean, the Europeans have been paying double-digit gas prices for a while. I mean, the other day I saw $7 gas at a freeway.
Woohoo.
California has more. I can see more refineries taking a 10-minute drive than in most states in the union, and our gas is more expensive than Hawaiian gas.
Mm.
All of this is self-inflicted.
You
Oh,
keep in
most
mind, refineries were like we had 837, and we shrank them down to like 265 over the course of the last couple of years.
Yep. Oh yeah. No, I know. It's yeah. Never go into starting a energy war against someone would be a good idea if you actually took a sane, level-headed approach to your energy industry. But here we are.
Mhm. And don't forget about, if you've ever wanted to see this basically cultural pogrom against all things Russian and the world and stuff, remember, we did this to the Germans in World War One. We basically eradicated their culture in the United States.
Well,
I mean,
really
no, we
after
had like
post World War One,
Germantown. We had like German towns and other things. Like we didn't completely eradicate it in the states.
well, any sort of German identity. I mean, other than just the slow sort of assimilation of German identity
Wait,
into
what are you talking about? I could drive to a German town. Like that's been there for
okay.
decades. I could drive to like a little German town, a little Germany that's been there for decades. What?
But sure, but I mean, again, in general, like these things are more or less not only were they sort of eradicated or discouraged, especially post World War One and World War Two. These things, there's sort of a slow assimilation of, like, say, like Irish, Italian cultures, right? Typically into the U.S., including German as well, and that too. Which is sort of like a kind of generic sort of what British kind of thing, but um, it's more of like a sort of melting pot of this kind of stuff. Um, in some respects, because like not only were they divorced from their cultural origins, but there was this sort of top-down kind of thing where it's like, oh, we're all Americans, and so on and so forth. So it's a little bit of a lot of different things. But yeah, I mean, you're not really going to see this kind of European um, sort of like, oh, I'm German, or I'm French, or whatever in America.
But I
That
mean, like
doesn't
that
really
leads to
exist.
like balkanization. That's not a good.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say so. I mean, this is something that happened in, say, like the Ottoman Empire. Like everyone had their sort of little cultural enclave, but it wasn't a big deal. Like that's fine. Like the Jews had their own area. I mean, the Greeks had their own area, so on and so forth. Like it wasn't really an issue. In fact, that's probably worked out for the best, typically. And they copied their sort of thing off of the Romans, sort of how they organized their societies. So
Yep. The problem, though, that some have argued there was a concerted effort to harm the Ottoman structure because of the role a lot of Greeks and Armenians played into it, which may have factored in the decisions made for the Armenian genocide to occur by the Central Young Turks government,
yeah, and
which,
that makes sense.
So is this
I
in
think there was
Turkey
actually a
or?
product of a civil war within the Ottoman Empire that happened during World War II, especially with the Arab tribes revolting.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so yeah, I don't know what the future lies.
Actually, I have a crazy prediction before you leave. I just want to put it out there.
What?
All right, here's my prediction for Saudi Arabia. Okay, they're gonna wait for the oil price to hit above $200. Second, it reaches above $200, they're going to take Aramco public, sell a 10% stake, right? Once that's all sold, done, all the shareholders are holding 10% of Aramco. They crash oil prices back down to $50, buy back all of the Aramco share they sold, and keep the difference. Absolute rug pull. But no, that's my crazy prediction.
I mean, that doesn't seem too insane. I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, it sounds crazy.
Wait
to
a
us,
minute,
but they can
Clash
do
the
this
Gash.
kind
This
of
is happening. This is happening. We're gonna watch this MLP trailer. But Yellow Lantern, sir, you have a wonderful night. Let me just share this to the Discord. I promised Mount Hale that I would watch this, so I'm going to do that.
All right. I'm too tired to keep watching, so I'll see y'all later.
All right, see you later.
I'll message you later, Mountain Walk, on whatever's.
Sounds good, dude.
It's a minute long, Clash. But you have a wonderful night, Yellow Lantern. Thank you for stopping by.
Farewell.
All right, everyone. Let's see. This is My Little Pony: A Maritime Bay Adventure. All right, ready?
Okay.
You all ready? Okay.
Oh boy.
Let's see, and then we'll watch State of Play after that. Wait, a minute? Oh, yeah. All right, let's see what we're all getting.
Welcome to My Little Pony, a Maritime Bay adventure. Join Sunny Star Scout in this magical
So is it like
story.
2D? Okay, no, then there's 3D.
Help Sunny save Maritime Bay Day. Explore and discover Maritime Bay in this pony adventure. Unlock new magical powers and customized
You can put hats on your
Sunny
horse,
Walk
Mount Walk.
accessories.
And wings.
Oh no.
Play amazing mini games with a friend.
Okay, they have a rhythm game, a racing game, another racing game.
The video game every pony has been waiting for. My Little Pony, a Maritime Bay adventure coming spring 2022.
All right, there we go, Mount Hale. Thoughts, Mountain Walk?
Plead the fifth.
Played the 5th of Jack. Geeky, any thoughts? Geeky's dead.
Rip Kiki.
Rip
He's a good
Geeky.
boy.
Geeky didn't do nothing. We could have gotten so
Didn't do
much
nothing.
more. Fuck Hasbro.
Yeah, fuck Hasbro's right. I can get behind that.
Is a kill. I don't know. Like it looks like an indie platformer, doesn't it? To you, Matt Wong?
I mean, kind of. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it just looks like a. I don't know what it looks like. I have a lot of conflicting thoughts, but look, if you like pony stuff, you're gonna love this game. That's all I'm gonna say.
Despite
I'm
not
sure.
liking MLP at all, you think this is a well-made commercial that does a good job of showing the gameplay. Like you want this company to make non-MLP games. Yeah, it does look super platformy.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Hard to tell. Ultimately, it's a kid's game. Yeah, ultimately, it's a kid's game. I mean, it doesn't look like, wow, this is gonna be like a great game. It just kind of looks like, looks like it'll be an okay game. And you know, every pony out there will be able to, every pony bro will be able to go like, hey, look, I've got my MLP game. Check it out. Definitely check it out. Bellbot has their own IP, but you know,
Well, don't they have like their own fighting game as well?
do they? Not sure. Are you ready to watch the State of Play, Geeky?
I am ready.
Time. Let's watch, see what Sony's got to offer. Everyone on it?
Yes.
We're watching the State of
yes,
Play.
yes.
Hello, viewers. I am Ivy the android.
It's all
I'd
right
like to
for
share
me.
today's dinosaur
Oh,
forecast.
here we go.
A dinosaur
Wait,
outbreak
Go on.
will soon occur.
Dino Crisis? Are they doing Dino Crisis? Yo!
Have been evacuated, and a team of exo fighters has been dispatched.
Wait, can you pause it? Sorry, never mind. It keeps cutting in and out for me.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
me too. I don't know
Um,
what the issue is. Yeah, it's weird.
Is it working now?
Yep, let's
In
go.
the affected area have been evacuated, and a team of Exo fighters has been dispatched. A vortex warning has been issued. Please remain indoors.
Good night, Clash. Okay. Capcom, it's Dino Crisis.
Boy.
I make a sense of this situation.
You've been living fighting the chief directors for 2 years.
All I wanted was to be IBS's top pilot.
IBS's latest dinosaur forecasts and exosuit technology were able to keep human casualties to zero. Exosuit development is proceeding under the guidance of the next-gen AI, Leviathan. Meanwhile, IBS continues to recruit candidates to become new exofighters, humanity's greatest hope.
Not Dino Crisis?
Oh,
It is
Exo
from
Primal?
Capcom.
Another Exo fighter recruit, right? Welcome to IBS.
Look,
It looks.
That's the,
I mean,
the
it
greatest
looks.
game
State
ever
of
since
Play
we did the
returns
game.
with more announcements
It
and
looks like
updates for your
four-person,
favorite games.
horde battle game. It looks fine.
We just saw the debut of Exo Primal, a brand new IP from Capcom. It hits PS4 and PS5 next year.
But I have a PS4.
Next
I don't
up,
need
let's
a
get some
PS5.
eye-popping updates for some fan favorites launching soon.
Ghostwire Tokyo. Game's on the PC, I think.
こいつは大勢の魂を借り集め、それを利用して冥界と現世をつなごうとしている。
あいつはこの先に一体何を見ているって言うんだ。
See, we don't need to make a cyberpunk game. We just have to set it in Tokyo.
なんだか盛り上がってきたな。
こんなことが許されるはず。
あいつを止めない限り終わらない。
Bethesda's publishing it? Oh boy. Ow.
死んだのか。
体をよこせ。妹は助けてやる。終わらせるぞ。秋田。
で、来るんだろ一緒に。
Hey, that looks based.
Looks fun. It could be
Looks
good.
Super sweet.
March 25th. Huh.
2 weeks.
Well, we can play it after we all finish Kirby.
Nice.
Oh, it's this game. Just ripped that guy's tail off.
Is that a Marvel?
Stranger in Paradise.
Oh, okay.
Is this finally coming out? March 18th.
Later today, visit PlayStation Store to download a new demo for Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin. Now, let's jump into the world of Forspoken with some all-new gameplay.
You guys already spoken for.
It is quite beautiful.
Yeah, in a everything here wants to kill you kind of way.
You know I'm a world changer.
Sorry guys, we're all still playing Elden Ring. We don't have time for this.
Yeah.
Does that dragon have like an engine in its chest? Get a surfboard!
I'm on top of the world.
Let's finish this.
You better buckle up. On a whole nother dimension.
I mean, if it plays anything like the trailer, it could be pretty good, you know?
Yeah, it's way better than the announcement trailer what they did. Like we saw like 3 months ago.
I remember watching that. Like, I don't know, like it could be good.
It was delayed. It was supposed to come out this month or next month.
Like Stalker
Really?
2 got delayed because the invasion.
No, that was
Yeah.
Advanced Wars.
Ah, okay. Oh,
That
yeah,
was a
that's
new
right.
look at the sprawling PS5 adventure Forspoken from Luminous Productions. Let's check out some 6v6 action in Gundam Evolution, a fast-paced
on.
multiplayer shooter coming to PS4 and PS5 later this year.
Well, Mount Walk. Let's see if we will
Yeah.
be. Let's see where we're at.
I love Gundam, so.
Why is it not playing Raise Your Flag? It's even got the freaking. This is not the music you should be playing, Sony. But is it in VR?
Yeah, good question.
An RX-70 sniper. Can you just pull that guy's shield off? It's alright. I don't know. That's
Yeah, the trailer was not the best. Not the best trailer.
Man, not
unfortunately.
playing Raise Your Flag over it. I mean, come on. Not, like, oh yeah, wait, remember the Gundam series that just had like nightclub music on it? Neither did I.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither.
Fuck, I'd take some Gundam Seed music over whatever the fucking soundtrack they chose for that. Holy shit. Sony, you know how much music you own, Sony? And you can't choose a proper soundtrack for a trailer. All right, next thing. The Cowabunga collection? Go on. Oh, so many fond memories of playing Turtles in Time.
Yeah, that was so sweet.
Cowabunga! This is a good idea, but it's not really something I need.
Yeah, me neither.
It's only $40, by the way.
$40?
That's a lot of Turtles games.
That's a lot to just play Turtles in Time, not on emulator. I know the other games are there. So, everyone, I don't know. Turtles? Whatever. It's Turtles.
Yeah.
Alright, what's this? Monster Fight? King of Tokyo or something? Like a Digimon battle game? Gigabash. What? How did that ward to place in Sony's presentation? Like, what? Tell me, guys, what did you think about that game? Anyone?
I didn't even know it was a game.
I was just like, what the fuck am I watching? Alright, next thing.
Kaiju Brawler Gigabash comes to PS4 and PS5 later this year. Next, a fan-favorite fighting game makes a beautiful and bizarre return.
No more heroes?
Street Fighter 6?
Sony All-Stars? Oh, it's JoJo. Shocked I am. They're making a JoJo fighting game.
ここで決着をつける。
クロチル、ぶっ飛びな。僕は回転の力を身につけたい。図に乗るんじゃねえぞ。どう？無駄。遅いんだよ。脱出する。何の？ほら。覚悟はいいか。俺はできた。知れ者が。にょ。エコー。シャボン玉だ。今こそここは私が。差しに策がある。オラが守るぞ。行くぞ。協力してやる。オラ。先生。伝われ。波紋。罰の時間だ。流し込む。よくも。惨殺処刑だ。チャリオッツ。あ、行くわよ。始末させてもらうぞ。すべて超えてやる。そのまま眠りな。てめえ。全力で打ちかますぞ。
Okay, Mountain Walk, thoughts, because I have no basis and understanding of JoJo. Hello? Mountain Walk? Mountain Walk! Oh, Mountain Walk's muted.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted.
Thoughts on the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fighting game that we just witnessed?
I like JoJo, so I hope it's good. The only other JoJo games I've seen were kind of weren't strictly fighting games, so I don't know how this is going to turn out, but hoping for the best, right? So
it looks like every fighting game.
Yeah, it's a little generic in that respect, so I guess we'll just have to see.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah, I'm never too excited about any of these sort of
anime adaptation games.
Yeah, they're never really. Again, you get Dragon Ball Z, Budokai and stuff, and a couple other ones that are pretty good.
How was the
but
Berserk game?
I never played it, but I can't imagine. I've never heard anyone say anything about it, so it's probably not that great.
Probably unmemorable.
Yeah.
I've heard it was like a Yakuza ripoff, or am I thinking? I think it might be Fist of the North Star.
The Fist of the North Star is literally it's because it's made by the same guys that made the Yakuza.
So it's like a Yakuza
games.
engine game, and
yes, yeah.
I see. All right, let's see what Sony has for us next. 50 playable characters.
69 characters.
Early fall 2022.
Our next 2 games will take you beyond life and death.
Uh-oh, beyond life and death. It's a some indie 2D samurai game.
Whoa. Okay, this is cool.
Trek to Yo. I like the aesthetic.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is really cool.
お前がしたものとも今や守ることができまい。
Fighting Ghost Samurai. Found me, Matlock.
Oh boy.
This is like appropriate music for this trailer.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, exactly.
Like traditional, like taiko drums going, some flutes. Like this is what it sound. This is what it should sound like. Good job on that one, Sony. No one knows who any of those voice actors are.
I love it. I love it.
Like,
that looks really cool.
Nice of you to like point out who they are, but like none of us know who that is. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, Goto's a Jap. If it's the same person I'm thinking of, he's a Japanese wrestler.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is, but that game looks neat. That looks like a good indie game.
Looks great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
Not really what I would get a PlayStation for, but you know, like it looks like a neat little indie game. All right, let's see. This is from PlayStation Studios, so this should be a big deal.
Trapped in an endless cycle. Fighting. Dying. Returning.
Death
Always
Stranding
the
2.
same, yet always changing.
This is in like the original announcement. The PS5.
Now I stand before the endless tower. I climb as Sisyphus did, pushing the boulder upward. No matter how high I climb, the challenge begins again.
Do like a roguelike game or something?
Maybe.
But I fight on, through the infinite. Seeking answers. Seeking ascension. My release is within this tower, and I will find it.
Oh, Returnal.
Looks cool. We'll
Yeah.
have to see.
Looks
I like the
bad.
idea.
Gameplay looks off. Yeah, it's kind of it could. I don't know. I mean, like if it's the idea is like a third-person action shooter roguelike, like maybe it could be good, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, meh. Next meme.
Housemarque is bringing campaign co-op and a mysterious new survival mode to Returnal Ascension, a free update hitting this March. It's It's almost time to sign off, but before we do, let's get a first look at 2 brand new games coming from Square Enix.
That are already out?
Is this really what you want?
And you are certain that what we are doing is best for the people of the kingdom?
Yes. I suppose it would, in a sense. True. Yes. It made me wonder. Am I still that same person?
The era of myths gives way to an era of great turmoil. The continent was ravaged by the devastating war between the Empire and the Alliance. However, one nation remained unaffected by the chaos. The Kingdom of Alatane, Ward of the Augurs, looked destined to have its soil stained with the blood of battle.
We've finally been called up. We're up against the Empire's main army.
We are to eradicate every last Imperial who comes ashore. Keep focused.
Come on, everyone!
So they made an XCOM game?
And now you will die.
Do you really have such a yearning for war? I can't comprehend it.
Okay, summons.
Alright, here we go.
Is this
So then,
Final Fantasy
what
Tactics?
should we do now?
Wait.
That's what it looks
We're going
like.
to
Yeah.
retake it.
That looks like Bahamut.
Yeah, this
is
might
our
be
chance
Tactics.
while they're all assembled. We should send our best and crush them.
That's right. All the more reason to avoid bloodshed.
Yeah, it's really the numbers that make me think it's Tactics, right? The font.
It also likely means that we're in danger.
I suppose it is the only way for us to survive.
Ah, not a Tactics game. I mean, looks interesting.
Yeah, looks good.
It's kind of weird because it looks like it's not like what's the like it looks like it's kind of real time, but like that's real time, you know, like where you can pause and like make your commands, kind of like they did in FF7 remake. And like,
Right.
I think that's a good idea for a tactics game. But
Me too.
I don't know.
Me too.
We'll have to see more gameplay.
Yeah.
All right, what else you got for us, Square? You gonna show us Final Fantasy 16 or not?
Maybe.
Oh, there's a new Nier game?
Yes.
If the will to fight still lingers within you, then accept my offer and join me.
Is Naruto running?
Oh, well, that's a good way to run fast. That makes sense.
Less wind resistance.
That's right.
Valkyrie, heed my words.
Oh, is this
Ragnarok tears our world asunder. All we hold precious lies on the brink of annihilation. Become my tool of intervention and save this world from doom.
She used his simp card, Mount Walk. So this is what was that old game on PlayStation? It was like Valkyrie something.
Valkyrie Chronicles?
Not
Was it
Chronicles.
Valkyrie?
Your
No.
efforts to remain undetected are lacking. Reveal yourself. Who are you?
That's all for today. We'll see you soon with another State of Play.
I mean, it looks okay. I don't know. Weird third-person fighting kind of. Yeah. It can all, like, you know, you can get Souls and you can get, you know, Kingdom Hearts 3. You know, it can work, but it can also not work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Square, what the hell, man? Where was where was Final Fantasy 16? Where was where were all? I don't know. Geeky, what's your assessment of this? Because I know you've already seen it.
I haven't seen it. This is the first time seeing it.
Oh. So, what were your thoughts, all in all?
I give it a 6 out of 10.
Yeah,
I
would say the Giga Battle game was a low point for it. Cause, like, no context, just kind of like splatted out there. If JoJo fighting game, I don't know. If you like fighting games, maybe this is, you know, if you're a fighting game guy who likes JoJo, good for you. You've got your game. Mount Wong?
Yeah, I'm sort of nonplussed by the whole thing. I mean, it's some of it looks okay, but some of the trailers were just kind of like not good. So if the games are good, it will be in spite of the trailers, not because of them. I'm not really super impressed by most of them, so I don't know. We'll have to see, but nothing really looked
So that Valkyrie
bad,
game,
but
like, those backgrounds did not look good. You know, like the settings. 'Cause I'm like, you're sitting here, right, with like modern hardware, and you've got what looks like maybe a late gen like PS3 game kind of graphics on the back. I don't know.
Yeah.
Didn't seem good. The tactics one, I don't know. There's the weird 3D animation on the dudes, you know, like I didn't like the character models. Yeah, Trek to Yomi was definitely the high point. I would.
Yeah, that was the best one.
Exo
The best
Primal
looking
looks
one by
fun.
far. Oh yeah, well yeah, the dinosaur one. I mean, oh my gosh, like that one could be. I mean, obviously I like that, just the idea in general. But I mean, who knows, right? Like
The
I mean, maybe
dinosaur
I just.
game reminds me of Pacific Rim.
Well, I mean, these people are in sort of like, instead of giant robots, they have smaller exosuits or whatever. But I mean, just the dinosaurs being dumped out of like these vortexes is pretty funny. I mean, we'll
What's
have to
happening?
see.
There's an outbreak of raptors.
There's raptor outbreak. Yeah, cloudy with a chance of raptors tomorrow.
They literally they literally said that.
Yeah.
It literally said cloudy with a chance of raptors, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know. We'll have to see. Again, maybe I'm just a little too cynical about this stuff. I'm like, oh, you're trying to appeal to my inner man child. You know, I won't let you. So at least the Samurai one aesthetically looked incredible. I think the gameplay looks like great, just like the sort of side-scrolling, platforming kind of stuff. It looks like maybe it'll be like kind of a Jedi Power Battles like pseudo 3D kind of platforming thing or whatever. But we'll have to see. It looks pretty good too. So we'll have to see. I definitely take a wait and see approach to this stuff because you know. Sometimes it you know things can look great and it's just shit. It's just fucking shit. So yeah.
Yeah, the Gundam game I was disappointed by because like.
Yeah, that was so weird. Like what the music really did throw it off.
It like something like that can be good. Just looking at it, I'm like, I don't know. I didn't like. I think like Armored Core is what they should go for a Gundam game to some extent.
Well, they're too busy making games like Elden Ring to make any more Armored Core games or something. I think.
I know. I'm sorry, From. We can't have you go. we can't have you go make Armored Core games. Why? We need more Souls games. Sorry.
We've had like 5, but we need more.
Yeah, we need more. Are we at 5? No, we've had more than 5 because Demon Souls to Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and now Elden Ring is 7.
Oh wow! Yeah, you're right. Holy crap! Yeah, that's a lot of Souls games, and that was since what 2013? Was it earlier than that?
Demon Souls? Demon Souls is PS3. It's 2009.
Oh wow! Holy moly! Okay, so yeah, last over a decade.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, apparently there's still more to make. Elden Ring's still really good, so you know, I guess we'll I guess we're in for more of those. But eventually we'll get back to Armored Core. Give it another decade. So, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So, Sony, Sony, you get a D. You get a D, Sony. You failed, but you tried at least. Like you.
Yeah. There was an attempt.
You made an effort. It didn't work. But yeah. A good college try.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else out there? Oh yeah, Mitt Romney wants to start World War III. No.
Send in the MiGs, dude. He said it. Send in the MiGs. We have to
Send
do
them
it.
jets from a German base. That won't cause trouble. Yeah. Meanwhile, the White House is trying to blame all inflation, and nothing was happening before until this happened. Everything was running fine.
That's right. Everything was perfect. Just totally fine.
Oh yeah, and fuck DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, I saw that too. I'm just like, really?
Like you might as well be Google, basically. And look, I understand there's a distinction, right, between lesser and greater evils, right? But no, I mean, come on, what the fuck you doing?
Yeah. I think the funny part is Jen Pansky couldn't answer that Biden doesn't own an electric car.
Wait, Joe Biden doesn't own an electric car, and he's asking us all to drive electric cars?
Yep.
Now
I'm driving an electric car right now.
Now, wait a minute. Yeah, fuck DuckDuckGo using Brave Search. Wait a minute. You're telling me that this really wealthy old man wants to tell me to drive a car I don't want that's overpriced because his gas policies? Now, come on. You can't do that.
That's racist. It's definitely racist, I think.
Yeah.
Very frustrating.
Not even great for the environment. Yeah, if you know what you're talking
exactly.
about, yeah.
Yeah, well, the things that go into the batteries, it's not exactly environmentally friendly, especially if we get.
Now, listen, just because they use child slave labor does not mean.
Whoa! They're not classified as slaves in China. They got safety nets outside of the factories.
You're right. We've come so far.
Yeah, we've come so far. Oh gosh, yeah, real good stuff there. Oh boy, yeah, this is definitely clown world. I mean,
Hong Kong.
Yeah, Hong Kong indeed.
Honk and honk. Well, gentlemen, I think we've had a good show. Next week we're gonna have a guest on. We're having Stormy give the left wing take on what's going on in Russia, Ukraine. I think we got the full breakdown of the ortho look at what's going on there, and next week we'll get the look from a American heathen. So
should be good.
Should be a lot of fun. I'm sure he'll be availed of much information he literally doesn't even know. I think it will be very informative, but it will go through one ear and out the memory hole probably. But it'll be entertaining to be dunking on stuff, and just be like, woo, throwing out oops. But baseball is back. What is there isn't the NBA in playoffs yet or something?
Maybe almost there.
Almost there.
Hey, it's March Madness, but that's not NBA, right? So that's
Are we even allowed to have March Madness?
Next week. Yeah, it starts next week.
Oh, okay.
College basketball. All right, so that's fine. Mount Walk. When's your next video coming out on the Ravnica? You know, we've ever since what the hell? Oh fuck, what the hell's his name? Invaded Ravnica. Ever since Nicol Bolas invaded Ravnica, it's now the Ravnica.
The Ravnica, yeah. we need to send all of our planeswalkers there. Look, this it's totally fine.
The
This
Ravnica needs our planeswalkers, okay?
See, because he needs to steal their sparks. It's to protect democracy or something. So that's how this works. So yeah, I'll probably have a video coming out tomorrow. Still working on the Ravnica one because these ones are like usually around 1.5 to 2 hours, so they take a little bit longer. So still working on that one, but I have other stuff usually coming out about once a week. I'm not sure what I'll be talking about tomorrow or what one I'm going to be posting tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see.
All right, Mount Walk. And Geeky, are you going to be streaming the new Kirby game when it comes out?
I haven't pre-ordered it yet, so I don't know.
Okay. Well, Geeky, Mount Walk, both of you have a wonderful night. I'm going to play some video games and probably actually finish up early tonight.
Sounds based.
All right. Good night.
See you later.
Now the question is, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Because I've got 30 minutes till my dailies reset, so I got to figure out something. You know what? We'll start with this. We'll do some shooty for warm up. And then we'll do our Genshin, and we'll probably finish up after that. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to episode 74 in the books of Coast to Ghost. And Mount Hale, you have yourself a wonderful night, sir. Thank you, everyone that came by, hung out. Even Todd Howard graced us with his presence. But next week should be a fun show, too. So thank you so much. God Howard, yes. Bang. Bow, bow.
I'm a revolutionary. It ain't revolutionary.
Harder, faster, stronger.
Introducing your champion.
That's a go.
Pain, death. Nothing phases me.
Breathe easy. You lost this one.
Land there, scoundrels.
Again? Again. Meet me here.
over here? Sí, por favor. Eso, attack on that device.
I'm under fire.
Recharging the shields, Cubby.
Reloading. Thermite.
Reloading. Charging my shields, Cubby.
Fire in the hole.
Open wide. Here comes the drill.
Down, down. Worm boot, compadres.
Manawakine ain't
Down. You're definitely downed one.
Nice.
You're... Can't believe I'm standing still.
I'm stuck.
Lucky I like you. Come on, compadre, get up. Come on, come on, come on.
Healing.
Kia ora, beautiful. Standard heavy mag here. Level 3. You fellas know the drill.
Healing.
Drilling right through them.
Shake a leg. We've only got a minute. And the wind's right there.
Oh. Oh, sweet.
Recharging my
Oh.
shields, Cubbies.
45
I
seconds
need
till
a
ring
body
close,
shield.
amigos. Don't let me carry you.
Healing up. Rings near as and won't close for 30. Big ups, team. Gives a sec. Recharging my shields.
Okay, 10 seconds till ring close. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Whew. Was only stuck for a little.
We'll be caught outside the ring if we don't move.
Heavy ammo here.
Faster, faster, faster!
L-Star here.
Care package being delivered.
Miharo, care package dropping in for dinner.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3. R301 here.
Excuse me.
Sniper stock here. Level 3.
Healing up. Getting a bit of hoe water.
Extended light mag here. Level 3. What do you think is over here? R201 here. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3.
Bam, 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 bam.
Half of the squads have been appropriately eliminated.
Ha! Hitting the eject button.
That guy there.
Taking fire.
Releasing my wrecking ball.
I'm down. Enemy close.
You fucking scared? I'm opening fire. Reloading. Our squaddy took the easy way out.
Damn.
Down.
Rápido, rápido. Need more juice. Using a Phoenix kit.
Champion eliminated.
Dang, OG. Wow.
Today will be our day. Fight, Rieger.
amateur hour is over. Time for the big leagues.
Introducing your champion.
I honor those who've risen, not those who've fallen.
Land there, scoundrels.
Better lies below.
Gonna recon that way.
Oh shit.
Marking our surroundings.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
What a bunch of fancy fellas. We're already inside the next ring.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. Ooh,
Shit.
that takes me back.
Gotta hop up here. Boosted loader.
Fucking really?
Gives a sec.
A broken enemy shield. Oscar Mike. Spotted.
Reloading. Recharging my shields.
Reloading. Down. Here's an hit. Enemy here.
What's alive?
In here. Wait. Getting here.
Broken enemy shield. Spotted. Double time. Enemy close. I know where we want
Let's
to
make
be.
some new friends and then destroy them.
Everything is going to be great. At least, that's what I keep telling myself.
This is your champion.
I don't fear anything. Can you say the same?
Oh yeah, master of the jump right here. Just a thought, we could land
This
here.
is awesome. Okay. Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system.
this way. Forget that.
Let's go this way. Target landed here. Wrong choice.
First blood on the enemy. The enemies are shooting at me. Let's go this way. I have been down. Bam! Mirage here to save the day.
Strike out. Getting shot at. Broken enemy shield.
Repairing my damages.
Round 1.
Phasing. Reloading.
Getting my shield to recharge.
For real? Damn.
You just got the enemy.
Was atrocious.
Rampage here.
Ba-na-da.
Gonna be a good match. I can feel it in me.
We fear what we do not understand, and I fear nothing.
The sound barrier's not the only thing I'll break today.
This is your champion.
Hell yeah! Let's scope this quadrant out here.
Damn it. kill with a red tier weapon. Ugh.
I do not care who makes the kill, as long as I can observe it die.
Some were born to run. Others have a higher purpose.
Stimmed up and ready to burn. They say death catches up to everyone. He can certainly try.
Focus. Fight. Win.
Show no mercy.
Lots of damage. Ah, it's not a good map for Caustic.
Round one. Fight.
Fuck.
Introducing a new variable. I have materials.
Care package arrived.
Touch that and waiting. Those care packages likely shooting at me.
Got materials.
Get gas trap behind.
Cracked a bad dude's shield. Downed one. Cracked a bad dude's shield. Reloading. Ah! Enemy revived. Bad guys, let's do this. Smoke opening.
Placing gas trap.
Fox 3,
Got trouble here. Got some bad guys here. Bad guys, let's do this. Enemies right here. Heads up, we're not alone. Heads up, we're not alone. Enemies right here. Yes, the superior fighter is clear. Begin round preparations.
Sweet.
We can cruise over here.
Ready, set, go!
I hope you have to scan this area.
Deploying the variable.
Taking fire. Yo, cracked an enemy shield.
Materials.
I have located some materials.
Yo, cracked an enemy shield.
Fox 3, sending the payload. Throwing frag. Tossing frag. Throwing frag.
Yo,
Taking fire.
downed another one.
Nice.
You all still stand. The mark of the superior squad. quadrant. We can scan this area. Bird drop in here. If it lands on you, here's good luck. Round 3.
Must go faster.
Damn, 3 kills and very little damage.
Placing an independent variable.
Under fire. Eat a North Star. Throwing something. Block 3. There, good job.
Getting shot at. Grab the bathroom shield. We've got company.
Taking
Heads up, we're not alone.
Cracked shield in that
variable.
Enemy reviving over here.
Down to subject.
Amigos, let's go here.
Getting shot.
Boom! That was good. That was good and quick, boss here. What's up, man?
But this is just the beginning.
Hit 505. Fortunately, I need to rack up damage. How's Zomboid treating you? You're watching on desktop, but it keep getting delayed? What the fuck? Really? That's not good. Have to refresh? Ah.
Let's break some
You're trying debug mode. Oh, what does debug mode do?
Wanna fly?
Join me for night fight. Fight strong.
I know what you're looking for. Come see me.
Prove you're worthy.
We're soaring straight to the top, baby. Let's scope this quadrant down here.
Kind of like cheating. Spawn items. God mode. Ah. I get you. See the stats you can't normally see. Ah.
Materials for us.
Taking fire.
Scanning the area.
Down. Care package complete. I'm in trouble.
Oh, fuck's sake. Wow! You can see how your wounds, health, and numbers. Fuck, that was quick.
Begin round preparations.
We can scan this area.
Round 2. Do not falter.
Marking our surroundings.
Under fire. Recharging.
Reloading. Reloading.
I downed an adversary. I'm in trouble.
Marking our surroundings.
Recharging my shield. Taking fire. Toss and frag. I'm in trouble. Flash one. Bogey down. Taking a moment. Fire. Mayday, mayday. I'm grounded. That enemy shield is broken. Fini. Reloading.
Down a hostile on scope.
Let's scan this area. Need some
Reloading.
help.
I will assist you.
I'm bleeding out. The enemy is here.
Maybe next time you should try a different path.
The enemy closes in. This round could seal your fate.
This is on, Squadron. They only need one more point to win.
You can see the pain number going down very fast. Yeah, painkillers are decent in the game.
We can cruise over here. Let's nix that last part. Valkyrie's got you in the pipe.
Round 3. Remain vigilant.
Scanning the area. If one has a fine route over there.
Materials. Eat a thermite grenade. Supplies coming in. I'm in trouble. Under fire. Reloading. I downed an enemy. Just topping off my shield. I'm in trouble. Reloading.
Taking a moment to recharge.
Taking fire. I'm in trouble. That enemy shield is broken. Recharging shields.
I have
Thermite out. I'm bleeding out. Arc stir out. Taking fire. Help, I'm down.
Could have gone much better. I gotta do pistol damage.
Pick me, I'm so bored. Your father will gift us today.
You got a high level of pain, so it looks like it's not working. Yeah, no, it does. Like, it initially doesn't look like it's working, and then it does.
The hunt begins. Let us find our prey.
Round one. Fight.
I have materials for us.
Care package arrived.
Bless me with sight. Care package on high.
No, really.
Tally on bandit out there.
Enemy spotted.
Under fire. Fox 3, firing missiles. Could use some help over here. Bandit here.
I'm taking fire.
They're shooting at me? Reloading. Down that one.
Downed another. Reloading.
Reloading.
Nice.
Double kill. A true fighter.
Yeah, the painkillers always look like they're not working immediately, but they are.
Never let your guard down. Round two. Kill confirms.
Scanning the area.
package on high. Snatch some materials, amigo. Hostile spotted.
Nobody panic, but we got bandits out there.
Someone's out there.
Fox 3, I got data. Taking fire.
Reload. Taking fire. I downed the hostile. Reloading.
Bogey right here. Bogey in my crosshairs.
Shit. Dang. He was accurate.
Round 3.
Gathering materials. We've got trouble.
Care package. Could turn the tide for you. Could turn the tide for them.
Care package on high.
Fox 3, taking fire.
Marking our surroundings.
Dang. Hey, what's up, Boxy?
Taking fire. Hostile hit here. Yo, cracked an enemy shield. I'm down. Reloading. Heads up, we're not alone. Down the hostile on Scotty. Got trouble here. Reloading. Recharging my shields. We've got company. Reloading.
Woo!
Yes, the superior fighter is clear. Victory is within reach. Take it.
We will win now, but be aware. Stolater could strike us down still.
Interesting.
Round 4.
It's go time. All Father, give me sight. I saw someone, and I don't think they're selling cookies.
Care package on. 30. Choose your minutes to move quickly.
Taking fire. Oh, cracked an enemy shield. Reloading. Reloading. Downed one.
Under fire. Box 3, jumping the pod.
Charging on my shields.
One moment, I must use the Phoenix kit.
1 sec. I keep bogey in my crosshairs.
Must go faster.
Woo! Well, that worked.
Inspired. You stand to rise above the rest.
Survive 6 ring closings? Fucking really? Fuck that.
I've got everything you need.
Grapple, locked and loaded.
My #1 fan's watching, so you know I'll be fantabulous.
Focus. Fight. Win.
I'm ready. You ready? Let's do this.
Marksman weapon, eh?
Round 1. So much potential.
I think the longbow's a marksman weapon, technically.
Patching myself up. Recharging my shields.
Bam. Guess I'm running out of ideas. Broken enemy shield. Reloading.
Longbow sniper? Oh shit, you're right.
Always be prepared. Never let your guard down. Round 2. Do not falter.
Grappling. Faking him out with a decoy.
They spotted me. I'm down.
Bamboozles for the fools. That was better in my mind.
I am taking fire.
Bad news.
Fuck, really?
I'm down.
Enemy taken down. Giving my shields a recharge.
I got a knock at least.
Let it happen again.
Alright, we need to fight at close quarters.
Defeat draws near, but it is not imminent.
You're about to win? It's not my fault. Wait, it's not my fault, is it?
Round 3. Expose their imperfections.
I got some materials for us. Yay! I got some materials for us. Yay!
Care package arriving.
Using grapple.
Care package coming in. Getting shot at. Bam, there goes a boozle. She got bamboozled. Recharging shields.
Getting shot at.
The enemies are shooting at me. Reload. Grappling.
Bam goes the boozle.
Recharging shields.
Recharging shields.
Cracked an enemy shield. Reloading. The enemies are shooting at me. Cracked an enemy shield. I have been making contact with enemy. More enemies down. Making contact with enemy.
That was fucking fortunate.
The unworthy. The Mashniers defend. Do not surrender.
Our other friends are about to beat us, friends.
following this guy. He knows what he was doing.
Send in a decoy. Wait, how do I know I'm not the decoy?
Materials here. The enemies are shooting at me.
Getting shot at. Look out, grenade.
Recharging shields. I am taking fire, friends. Cracked an enemy shield. I am contact.
They spotted me. I'm taking
Contact with target. Hostile close.
Reloading.
Nice.
Double kill. Well done. Tiebreaker. Now the worthy will emerge. Round 5. Victory happens. For some of you.
Bam to the woozle. Sending out a beat.
I am taking fire, friends.
Recharging my shields.
Recharging shields. Check it out. Care package coming in.
I am taking fire, friends. Broke that enemy shield.
I got a bad. Broken enemy shield.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Reloading. Kill Bazoomba. Bamboo. Fool him.
Enemy spotted.
Getting shot at.
They're hitting me. Enemy shield cracked. Reloading. Give him my shields a recharge.
Reloading. Enemy taken down. More enemies down. Recharging shields.
You got bamboozled. Look at you.
I am taking fire, friends.
Targeted assault. Perfectly executed. Victory.
Oh shit, Bolt.
We're about to win. Go us.
Round 6. Earn your reward.
Hostile right here. I am taking fire, friends. Reloading.
Faking him out with a decoy. You got bamboozled. Sonar stuck. You got bamboozled. Look at you.
Incoming care package.
We've got another.
I have been down.
4, 4, and 4. Gonna do.
Together, we will slaughter our enemies.
Can't wait to get down there and do a job.
Let's rock.
Nothing like a little chaos, eh?
Go. Prove you're worthy.
The hunt begins. Let us find our prey.
Let's explore this way.
Round one.
Marking our surroundings.
Care package arriving. Choose your next move quickly.
Reloading. Down to target.
Thermite grenade set.
Give my shields a recharge. Check. Top in the chimney. Material.
Broken enemy's shield. I am taking fire.
Oh, come on, guys. What are we doing?
Recharging my shields.
Dang. Oh, jeez.
Spotted. Double timing it. Reloading. 1 sec. Using my Phoenix.
Boom!
This team stands together. Well done.
Solid work.
Prepare for victory. Prepare for anything.
Let's explore this way.
Round 2. Kill your marks.
Materials. Check.
Hostile spotted.
Care package arriving. Choose your next move quickly.
Let's get to DLC. Taking fire. Give my shields a recharge. Reloading. Give my shields a recharge. Smoke out. Frag out. Materials. Popping the chimney.
Marking our surroundings.
Mike, I'm spotted.
A coordinated assault. Perfectly executed.
Oh, shit.
Your enemies are on their knees. End them.
This one's for the championship. Don't go taking any naps now.
Round 3. Remain vigilant.
Materials. Check. Materials.
All Father, give me sight.
Care package inbound. Strategize.
Care package on high.
Damn it. So close.
Inspired. You stand to rise above the rest.
So close. Wait, we did it. Sweet. It counted. Alright, let's do our Genshin dailies. It actually counted. Grab controller. Oh, it counted because the round ended there. Oh. How you doing, Petra? See what we get. That's at least 3 of those. Alright, let's go do some more of the event. Oh, sweet, Eula. Hello, you're from Chile. Oh. San, thank you for the follow. How you doing, man? I guess, greetings from Chile, friend. Hope you're doing well there. I do not speak any Spanish, so I'm sorry. Can't help you on that front, but how you doing, man? There's only one term in Spanish I've learned, and it's no habla español. I do not speak. But, I hope You're having a good, well, I guess morning over there. Regardless, you're welcome to hang out if you'd like. Give it a shot. Alright, let's go say hi to Eula. Foamy Reef. Okay.
なんだかエウルアの様子がいい。確かフローティングリーフってコーヒーエウルアのお腹のためにも出す前にこっそり
Water it down? What? Alright, well, how do I make this? Fizzy water, eh? Wants it small. Oops. Alright. Mix water into the coffee.
味は味噌であんなに薄めたのに傷。バーテンダー、もう一杯。待って、どうして君たちが
You look very drunk here.
さっきまでキャッツテールに行ってて、そこで少し。
What's up, hello? How you doing, sir?
ああ、一人でお酒を飲むのは寂しいしな。
I'm doing great, thank you for asking. Yeah, no, I just did my podcast, and now I'm doing some daily quests for some games I play. But hope you're having a good one.
飲んだにいると、どの酒場に行っても歓迎されないのよ。今日はせっかく気分が良くて、君はどうやってそんなにたくさんの友人を
How
作った
did
の？
I manage to make so many friends? Good
人
question.
が君
Next
の
question.
ことを話すとき、その言葉には、なのに、私の名前を聞いただけで。ローレンス家に生まれたのは、エウルアの意志とは関係ないだろ？それにただ、エウルアって素直じゃない。
No, this is my jacuzzi. I'm hot tub streaming, Mr. Hello.
優しい一面を隠すんだよな。
I'm hot tub streaming so I don't break toss on one of the websites I stream to.
ちょっと、誰がふりをしているですって？本当かしら。酔っ払っていても、そんな日が来るなんて想像できないわ。ずっとずっと。私がセピロス騎士団に入ってからも。
Winds always change their course.
そんなこと言ってたよな。エウルは、お前は自分のやり方で進めばいいんだ。
I live in America. Thank you for asking. What's my favorite dinner? I'm partial to a really, really good steak. That's my favorite dinner. You got this, Eula.
ええ、ありがとう。私、話はここまでにしましょう。大丈夫よ。今
What do I think about the war?
考えていられないもの。さっきの話をしっかりと覚
What
えて
the?
おかなくちゃ。あえてすぐ紙に書かない
The
と。
war? When Russia invaded Ukraine? Well, hard times are coming for everyone because if you think inflation's bad now, wait till you see how expensive food's gonna get. When fertilizer, 1/3 of the world's supply of fertilizer just disappeared. Oh, and a bunch of the world's gas just got turned off. I've got $7 gas here where I live. $7 a gallon. Now I know Euros are like, oh, we've been paying $10 gas for years. Yeah, but I've got $7 gas and I can walk to a refinery. Okay? You ought to be infuriated. That's infuriating. But no, it's gonna get worse. About the actual country of Ukraine, I could care less. But they have a right. They should have a right to defend themselves. Am I gonna help them? No. Am I gonna pay for it? No. But they got a right to defend themselves. No, I'm a dude. Do you not see my avatar? I'm the little talking green ghost. Tama is just an accessory. But, no. No, I'm the little talking ghost. I apologize if you were mistaken. I am not a lady.
お前たち、もしかして2人で来たのか？
ああ、このお方がゆっくりと休みたいっていうもんでな。この辺りを旅行することにしたんだよ。だが、旅行に対する認識が私らの間でずれてるみたいだ。まだ数えるほどしか山にも登って。
その言い方傷つくわね。私はあなたのためにわざわざお酒を飲めるような場所を見識の広い船長様からするとこの小さな酒場では、
わかったよ。
北斗のおごりそうだった。つい
私はスモールサイズのカバの木を入れたら
私はラージサイズの夕暮れを頼む。
Large dusk. Alright. Alright, small birch sap. What the heck? Put the extra one in. Who would I marry of the Genshin Impact characters? Ganyu, for sure. Ganyu is the cutest. Ah, okay, so I didn't need that. Wait, small birch sap on the sour side. Hmm. Alright, she needed 2 lemons. Alright, a large dusk. Heck is a dusk? Oh. And 2 juice, eh? Alright, there we go.
そうね。かつての苦いを
無一文から事業を成功させた味か？
甘酸っぱくて余韻のある味よ。
ああ。小さな
Do I study? What do you mean, do I study? I mean, no, I'm not in college. I finished college.
わざわざ言葉にする必要なんてないのよ。
Finished college and am a responsible adult working.
高貴な天チェン様が街中で果物を売ってたなんて誰が想像できるだろうな。私が元は漁師だったのと同じくらい信じられない話だろ。
そんなことないわ。私から見たら。
That means I'm smart.
北斗船
Now, if I
長
were
の
smarter, I wouldn't be
海を
working
見通
still.
すその目波を乗り越えて前へと進むその心も海に囲まれながら生まれてきた人のものだわ。
おいおい、それは私を褒めてんのか？
あなたの悪口を言っても何のメリットもないでしょ。
まったく、あんたの口がうまいのは知ってたが、今日はもともと私のおごりなんだ。これ以上は何も出ないぞ。
そうね。なら。よ
し、バーテンダー。
お、
Another
威勢
drink.
がいいな。じゃ、私ももう一杯。
モンドのジュースは美味しい。
あ？まさかとは思うが、夕暮れの実の貿易ルートを書いて。
あら、面白そうね。
おい、本気か？
冗談よ。夕暮れの実に関する貿易はすでに
Do I watch anime? Yes, I do.
今日はありがとう。もしのんびりと働ける仕事に就きたくなったら
Wants me.
私の
それな
That's
ら
her
うちの
personal
市長
boy.
整合に来ないか？みんな酒が好きでな。あんたがもし来てくれたら思う存分酒を飲んでたらふく肉を食うんだ。絶対。
北斗船長は
I just finished watching Super Crooks, and I'm watching Parasite.
ないわ。
Because
旅人の作った飲
I
み
didn't
物が
watch
飲みたくなった
Parasite when it originally came out, so
人
now
力
I
格に
am
来ればいい
watching
で
it.
しょ？
I'm watching the final season of Attack on Titan and my dress-up doll as well. Other than that, oh, I'm watching that one where like the girl makes kaijus.
いつの間にか、あい
That one's
つ
been
ら
good.
の中でお前を雇うことは決定してるみたいだな。
Jenny! My voice is cool. Yeah, I like my voice. I really honestly should do voice exercises to make it sound less whiny.
きっと今回も驚いてたとこって深刻やっぱり驚いたぞ。
Shinny.
ここまで来るのは実に大変だった。エンジェルズシェア、ここにたどり着けたのも熱心な勝利殿が道案内してくれたおかげだ。道案内をってことは
Do I think my voice is sexy for girls?
飲みに来てくれたのか？
I don't know. I mean,
ああ、そうだ。
honestly, I don't think it really matters.
友人
I
だからな。
like, I don't mean to be rude, but like, I don't know. I've never had like a woman be like, oh, you know, you have a great sound. Actually, I've had some women tell me I have a good sounding voice, but like, I've never seen that as like a breaking point, you know.
この北風って多分ボレアスのことだよな。寒いといえば確かに寒いけど。松笠キャラメル。松なのに飲めるのか？あ、それなら
A caramel pine cone.
あるぞ。キャラメル味のコーヒーだ。名前を見ただけではここは主らに任せよう。
Well, that's just fine, friend.
そういった味のものを頼む。
Tastes like king's inn or violet grass.
そういう約束。
How about something sweet?
任せ。そうだな。ずっと修行してきたんだし、また
Are we friends already? Now hold on. Hold on. We are acquainted with one another. I would not say we are friends yet. But we could become friends. A snow-covered kiss. Okay, give her that. Juice and milk. Sorry, it's a turn of phrase. My dialect has me call people friend. So my bad. If I want to be your friend, just tell you now. I would not be against being your friend.
甘くて口当たりがよく苦味が全く親切な口づけって言うんだ。まるで雪が降り積もった口づけってつけた理由は
Do I like you? I don't dislike you, sir. You have given me no reason to dislike you.
そうかな。おいらの想像でしかないけど。ロマンティック
Give me friends? Sure, why not? In time.
説明するのが難しい。そうそう。ふむ。そうか。わかったような気がする。
I would prefer you not give me any personal information, Mr. Hello. I value my privacy, and I value others' privacy too.
我が山を歩くとき、時々戦争を口にすることがある。目が地面から出てくる
I
瞬
have
間
tons of
も
friends I don't know their
こ
phone
の目
number
で
to.
見
You
たこ
don't
と
need
が
to
あ
give
る
a
光
phone
景
number to
だ。
become someone's friend.
心を揺さぶるこの感覚は確かにあの瞬間のものに似ている。感謝する。おかげでこれからも主に迷
I
惑
got your
をか
back,
ける
Shannon.
かもしれないが
How to become a
よろし
friend?
く頼む。
You know, hang out here every once in a while. And eventually we'll be friends. Arrive to your country and hang out? Ah. Got the tavern shake. Int unlocks tomorrow. So you don't like what? I do not understand. I don't like you? Never said that.
ついていきます。
Do I want to hang out? Not really doing much IRL shit, man. How to become friend? I already told you, you know? Hang out and stream chat every once in a while, eventually we'll be friends. It's that simple. It'll just happen. You won't even know it's happened. But it'll just happen. That was good. No need to panic. Can I do ASMR? You know, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that, and I don't want to fuck up my microphone settings. Let's quickly drop by here. Face the cube. Alright, I'll do what I think I should do. I will continue to play Genshin.
ここより弱滅の時見切りました。鎖を。
I don't feel like doing that. No offense. I really don't know what it is, so it would be very difficult for me to do it. Like, I've heard what it is, but even then, it's still incomprehensible to me. Whisper, and that's all. Whisper. Something like that, because, like, no. That's strange, I will concede. Is that really all it is? It's just whispering?
Yep.
So it's just like that. I made you sad, but it's okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Sure, let's go drag one out for you. Maybe polite introduce ourselves to the trash mobs in the game. Alright.
Yep.
It's okay, I like me plenty too. I would do much research on what to actually do for ASMR before I did it. How old am I? None of your damn business. I am over the age of majority. However, so you're going to do ASMR. I did not say that. Want to be friends with these guys. Why am I laughing? I enjoy laughter. I generally like to be happy as a person. That abnormal? Am I laughing because of you? No. I may not like actually understand the appeal of ASMR or whatever, but you know, I guess like I would understand. I don't know. It's just something I don't understand. Crises of Shield. No. Certainly not today. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna finish up my daily quest, and I'm gonna go to sleep because I've got an IRL D&D game to get to. Ghost has plans. Do you want to tell you a fairy tale? You're asking if I want to tell myself a fairy tale. That's a confusing question. Am I Spanish? No. I do not speak a lick of Spanish. You're not in America. That's fine. Always happy to have viewers from all around. Not really my concern where you're from, friend. Not saying you're a friend, it's just a turn of phrase. Apologies. When does this cube respawn? Ugh, take a while. Oh, Wolf Lord. Okay. I can fight that. Alright, let's fight the Wolf Lord, and then we'll take off for the... I love my Rage Ghost. You have this because you bought subscribe. Wait, did you sub to the channel? Hold up. I don't think so. That's for, what do you call it? That's the free one, right?
Yeah. その命いただいたわ。無駄な努力。競争よ。
That was your last money.
連気過信。
But you should
伝
not
説の縮図。
not be so wasteful with your money.
部外者禁止。ついていきます。
Be responsible with it. Well, I appreciate that. Those in a short time. Yes. I don't dislike you, sir. But you come off as a bit needy. That, did that. Grab that. Alright, let me go back to Inazuma. I will take off for the night. Alrighty. Go here. Let's see, tomorrow will be Sunday night. Wait a minute. Ah, you know what I forgot to do? Hold up. I gotta do one thing before I sign off. I gotta go to my teapot. Might be Parametric Transformer Day. I do have a Discord. Oh shit. Wow.
この同点も
Full? This is full? Crap. I forgot to do this yesterday. Errors were made. Do I want to talk? No.
同点についてのご
I am
質
done
問
with my stream. Crit damage. So much HP on that. Nah, I'm good, man. All right, folks. Thanks for tuning in to episode 74 of Coast to Ghost. It was a fun night. Thank you, Geeky. Thank you, Mountain Walk. And thank you, Yellow Lantern, for stopping by, hanging out, and chatting. We'll be back tomorrow night, probably with some Elden Ring, with Richard Rawl, my good friend, and we'll have some fun from there. So, without further ado, leave some wise words, and I am gonna get out of here.
みんな耐えたかな？今日は夜はもう遅いから良い子はゆっくり寝てくださいね。Good kids should go to sleep now. Good night, motherfucker!